The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. The rules are as follows. No character is given stats for their speed, strength, endurance, etc. There will always be 2 endings for each combatant. The abilities of each character and how they would interact are taken into consideration when describing the fight. The fight does not require an ending where the loser dies. However, if it is in character, the winner will kill the loser. The analysis is more focused on the characters and their abilities rather than specific calcs that would show how powerful they are in comparison to real-world physics. Welcome to the show. Revenge. Enacting vengeance upon those you see fit. These two know that word all too well. They made it their mission to recover the remnants of their fallen people, as well as take out the people who made themselves survivors in the first place. All while their eyes are as crimson as the blood they spill. Oh, and they also both had weird anime adaptations before a new adaptation that more closely follows the manga. Kurapika, last remaining member of the Kurta clan and chain user from Hunter x Hunter. And Scar, survivor of the fallen civil war from Full Metal Alchemist. Let's begin. The Kurta clan. Located in the secluded Luxu province, their ranks were steadily declining year after year, population dwindling to near only 150 members. These people have a rare genetic defect that makes them more unique than other people. When in an enhanced state of rage, their eyes can turn scarlet, which is often sought after by those who collect body parts. One of the youngest and brightest members at the time, Kurapika, was out of the province one day, only to return to find his entire clan brutally massacred. This would be the work of the Phantom Troop, a group of powerful criminals that not even the top echelon of the mob can touch. Upon seeing his people dead, Kurapika went into a fit of rage and made a vow to himself. He would enact revenge on whoever was responsible for this. However, Kurapika didn't really have the means necessary to do so quite yet. So, he set off to participate in the 287th Hunter exam. Along the way, he made 3 close friends. Gun, a boy looking for his long-since-departed father from Whale Island. Leorio, a man seeking a hunter's license to become a doctor to save his friend. And Killua, a member of the world-renowned Zoldyck family of assassins. After many vigorous tests, Kurapika was one of 7 participants out of hundreds to pass the Hunter exam. Though he couldn't get working on his goal of revenge quite yet, his bonds to his new friends tied him down from that for at least a little while, as they had to rescue Killua from his home in Kukuro Mountain, which he got out of himself anyway. After this, the group of 4 finally parted their ways, promising to meet up again in York New City on September 1st. And so, his journey to find a blacklist hunter job, which basically means working for the mob, began, but he found it more troublingly tiresome than anticipated. Because, well, his hunter exam wasn't exactly done quite yet. Kurapika still had one huge area of expertise that went completely over his head. Nen. Nen is the ability to use your manifested life energy, or aura, in various ways depending on what category you fall under. There are enhancers, who can use aura to enhance their physical bodies or something else, transmuters, who can transform their aura into something different, emitters, who have an easier time than others releasing aura from their bodies, conjurers, who can make something non-material from their aura, manipulators, who can manipulate something using their aura, and specialists, who don't fit nicely into any category. Kurapika himself found out he was a conjurer, which led him to lament. He wanted to be an enhancer, as they are the most adept at straight-up fighting. His teacher, however, decided to get him to try his hand at conjuring something, and Kurapika chose chains. He wants to drag the members of the troop down to hell, so he thought it'd be appropriate. As a conjurer, Kurapika's chains aren't real like those that would have to be from, say, a manipulator. Because of this, he can apply the tenets of Nen to these chains, including In, which hides Nen constructs from the opponent unless they utilize Gyo, which allows for enhanced eyesight. He can also strengthen them with Ko or Shu. It can enhance his own aura with Ryu or Ken. I'm not kidding, Tagashi generally made a Street Fighter reference in his magic system. However, that's just the basics. Kurapika's Hatsu, or unique ability, requires much more elaboration. He carries on his person a sort of glove made of chains, and each finger contains a different chain-based ability. On his thumb is his holy chain, which can cure wounds even including a broken arm. His index finger has the steel chain, which allows him to steal the target's Nen ability. Although it's likely that there are requirements beforehand, we just don't know them quite yet. Because the manga has been on a hiatus for 3 years now. His middle finger has the Chain Jail, an ability that can only be used on Phantom Troop members. Otherwise, Kurapika will instantaneously die. It is, however, incredibly strong, suppressing the target's aura, and the physically strongest troop member cannot break through them no matter how hard he tried. On his ring finger lies the Judgment Chain, which allows Kurapika to interrogate anyone by imposing a set of rules that, if they don't comply with, can and will result in their death. He also used this on himself to ensure the vow that makes Chain Jail so powerful. And finally, on his pinky lays the Dowsing Chain, which locates people on maps. It also acts as another lie detector that doesn't involve a life or death scenario. But his most impressive ability is one gifted to him from birth, his Emperor Time. When his eyes turn scarlet, he no longer is a conjurer. Instead, he becomes a specialist. His special ability is to be proficient at all types of nen. Allow me to explain in more detail. Most nen users can only utilize their birth category to 100% efficiency. With the notable other categories they can prioritize, but they will never be as good as those categories in the one they were born as. A good example is Gun's Jujunkin ability. Gun, as an enhancer, uses the enhancement variation of Jujunkin most often because it's the most powerful version. The other two are far weaker, although not inapplicable to certain scenarios. Kurapika's Emperor Time gets rid of that inconvenience, and he has the full benefits of every single nen category at his disposal. There is, of course, a massive downside, however. While in this form, his lifespan decreases by 1 hour per second, and overuse and over-reliance has made him collapse from exhaustion before. After this training, he set out to York New City to encounter the spiders he's been aching to enact vengeance upon since the beginning of the series. After a complex series of events, Kurapika eventually managed to actually kill one of their ranks, Uvogan. Upon his death, the troop themselves made it their mission to enact revenge upon the so-called Chain User, and was hell-bent on reaching their goal, even going so far as to massacre a large portion of the city as a requiem to Uvogan's life. After Gun and Killua got captured by the enemy, and Kurapika managed to capture the spider's leader, both parties agreed upon a hostage exchange. Kurapika himself stated his quest for revenge was far from over. But for now, he would have to rest, as he spent much of his time in York New in Emperor Time. After recovering for a long period of time, Kurapika took over the crime family he was working under during York New. He decided to make his goals and the families one and the same, and by the time that the Chimera and King, Mariam, was no more, he had managed to garner 5 sets of scarlet eyes. Nowadays, he is working with the hunter organization Zodiacs as the Rat, currently on a mission to explore the Dark Continent. However, his tenacity, smarts, and rage are and always will be on full display, no matter who or what he faces in the future. The country of Ishval was once a prosperous place, filled to the brim with the best and brightest the world had to offer. Annexed by the larger country of Amestris, the Ishvalans' differing religious and cultural tendencies were creating tension. But for a while, it seemed as if both places were at relative peace. Then, one day, one Ishvalan child was shot by an Amestrian soldier, who actually was one of the homunculi, but we'll get there when we get there. This ignited what the Amestrian government titled the Ishvalan Civil War, but in reality it was more of a genocide, colloquially known as the Ishvalan War of Extermination. Many state alchemists participated in this genocide, and were personally responsible for many deaths of innocent lives. Eventually, since said state alchemists drew whatever survivors were left as refugees out of the region, the war was declared over. However, there were a few survivors, and chief among them is a man who goes by one singular name, Scar. During the war, Scar received a wound that completely tore off his right arm. His brother, who had been studying both Amestrian alchemy and another variant from Jing, a neighboring country, Alkahestri, he transferred his tattooed arm to his brother's body at the cost of his life. Now quite literally armed with a means of revenge, Scar set out to destroy any and all state alchemists he came across. However, Scar himself denies ever wanting to use alchemy. Instead, he views the last gift his brother gave him as a tool, a weapon that could be used to take down the people he so desires, something separate from the rest of his body. To properly explain Scar's unique form of alchemy, you must first understand the 3 basic principles. Comprehension, knowing what you're affecting. Deconstruction, breaking it down. And reconstruction, shaping it in your image. Not only do Scar's tattoos make his form of alchemy more powerful than your average Amestrian, but he only uses the first two steps. By avoiding the third step, he can dispose of people's internal organs without breaking the taboo of human transmutation, like how the Elric brothers did. He's managed to take down at least 10 state alchemists that we know of, and perhaps there were even more. Who knows what Scar's wrath entailed other than himself, and he's famously quiet. In contrast to his stoic personality, Scar has taken many people under his wing, starting with the Xingyi's heir Mei Chang. Through her, he started to understand the more complex situations at play. And not everything was as black and white as his mind made it out to be. He actually partnered up with numerous state alchemists after this, including the men who incidentally started the war on Ishval, Dr. Marco. Scar had changed, realizing his true enemy was the government, but not the one he thought he was fighting. Instead, Amestris as a whole was built from the first day to house the world's biggest Philosopher's Stone. Stones that house human souls that greatly enhance the user's alchemical abilities. It was actually because of one of these stones that Scar's people were killed in the first place, as Ishval was one of the final places in the world that Amestris needed to fight in order for the grand plan of Father to take place. After attempting and failing to get vengeance on his brother's killer, Sulf J. Kimbley, he took to the nomad life again, no longer aiming to kill state alchemists, instead biding his time for destiny to arrive. And arrive it did. At a crossroads, he re-met the Elric brothers, and joined their fight to defeat Father after learning the truth of Amestris. Hell, he even managed to stomach fighting alongside people who actually fought in the Ishval infanticide, something he would have never done before meeting Mei. He doesn't really fight to save Amestris rather than to destroy the corruption in place in the country, but progress is progress. Eventually, Scar had his most deadly and final battle with the Homunculus Wrath. Homunculi are elements of Father's soul implanted into constructs with Philosopher's Stones, and the Ishvalan warrior reigned supreme in the end. This is where the cycle of vengeance he started finally died a certain death alongside Bradley. Through studying his right arm, he finally accepted alchemy like his brother before him, and on his left arm he wrote new tattoos, these ones finally allowing him to partake in the third step of alchemy, reconstruction. Scar finally learned what it meant to be able to reconstruct himself instead of the destructive, vengeful path he had been walking before, all thanks to the people around him seeing the good intentions that lay deep within. And just like a Scar, his bloodlust too faded into nothingness.
Now tell me, for what purpose did you choose to slaughter all of my people? Depending on your answer, I'll send you to join God. No! You don't deserve to stand by God alongside my fallen brothers! Your only solace from my wrath will be damnation!
We open on a shot of a secluded forest at nighttime, the moon full, in which Kurapika is currently resting on a tree branch. He hears rustling in the bushes, and so grabs his tonfa and goes to investigate it. While using Ian to conceal his presence, an unknowing Scar is seen harboring some stolen eyes of the Kurta clan.
You! What are you doing with those eyes?
He asked, clearly readying himself for battle regardless of the answer given to him. Scar neglects to give him an answer. Instead, he just grunts as a deterrent to his real reason. He stole them because he found that they made Philosopher's Stones much more powerful, and in the wrong hands they could easily enhance Father's already devastating plan. He knew the risk, and so also prepares to fight Kurapika, with one warning beforehand.
I must warn you before we fight. You will die.
Heeding the warning, Kurapika retorts.
I hate this, but I'm afraid you'll be the one in the grave after tonight.
And with that, they both lunge at each other. Scar, obviously going straight for the kill with his alchemical and alkahestral right arm, but Kurapika instead opts to block the attack with his tonfa. Unfortunately, the destruction alchemy at hand completely and totally annihilates the wooden protectors, leaving Kurapika defenseless. Scar tries to close the gap with his left fist, aiming a straight punch to the gut, but Kurapika quickly and efficiently uses Ryu to block the blow to his ribcage, taking the moment that Scar took to calculate what happened to jump back to the tree branch he started on. Though this time, Scar is still in his eyesight. Scar attempts to close the gap with regular alchemy, sending wave after wave of spiky pillar toward the crypt member. However, Kurapika summons his supremely powerful chains and takes care of whatever pillar Scar had just conjured. He takes the moment to tell his opponent,
This is my power. This is Emperor Time.
and with that, he takes off his contact lenses, revealing the piercing scarlet eyes to Scar, who solemnly thinks to himself,
He's just like me.
and with that thought, Kurapika remains as calm as ever, sending chain after chain at the Ishmaelite man. A complete role reversal. Now Scar is having to play defense and get shots in whenever he can. Eventually, he finds an opening through the flurry of chains that are heading his way, and he manages to knock Kurapika off of the tree branch he perched himself on. With this, he starts pummeling the child, clearly trying to end it with a swift grab of Kurapika's head and evisceration of his brain. However, Kurapika manages to block it with a burst of code to his fist, and starts to take out a steel chain from his index finger and points it squarely at Scar.
That's a unique ability. Controlling the Earth. You must be a specialist. However, your power is now mine.
However, the steel chain has no effect on Scar. He notices and retorts.
Fool. My power was never my own.
He rushes in on Kurapika and states,
My power is God's will personified.
and with that said, Scar knocks Kurapika into the tree he had perched himself on, easily breaking it in half. Kurapika flies back through many more trees in the forest, and Scar's bloodlust begins to boil anew. The moon now stained a crimson red. Scar gets knocked away through Kurapika using his chains while flying backwards. But Scar takes his opportunity to hide. Through a mixture of dousing chain men, Kurapika locates Scar and sends flurries of chains at him again. Scar attempts to grab them this time. However, they do not give. He attempts to grab and his hand just goes through them. Understandably confused, he then proceeds to ask Kurapika,
Who or what are you, boy?
I am the last remaining survivor of the Kurta clan. I am the chain user so sought after by the spiders.
Kurapika takes out his ring finger and implants a judgment chain on Scar. He then states the conditions for him.
And I am the man who will avenge my clan, no matter what. Now tell me, who are you? If you answer incorrectly, my judgment chain will make sure you perish.
I am a man with no name.
With those words, the judgment chain is lifted. For Scar answered the question as truthfully as he could. Kurapika, noticeably taken aback by the answer, implants another judgment chain on Scar. This time, he asks a very different question.
Do you feel remorse for those you've murdered?
Scar, unable to answer, attempts to say a word. However, his conflicted heart cannot come to a concrete conclusion, and he falls over, deceased, as Kurapika stands over him for a second before Emperor Time wears out. After that happens, Kurapika is noticeably weary, falling over in exhaustion right after. As he closes his eyes, he says,
I hate this smell of blood.
and passes out. After a while, he's seen getting up, collecting the eyes of his brethren, and walking away. As he does, the moon sheds a single tear. Kurapika, taken aback by Scar's answer, takes a step back in shock. Scar uses his opportunity to use his alchemy to trap him in a box made of the earth. Kurapika is far too weakened for both overuse of Emperor Time and Scar's beating to do anything about it.
I'm sorry I have to do this, but I won't have anyone get in my way. Not when it comes to my revenge.
And so Scar finally gets to use his destruction alchemy, destroying Kurapika's brain instantaneously. After collapsing from the fight, he awakes to Mei healing him, ready to keep on fighting against Father. So that's something. Now why have both of them out for blood? Well, in their home series, whenever they have to fight a serious foe, they almost always result in death, at least at some points in their stories. To amalgamate their characters, I decided to have them both out to kill. It's a lot harder to get Kurapika to kill unless he's being hired to do so, or he's fighting somebody who's wronged the clan, that's where the idea of Scar harboring a pair of Kurta eyes came from. And while the soul specifically is what powers the Philosopher's Stones, I think high concentration of Nen, which Scar the Kurta eyes should definitely have, could for sure act as an ingredient in making them super powerful, therefore they're a reason to fight. As for abilities, there isn't a lot to go over in terms of interaction. The most notable thing being that I don't think Kurapika should be able to steal Scar's alchemy / alchemy history, since alchemy is more of an external force that alchemists channel rather than inner aura like Nen or, for the more basic example, Ki from Dragon Ball. They don't really mix. As such, a Nen user like Kurolo should not be able to take the alchemy of someone like Ed Elric, not a one-to-one comparison. And Ed getting his alchemy taken away from him was a completely different scenario, and there's no evidence to suggest that it was stolen either. He just gave it up as a sacrifice. Most of Kurapika's other chains are kind of in a similar boat, sadly enough. Dowsing Chain isn't really combat-centric, and if he used Chain Heal on Scar, Kurapika himself would die instantly. And he'd only need to use Holy Chain if Scar could do considerable damage, which he certainly could with something like ranged alchemy, but Kurapika's chain hard counters whatever projectiles Scar could throw at him. His best chance at using a chain was for sure Judgment Chain, as there are no limitations on who or what he can do with it. However, it would be out of character for him to rely on it, as he usually uses it whenever he's already ended a fight or as a threat. And with that, they both had the ways to end the fight super quickly, but with his speedy movements, Kurapika for sure would be able to keep Scar at bay. And Kurapika's victory over Uvogin proves he can take an opponent far larger than himself. But it's worth noting that Scar has also fought the alchemist Edward Elric, as I mentioned before, and Edward Elric is in a similar weight class to Kurapika, so they're both in a similar boat there as well. Not to say that Scar himself doesn't have advantages. As shown in the series, Destruction Alchemy is extremely powerful, and Kurapika didn't have any defense against it other than Ko, but there's no evidence that I came across that Nenor can be focused on your internal organs, only external limbs. That, combined with his own blinding speed, meant that Scar had a way of ending the fight quickly and efficiently. However, he does have to get up close, and it takes a much better strategic mind than Scar has to do so. Not to say he couldn't, but Kurapika for sure would outsmart him. But Scar could keep it under range with traditional alchemy, but he's not super proficient at it. Still, the surprise factor of the earth itself attacking him would throw Kurapika off. That would create more than enough of an opening to go in for the kill. Not to mention he could just wait out until Kurapika collapses from exhaustion due to Emperor Time. Overall, Kurapika had the skills, their experience is actually fairly even. Scar had the raw power at his fingertips, and Kurapika had the abilities. So, let us know, given this rule set, who do you think would win? Comment below, and before we leave you, here's a trailer for the next episode. Bye!
By my power, it's clear to me. My spirit grows and I will face it steamboat. With burning energy, the day of fate is finally come.
The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. The father. A universal constant. But what if your dad was not what he seems? What if he was an alien? Weird what if, I know, but bear with me. What if you inherited a superhuman power with that? All the pressure to live up to that, it can make a man angry. These two know that more than anyone. Invincible, son of Omni-Man, and protector of Earth from, well, Invincible, and Son Gohan, half Saiyan kin of Son Goku and Sea Warrior from Dragon Ball. Let's begin. The Guardians of the Globe, the Teen Team, the Fight Force. Surely you've heard of them, or their DC counterparts, but two men stand above these teams in terms of their capabilities as a superhero. Omni-Man, Nolan Grayson, and his son, Mark Grayson, more commonly known as... Oh, god damn it, I hate that. Mark was merely a child when he learned the truth of his father. that his travel book business was nothing more than a front for the greater work of being a superhero. Understandably a little excited that his dad was essentially Superman, he was looking forward to the day when his powers would show themselves. He waited and waited and waited, until one day when he was 17 working at a fast food restaurant, he accidentally sent a garbage bag careening across the Pacific Ocean. This led to the birth of the superhero we know today as Invincible. Mark's superpowers come from his physiology. See, Omni-Man is actually an alien from the planet Viltrum, and all Viltrumites have supremely powerful bodies. These bodies are nearly impervious, and pretty much only another Viltrumite can take out a Viltrumite. With these powers, Mark has increased speed, strength, and agility, as well as the ability to fly. He can also survive in the vacuum of space by holding his breath for a long time. Along with this physiology comes invulnerability to disease and anything of the like, and it's a pretty insane healing factor as well. He's not Deadpool or anything, but he can heal a broken arm in a matter of days. These abilities served him well when his father's origins were not what they seemed. Instead of coming from a peaceful utopia filled with Ubermenches, Nolan came from a eugenics-based Darwinist kill-or-be-killed planet that valued strength above all else, and they are looking to conquer the greater universe as a whole by force. Nolan was sent to Earth to do just that, to weaken their forces for a Viltrumite invasion, but Mark stood in his way. After some arguing, Nolan and Mark reached an impasse. Mark ready to die to stop Nolan's rampage, but Nolan clearly second-guessing his viewpoint on the world thanks to his time on Earth. And so, Omni-Man left Earth after his very public showdown with Invincible that caused countless lives to be lost, leaving Mark beaten and confused beyond belief. During the downtime he was now rewarded, Mark decided to try his hand at being a college student. But superheroing and being a full-time student don't exactly go together. He also learned the hard way that maintaining a relationship is nigh impossible unless your significant other is a superhero as well. During all this, Mark met a character from the comic book he reads. Don't ask. And that led him to where his father went. Nolan, now residing on a planet where the creatures live a mere fraction of human lives, has procreated once again. Now Mark had another thing to take care of. A brother named Oliver. But things wouldn't be quiet for long. Now a known defector of the Viltrumite people, Nolan found himself fighting against their forces on the planet where Oliver was born. With Mark's help, he defeated the two Viltrumites that were sent to kill him, but still managed to get captured by them. Underestimating any Viltrumite's drive is a big mistake. Now without a father yet again, Mark went back to Earth with Oliver in tow to meet his mother, and be raised there. After a fair amount of time and villains fought, one of Mark's primary antagonists, Angstrom Levy, sent in alternate universe versions of himself to fight and take over the main reality we see in the story. Many lives were lost in this invincible war, but the worst to come still hadn't quite yet. Mark now had to fight his first Viltrumite by himself. Conquest, a bloodthirsty Viltrumite who only values combat, had shown up to Earth to check if Mark was allied with the Viltrumites or the planet. Mark, as he did with his father, sided with Earth and prepared himself for battle. The ensuing onslaught from both sides caused massive damage to both combatants, Conquest toying with the young adult, but Invincible still holding his own. Then his girlfriend, Adam Eve, decided to interfere and died in his arms. Don't worry, she got better. This is comics. Now enraged with the fury of 1,000 suns, Mark headbutted Conquest into the pavement, killing the Viltrumite. Kind of. For our purposes, this is where Conquest died, thus proving that he could kill a full-blooded Viltrumite, even if he broke his arm in the process. After recovering from that, he started to cut his ties from the government officials he was working with. But that's not all that was happening. The leader of the Viltrumite Empire, the Grand Regent Thrag, was hell-bent on fighting and destroying both Nolan and Mark. Allying himself with the other aliens that went to end the Viltrumite Empire, Mark found himself in what would be known as the Viltrumite War. This battle took place actually near the planet Viltrum, and with the help of his father and the leader of the Coalition of Planets, who was a secret Viltrumite defectee, they all blew up the planet. All of the people there did not have the strength necessary to take out Thrag quite yet, but they made him and his forces retreat for now, considering it a win. And with his father released from Viltrumite prison, Mark returned to Earth to reunite with his father and mother, only to find Thrag there, waiting for him. He proposed a deal. In exchange for not ending their lives and the lives of everyone on the planet, the remaining Viltrumites would stay on Earth and reproduce with the locals, without bringing any attention to their superhuman physiology. Packed into a corner, Mark agreed, hoping that his father wasn't an outlier and that the other Viltrumites could be changed. But despite their appearance and power, Viltrumites are not invincible. Hey, I said the thing. Since they had the natural ability of flight, their ears are super sensitive. This can be taken advantage of with the right tech, and causes Viltrumites immense pain. Another weakness they have is something known as the Scourge virus, a bioweapon specifically designed to kill Viltrumites. The virus actually wiped out most full-blooded Viltrumites, and led to there only being around 50 when the series proper starts. Although Mark was exposed to this virus and survived, he did suffer temporary power loss. Unbeknownst to both Mark and Nolan, Thrag uncovered the truth of their heritage. They were the successors to Argyle, the previous Grand Regent of the Viltrumite people. This would make Nolan the proper next in line for the throne, and when the remaining Viltrumites found out about what Thrag refused to tell them, they immediately sided with Nolan, and by extension Mark. Now on a quest of revenge against the Greason family, Thrag started reproducing more soldiers to aid his cause on the planet where Oliver was born. In the meantime, between Nolan's takeover and Thrag's next attack, Mark managed to settle down with Eve and have a child named Tara, but in secret, Oliver was telling Thrag about the exploits of the Graysons. He then showed up to where Mark, Eve, and Tara were situated, and began to do battle with all three. Oliver, with a heavy conscience, tried to intervene at the cost of his life. More enraged than ever, Mark took the fight to Thrag, and another epic battle ensued. The forces of Earth and the newly reformed Viltrumites fought against Thrag and his forces. Unfortunately, the battle would not be fought unscathed. Nolan was the first to try fighting Thrag, but the former Grand Regent made short work of the new ruler. Comatose from the attack and defenseless, Mark then started his assault on Thrag. For his brother and father, he took the fight into the Earth Sun, and through a mix of tenacity and help from Earth, Mark managed to best Thrag, once and for all. Nolan took Mark aside on his deathbed to tell Mark that the Viltrumites were now under his rule. Initially reluctant, he took the leadership role quite well. He started touring the stars, attempting to reign in a new era of peace across the galaxy. And given that Viltrumites barely age and his wife turned out to be immortal, he had the time. His spirit found a way to manifest into his passion for peace, making himself and his people truly invincible.
I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how fast you are. I can see the future. You don't live to see tomorrow.
The Saiyan race was once one of the biggest and most threatening forces in the galaxy, until one day their leader, King Vegeta, met another ruler, King Cold. Cold thought to leave the ruling of this particular planet to his son, Frieza, and a few years after using the Saiyans for his own gain, he decided to destroy the planet so that they would not uprise against their unlawful leader. Not to say the Saiyans themselves weren't perfect, they were by no means saints. They clearly enjoyed the conquering of planets, and seemed to delight in Frieza's rule until he started to show signs of betrayal. Bardock, one of many Saiyan warriors, sensed Frieza's looming plan and decided to send one of his sons, Kakarot, out into space to eventually land on Earth. This was Son Goku, newly named by his adoptive grandfather, Gohan. Time passed, and Goku one night transformed into a gigantic monkey. This is actually an innate ability all Saiyans possess, entitled the Ozaru transformation, which literally translates to Great Ape. In this form, Goku accidentally killed his father figure, and while it made him sad, it only strengthened his resolve to get stronger so that he wouldn't have to resolve to the Great Ape form. And so for years, Goku got stronger, fighting more and more powerful foes, culminating in the fearsome Piccolo Jr. Along with that, he also met a girl by the name of Chi-Chi, and they eventually married and had a child unbeknownst to their friend group for a while. This child was Son Gohan, named after Goku's own father figure. As a child, Gohan was already shaping up to be a fierce warrior, as he demonstrated impeccable combat abilities against a foe nearly 10 times his size. Able to make a dent where not even his father could, the soon-to-be reformed Piccolo Jr., now just going by Piccolo, adopted Gohan while Goku was dead. Don't worry, this is Dragon Ball. Nobody's ever really gone. So that he could train him to harness his anger. This didn't really go so well. Gohan, for all intents and purposes, is not your traditional fighter. He, thanks to the influence from his mother, instead focuses on studying to become smart. However, when you live in the world of Dragon Ball, you kinda need to be strong. Unable to tap into the rage that dented Raditz all that time ago, Gohan was nearing death's door when, all of a sudden, Piccolo jumped in front of him. and sacrificed his own life for the well-being of a child he barely knew. Now, with his father alive and plenty of rage built up, Gohan and the other alive Z-Warriors defeated the invasion hinted at so long ago. But now they had a new problem. They need to wish their friends back, but how will they do so? Why? By going to the very source of the Dragon Balls, Namek, of course. Gohan, not wanting to be outdone, offered to be one of the first humans, well, half-human hybrids, to go to Namek. Along the way, he trained with Krillin, honing his abilities even further. But still, the rage inside him was not something he unleashed on a whim. Now's as good a time as any to talk about how Gohan can do the things he does with his attacks. This is Ki. Ki, or even just energy, is the life force we all carry within ourselves. However, only with masterful training or talent will one be able to pull their ki from their body into the external world around them and create devastating attacks with it. Gohan is one with such prowess. There are many ways to manipulate ki, such as flight, one of the more easier concepts to grasp. However, the big daddy of it all is beam attacks. You know, your classic Kamehamehas. His signature version of this attack is the Masenko, a bright yellow beam of energy that starts with him raising his hands over his forehead and using the space in between them to fire a huge projectile. He does also know the Kamehameha like every other Dragon Ball character, so there's that. But Ki isn't just good for that as well. Since it's your life force, Gohan can locate whomever he desires, as long as they aren't hiding their aura from him, something you need to be aware of Ki to even attempt to do. But perhaps his greatest ability is one given to him from his father. After a long stay on Namek and several of their friends and loved ones murdered, Goku couldn't take it anymore, and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans are like normal Saiyans, but they get a huge increase in power, enough so that Goku could turn the pummeling Frieza was giving him around on the Space Tyrant, and gives their hair a golden coloring, not unlike that of a crown. There are many forms that the Super Saiyan transformation has taken, but Gohan only has access to two, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. While in these forms, his ki reserves grow exponentially, allowing for planet-sized explosions and ones that can travel off-world and maintain their shape for way longer than they should. But this form does not come without sacrifice. For each step into the Super Saiyan form you gain, you first must lose something. Whether that be something material like a friend or a mentor, or something entirely different, like the peeling of a layer of pride. Gohan, instead, gave up the pretense of his academic life, instead fully letting the raging demon inside consume his mind while in that state. But it wasn't enough. After Goku had defeated Frieza and two more Saiyans he knew went Super Saiyan before him, Gohan made it his mission to stop the new threat to Earth, Cell. Well, it's more like Goku made him take on Cell, but it's whatever, it's fine. In their fight, Cell was utterly destroying him, beating Gohan senselessly just for the fun of it. And after murdering another one of their friends, Gohan couldn't take it anymore. The beast that was caged for so long, since he was a little boy trapped in that Saiyan pod, emerged triumphantly. This was Cell's biggest mistake he made in his life. Letting Gohan get mad. And get mad he did. Cell never stood a chance. But Goku did have to step in. Save the day when Gohan's hubris showed Cell the weakness Gohan didn't even know about. Upon his apparently permanent death, Gohan cried. He is still just a child. But from beyond the grave, Goku gave him the words of encouragement he needed, and he put down Cell once and for all with one final push from his father. After that, he kinda quit the whole warrior life, instead focusing on what his mother wanted for him in the first place. He even met a girl at his high school, Videl, that he eventually married and had a child with. That didn't mean he doesn't help to save the Earth from threats at all. In fact, he even created a persona to help him do just that. He even managed to maintain a state that can rival the powers of the gods themselves. But deep inside, there will always be a sleeping giant in Gohan. And if that cage ever comes undone again, just know that it will always be to protect his family and friends, as his father did before him.
I know your kind. You think you can waltz in and just take our planet. But you forgot one thing. I'm my father's son!
We open to a major metropolitan city during the daytime, cars bustling along the road with glaring spotlights. However, not all is right in this city, for in fact, the city is home to a crime syndicate unlike any other that reach far enough to rival the government. In a dark alleyway, a shady deal is going on, involving some sort of flash drive. Invincible flies down in his yellow and blue garb to apprehend the criminals.
Hey, fellas, this where the party's at?
And with that, we cut away from the fight and instead focus on Gohan in his great Saiyaman uniform, looking to defend the people. He sees the same alley Mark was just at, but all the goons are lying on the floor unconscious. Mark is about to fly away with a flash drive in hand, but Gohan stops him.
Hey, are you another superhero? I didn't know there was more than just me.
Stopping to address the half Saiyan, Mark says,
Yeah, I'm invincible. And you are?
Gohan readies a frankly embarrassing pose as he blurts out his next words.
I am the vanquisher of all evil, the defender of justice. I am the great Saiyaman!
Mark, clearly disinterested, rolls his eyes and prepares to take off again.
Okay, well, I gotta go. Later.
Gohan is frustrated by the sudden ejection of Mark from the conversation, so he takes to the sky to follow.
Wait up!
Mark notices Gohan moving up to him and says,
Whoa, you can fly too! That's pretty cool.
Sorry, I must ask for that drive. It contains vital information for the Capsule Corporation.
Mark furrows his brow and retorts.
Yeah, no. I think I'm keeping this.
Clearly distraught, Gohan mutters to himself.
That's right. Of course it is then.
And with those words, he charges on the half-Viltrumite, shoulder shaking him off balance. Invincible takes the moment to reflect.
Great, just what I needed. More infighting!
He puts the drive in his back pocket and readies himself to fight Gohan in the sky. They both rush at each other at blinding speed, and their fists collide, producing a shockwave that shatters the nearby skyscraper's windows. They are oblivious to this, as they are entirely focused on the fight now. They fly all around the globe, colliding into each other at speeds incomprehensible, until eventually, they end up above an ocean. The clash they make on this vast body of water creates a whirlpool that envelops them both, but they don't pay it any attention. Instead, they take a moment to breathe as the fight dies down for a little bit. Gohan takes this time to calm himself before he starts talking.
Hey, you're pretty powerful. I may actually need to go all out for this one.
And with that said, Gohan emerges from the Saiyaman costume in his traditional gear, with the signature golden hair of a Super Saiyan.
What the
But before he can finish that thought, Mark is sent flying into the stratosphere at the new power wielded by Gohan. He rockets the superhero into the stratosphere, and with one,
Mr. Gohan!
he temporarily blinds Invincible, which allows him to grab him by the head and rocket them both back towards the Earth at great speed and crashing at the bottom of the ocean. A crack can be seen in the Earth's crust, as the impact of that move is felt around the world. Invincible, while Gohan is realizing the carnage he's creating, takes the opportunity to fly away and hide on the moon. Gohan, noticing the absence of the person he just slammed into the Earth, tries to sense his energy and senses him on the moon. Gohan then flies into the atmosphere above the clouds and screams as he transforms into Super Saiyan 2. And he begins to lower his arms to his side in that iconic pose as he begins to shout that famous attack.
Kamehameha!
With that beam, the entire moon Invincible was on is shattered into 4 massive chunks, him in the center of them all. Gohan spots him and rushes towards him, causing Mark to defend himself. His goggles now shattered, clearly exhausted from that last attack.
Enough!
That singular word catches Gohan off guard, allowing Mark to alter their roles, with Gohan now crossing his arms, guarding himself from the Viltrumite's rage.
I'm a protector of the Earth! People like you aren't allowed on my planet!
Strike after strike, surgically precise in their movements, Invincible is destroying the body of the Saiyan. In his rage, Mark manages to completely shatter Gohan's left arm, leaving him with only one to use. As he pummels into Gohan, Mark punches him closer to the shattered moon. He uses the gap he just created to start spinning on his axis, arms stretched out forward to create a sort of Viltrumite screwdriver. He then uses this to drive into Gohan, all the while twisting and turning until he eventually just passes through the half Saiyan's flesh. It then flies behind him and punches Gohan's already dying body into the sun to be incinerated. A chunk of the broken moon nudges his back, and he turns to face the destruction he caused.
I should probably fix that. Now.
And he flies off to put the pieces of the moon back together, trying his best to come up with an excuse for when his father and brother come and see the wreckage he accidentally caused. Gohan, down one arm, uses both of his feet to kick at Invincible to create some distance. And when they are separated, the bloodlusted Viltrumite tries his hardest to lunge back at the Saiyan. However, before he can do that,
I won't let my rage control me.
he transforms into his mystic form, and then brings up his one arm, and then starts to chant.
May, May,
And knocks Invincible back into the broken moon, causing him to pass out. Gohan flies at blinding speeds towards where Invincible landed, and reaches into his back pocket to take the drive he fought so hard for.
Sorry about that fight, but you're pretty strong. We could really use your help in defending the Earth sometimes. Well, bye!
As he flies back, he notices that the flash drive is broken beyond recognition.
Bulma's gonna kill me.
Well, if you're wondering what was on that drive, it's a secret. Now, probably the most contentious thing I brought up is whether or not Mark would kill Gohan in his ending. I decided to lean into the more brutal side of the comics and allow Mark to kill Gohan in a really gory way. Because, I mean, it's not an invincible fight if there isn't some dismemberment. Gohan, on the other hand, I don't think would kill anyone that is even on the side of neutrality. He struggled to put an end to Cell, an objectively terrible person? Bugman? An objectively terrible Bugman. All because he was too afraid of his own power. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Bugman. But speaking of his powers, let's talk about them. Mark doesn't really have any notable powers aside from super strength and flight, and an indomitable will, but let's be honest, most comic heroes have that. Gohan, on the other hand, had impressive ki attacks that could keep Mark on his toes. Energy blasts are not exactly common in Invincible's home series, so even a basic Kamehameha would leave Mark open due to shock. But even then, Gohan had no way of capitalizing on Mark's unique weaknesses. Sure, he's a genius, but he's not about to run away during a fight to invent a device to disrupt Invincible's equilibrium. For one, he'd have no idea that it would be a weakness at all. In Dragon Ball, even the most basic amount of ki training allows you to fly. So it'd make way more sense if Gohan just assumed Mark had some sort of ki training but couldn't do powerful attacks, like Videl. And, I hate to break it to you, but Gohan doesn't have the Scourge virus anywhere on his person. It's shocking, I know. So overall, both of them were extremely powerful and fast, but Gohan had no way of taking advantage of the more unique weaknesses that Mark has. Mark had no way of truthfully inciting Gohan's rage to make him vulnerable, aside from blowing up the Earth, but that would be extremely out of character for Invincible. So let us know, who do you think would win? Let us know, and before we leave you, here's the trailer for the next episode. Bye! The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. Power. What all men desire, whether it's to protect or destroy. These two desert-wandering lords know that desire more than most. Ganondorf, the Gerudo King and Triforce of Power Wielder from The Legend of Zelda, and Raoh, the King of Fisted Hokuto Shinken user from Fist of the North Star. Let's begin. The world of The Legend of Zelda was once nothing but an empty void, until the three golden goddesses, Din, Nehru, and Farour, created the planet and by extension the kingdom of Hyrule. Din created the Earth, Nehru created the laws of the universe, and Farour created the life force inhabiting this planet. Upon their departure into the heavens, they imbued their power into a holy artifact that would come to be known as the Triforce. In this kingdom of Hyrule, there were many locations, such as the lake named after the goddess Hylia, or the aptly named Death Mountain. But the main locale of our focus is the Gerudo Desert, nearly entirely inhabited by women. This is the Gerudo tribe, and once every 100 years there is a single male born into it. This man is quite literally fated to inherit the Triforce, as it is his destiny bestowed upon him from his previous life. This is Ganondorf. Okay, so by previous life, I mean that Ganondorf is not his original name. His origin actually lies within ancient Hyrule, as he was an evil stored away by Hylia, the goddess I mentioned earlier. But when he was released, he fought against a knight clad in green named Link. Demise lost the fight. However, he placed a curse upon himself, Link, and the Princess of Hyrule, Zelda. He cursed himself to be reincarnated in every timeline, and for them to do battle again one day. But for now, he was sealed into the Master Sword, an evil too great for his time to deal with. But his curse was imbued into the Gerudo people, making the one male born every 100 years, Ganondorf. This unique birth made Ganondorf the Gerudo king for some reason, so in his youth he studied what the Gerudo people had to offer. He quickly took to the dark arts, as taught to him by his surrogate mothers Komei and Katake. With these arts, he can supercharge his physical attacks with a purple aura, as well as much more. For instance, he can create barriers as small as a single person, or as big as a castle. He can also fly, and while not a magical ability, he plays a mean pipe organ. But all of this power gets amplified when he obtains his birthright, the Triforce of Power. The Triforce of Power is the top piece of the Triforce, and it's the piece that Din put her power into. This piece allows him to do so much more with his power, such as create clones of himself entitled Phantom Ganon. He also has the ability to infect an area with an army of monsters, such as the Great Deku Tree or Jabba Jabba's Belly. But he's not just a warlock. No, Ganondorf has access and the ability to use a multitude of weapons, but most notable are his swords. He has twin swords that he wields with such grace that an incarnation of the hero could not keep up with him. He also has a sage's sword from the time he was being held captive by the sages and decided he didn't want to anymore. So he just broke the chains on his hands, grabbed the sword he was stabbed with, and then proceeded to choke a bitch. He's proficient enough with a single blade, though he did lose a one-on-one duel with this sword. He's also fairly proficient with a trident. With this power, he aimed his sights at Hyrule Castle, infiltrating by gaining the king's trust. However, his nefarious plans proved too great, and he plunged the land of Hyrule into chaos in a mere 7 years. But the hero came back to end the life of whoever was responsible. Ganondorf was ready for this attack, or so he thought. The hero managed to end his human form, but as Ganondorf raised his right hand, it glowed a brilliant yellow light. As the Triforce of Power transformed him, he was no longer Ganondorf. He was Ganon. Ganon is the form Ganondorf takes when he's done with your shit. Not only do his magical and physical powers multiply tenfold due to him letting the Triforce of Power run through him, he also grows to 10 times his original size, and he resembles a boar because symbolism. Ganon may appear to be the feral version of Ganondorf, but this is not true. Ganon is just another form the malice that is Ganondorf can take, and he keeps his intelligence as evidenced by him scheming in this form. Ganon boasts about being immortal, but this is nothing more than a bluff, likely referring to his reincarnation. He's been killed before, and despite having a weakness to holy weaponry like the Master Sword or light arrows, he has been damaged by far less. If you can overpower Ganon, you can end him. Simple as that. And that's exactly what Link did. He defeated the Desert Warlock and sealed away his evil in the Master Sword for the years to come. Or did he? And this, bitches, bros, non-binary hoes, is where we take a gander at something known as the Zelda timeline. Something to retroactively make every game make sense, and it only complicates things further. Long story short, during Ganondorf and Link's fight, there are 3 basic options. Link defeats Ganondorf and lives out his life as an adult, he goes back in time and warns Zelda about Ganondorf before his takeover of Hyrule, and Ganondorf defeats Link. These 3 timelines branch off into their own stories, but one thing remains: the curse that ties the hero and the Demon King In all of these timelines, even the ones he was defeated in, he comes back through the power at his fingertips. And despite his defeats after the timeline splits, he has one more trick up his sleeve. By allowing his malice and hatred to grow, he can transform once again into the calamity he was destined to become. Calamity Ganon is the most powerful iteration of the Desert Warlock. His malice quite literally manifests all throughout the land, taking siege in monsters and even the moon. When a blood moon rises, all the previously slain monsters tainted by his malice come back alive unscathed. This form, however, comes at a great risk. By allowing his mind to be addled with nothing but rage, he disregards the curse put on himself as demise. That means that if Calamity Ganon is slain, he will not be reincarnated. But even then, with so many minions, impressive magic, and the Triforce of Power, there's not much that can stand in the way of Ganondorf Dragmire. Once a part of China, the isolationist nation of Ashura was known for two things: the fearsome warriors they created and the fact that nobody ever left the country, since the punishment for doing so was death. However, a man named Juke saw 3 boys that were orphaned, and through either mercy or because he saw their potential, he cast them away to be the sons of Ryuken, the master of Hokuto Shinken. These boys included the baby Kenshiro and the pacifist Toki, but our focus is on the steadfast Raoh. Not to be outdone, the first thing Ryuken did with Raoh and Toki, who were the only 2 blood-related brothers, was toss them both down a canyon. He promised the one that came back up would receive his training, but Raoh decided to forego that and carry Toki up the canyon with him. Him and Toki also made a pact. Should Raoh ever seem like he lost his righteous ways, Toki would apprehend him. This resolve spoke to Ryuken, and so he allowed both to be his students. And so, their training to learn Hokuto Shinken begin. Hokuto Shinken is basically martial arts with magic. By striking an opponent's pressure points, or hidden channeling points, a user can do many things, such as erasing your memory, cause that's not terrifying. But the main thing you can do with Hokuto Shinken is blow people up. It is, after all, an assassination technique first and foremost. You can destroy muscle, bone, the brain, basically anything you want with it. That being said, it is an extremely precise art, and even the slightest miscalculation can either not do anything, or in the worst case, backfire on the user. Luckily, Ryuken was the master of this art, and as such, he was the best source of information on Hokuto Shinken. He also was the only source of this, as Hokuto Shinken is a closely guarded secret with only one master chosen for a generation. It was coming time for Ryuken to choose his successor, and despite Raoh being the most formidable student in his roster, he gave it to Kenshiro. This was because he saw the ruthless fighting style Raoh uses, and saw the danger of leaving Hokuto Shinken in his hands. So, he chose Kenshiro. Not only was Raoh infuriated at this, he, due to the traditions of Hokuto Shinken, was being forced to give up this power. However, Raoh saw a solution to that problem, and so he instigated a fight with Ryuken. After a long-fought battle, Raoh reigned supreme in the end, and he and his other siblings kept their powers. Now assuming the title of Ken-O, or the King of Fists, Raoh roamed the desolate wasteland in search for more power, despite having one of the most guarded secrets of martial arts in his possession. He even decided to start a prison just for martial artists so that he could learn their techniques, and he kept Toki there. Even Raoh himself was aware of the monster he was becoming, and he didn't want Toki to align himself with Kenshiro. However, Ken liberated the prison's stronghold, and after freeing Toki, faced down Raoh. Enraged at the murder of their father, Ken challenged Raoh to a one-on-one fight, and Raoh obliged. The two fought and fought and fought until they were nothing but bloody messes. Eventually, Toki had to intervene to stop them from killing each other, making this fight a draw. After a while, it came time for one more duel between brothers. This time, Toki would be the one fighting Raoh, trying his best to live up to the childhood promise instilled all those years ago. But the might of Ken-O reigned supreme in the end. However, in a rare showcase of mercy, Raoh decided to spare his brother. Perhaps the boy who sought to roam the land with altruism wasn't lost after all. While Toki would later die of an ill fate, Raoh's sparing had a profound impact on the rest of his life. But for now, with his wounds from the fight with Kenshiro fully healed, Raoh once again sought a newer, better power than he had before. Hokuto Shinken is much more than just pressure points, surprisingly. It is an art driven by both love and sorrow. Only through embracing these emotions will one be able to master every aspect of Hokuto Shinken. One advanced technique is the Aura Blast, where you take your manifested life energy and blast it at your opponent. Another is healing, which can be performed by lightly touching specific vital points in the body. But the most powerful technique and most difficult to unlock is Muso Tensei. Only through true sorrow will one be able to unleash this power. But once they do, they become nigh unstoppable. Muso Tensei is essentially a state of nothingness, where the body is impervious to physical attacks, as they just phase through the body. It also allows the user to commune with the dead. Raoh, in his search for this ultimate power to defeat Kenjiro, decided to kill his unrequited love and Ken's fiancée, Hyuria. However, when he went to strike her down, he noticed that she was dying of an illness. Taken aback by her determination in the face of certain doom, Raoh instead put her into a coma to slow the spread of her disease. This proved to be enough to gain Muso Tensei, and he was now ready for his and Ken's final showdown. Faking Yuria's murder to provoke the Fist of the North Star, Raoh and Kenjiro met once again. Both of them fought for their ideals, their philosophies of life clashing just as spectacularly as their fists. But in the end, Ryuken's successor defeated Ryuken's murder. But before he succumbed to death, Raoh had but one simple thing to say, that of this life, he had no regrets. And so, the violent evil star was no more. But his malice, hatred, and sorrow are still remembered and respected to this day. And the legacy he left behind stays with Kenjiro through Raoh's son Ryu, even all these years past their final battle. Whether due to intimidation or to commemoration, everyone in the wasteland knows the name Ken-O. So even if Raoh's life perished, his soul lives on forever.
We opened to a calm desert, with nothing but barren sand for miles upon miles. Raoh is traveling this road to look for more fighting styles across the land, whereas Ganondorf is looking for more civilizations to conquer. They are both on horseback, traversing. And after a fair amount of time, Ganondorf notices Raoh and travels towards him.
You there? What brings you out to the desert?
Raoh, stoic as ever, humors the Gerudo.
I am in search of power.
Power, you say? Well then.
He then brandishes the sage's sword, readying himself for combat.
I can provide.
Raoh notices this.
Foolish whelp, do not mistake me for some inexperienced wanderer.
Raoh, while not having a sword to brandish, still imbues a warrior's stance while atop his horse. He and Ganondorf rush at each other, riding side by side after turning at a split second. Ganondorf swipes his sword at Raoh as they ride, but each slash is expertly dodged by the Hokuto Shinken user. Eventually, one swipe is caught by Raoh, and he takes the opportunity to try and break the sage's sword, to no avail. Ganondorf takes this opportunity to slash once again at Ken-O, but barely misses his flesh. Instead, he knocks off Raoh's helmet, and it rolls along the sand as their steeds ride right past it. Raoh, not to be outdone, decides to fully tackle Ganondorf off his horse, in the process knocking himself off his own. Raoh prepares a deadly strike towards the Gerudo, but as he does, Ganondorf creates a magical barrier around his body, and Raoh backs away in pain. Taking the time to confirm their whereabouts, Ganondorf says to the King of Fists,
I can see the power you command. What is your name?
My name is of no importance. All that matters to me now is your demise.
You hardly understand. My whole life is demise.
Ganondorf then lunges at Raoh, a purple aura enveloping his fist as he readies the iconic Warlock Punch. The attack connects, and it launches Raoh into a faraway tower. Ganondorf then teleports to this location and slams Raoh's head into the sand below. He then summons energy bolts to crash into Raoh, but the brother of Kenshiro quickly rolls out of the way of these attacks. Regaining his footing, Raoh then tries to strike where Ganondorf is, only for his visage to fade. The Gerudo King then ominously laughs from a secluded location and taunts Raoh.
Consider this a test, nameless man. A test of strength. If you can reach me, I will show you the power that you seek.
And then, a large barrier is raised around Raoh, and a curse is laid upon the sand that they were once fighting on, and numerous monsters occupy the area. Bokoblins, Moblins, the Zolfos, Stalfos, Keese, almost every enemy at Ganondorf's disposal is summoned to this battlefield. Raoh wastes no time in proving his strength, as he takes the nearest Bokoblin and rips its head clean off in one fell swoop. He then begins to attack all the monsters after the decapitation, and makes short work of all of them. No monster at his disposal can face the might of Kenno, not even the mightiest Moblin. With one push of his fingers, Raoh puts one of the Moblins into paralysis, and uses it as a battering ram to tear apart the other monsters. Ganondorf, monitoring his progress from far above, decides to pull out his trump card and summons his Phantom Self to fight Raoh. The battle is hard fought. Phantom Ganon does get a shot in on Raoh's chest, but in the end, Raoh still remains victorious over the Phantom. Ganondorf descends into the barrier he created, and Raoh scoffs at him.
Those toys are too much for you. Toys? Do not mock me. We haven't even begun!
And just then, the Triforce of Power emerges from Ganondorf's right hand, and the resulting shockwave shatters the barrier he himself created. Raoh stands still by digging his feet into the sand, as he stands in awe of the sheer might of the evil king's right hand. As he steadies himself, he realizes what he must do. Taking a deep breath, Raoh activates the most sacred part of the Hokuto Shinken, Musou Tensei. Now being able to phase through Ganondorf's shockwave attack, Raoh calmly begins walking towards the Gerudo, taking stride in each step.
That power is admirable. But in the end, nothing can match the Hokuto Shinken.
After he says this, Raoh sends energy blast after energy blast through the still ongoing shockwave, causing the Gerudo King to be knocked out of the pose he was in, which in turn causes the shockwaves to subside. Raoh then begins to run up to Ganondorf, and while he is in a stupor from the spectacular energy blasts, places an outstretched palm on Ganondorf's chest. Ganondorf is taken aback by this action, as he was expecting a killing blow of some kind. However, Raoh then speaks to enlighten Ganondorf.
You were fated to die in 3 days, Desert Wanderer. Goodbye.
Raoh then begins to walk off, but suddenly a burst of energy erupts behind him.
I don't care! Even if I do die in 3 days, I will spend those days hunting you down. You said you wanted to see my power. Well, I'll show you who I really am.
The Triforce erupting from his hand, a light enveloping the desert sand, the sun finally set. Ganondorf's true form is finally revealed in the light of the blood moon. He is now Ganon.
So the man is a monster. Now, let's see which of our power reigns supreme.
Ganon, instead of responding, just lets out a blood-curdling roar. This is enough to signify to both of them that the fight, no matter who lands the killing blow first, will end soon. As they rush towards each other, Raoh's Musou Tensei and Ganon's true form clash several times over. Despite Ganon's size, their strikes are numerous each second, and it takes a while for one of them to slip up. However, Raoh realizes that he can use Musou Tensei to his advantage. At the precise moment when Ganon would clash his sword with Raoh's fists, Raoh instead lets the attack phase through him, and uses the opportunity while Ganon is calculating what just happened to run up the arm he used to slash at the King of Fists. Raoh runs up Ganon's body until he reaches the head and outstretches his palm yet again to strike at one of Ganon's vital points. He allows his opponent some solace in defeat.
Any final words, monster? Of this life, I have no regrets.
As he says those final words, Raoh jumps off Ganon's head, and as he walks away, the Demon King is no more. A devastating blow to his cranium. Blood and brain are scattered everywhere.
An admirable fight, but the power of Hokuto Shinken has no match.
As Raoh walks away, his shattered helmet rolls up to his personage. He then dons the helmet once again and begins searching for his horse. The King of Fists rides into the night, still searching for a power greater than himself. As they rush towards each other, Raoh's Musou Tensei and Ganon's true form clash several times over. Despite Ganon's size, their strikes are numerous each second, and it takes a while for one of them to slip up. But eventually, Ganon manages to slash at Raoh, landing a devastating strike at the King of Fists' chest. Raoh, taken aback by the attack, tries to regain his composure to no avail. Ganon smirks as he prepares a massive magical attack, but before he strikes, he decides to tell Raoh something.
Do you know something about malice? It, just like me, never dies. However, you're just a man. Even if I die in 3 days, my soul will find a new host. But you, well, you were fated to perish by my hand.
As he finishes that sentence, the huge purple magic he was readying is unleashed, and instantly eviscerates Raoh. He then powers down from his Ganon form.
You were no match for the power of the Triforce.
The helmet of Keno then rolls up to Ganondorf's foot, and with a smirk on his face, he crushes it without a second thought. He then flies away from the scene of the fight, and looks for another city to conquer.
Truly a battle for the ages. Is that cynical since I wrote it? Whatever. Let's answer some questions. First and foremost, let's talk about Calamity Ganon. I'm sure some of you were expecting him to unleash this form in the fight. But despite this, I thought it would be too out of character to include. Not only does this form get rid of Demise' curse, but he only activated it in his final desperation against the hero who'd slain him for generations upon generations. That's not exactly comparable to a martial artist he just happened across in his quest for conquering. But speaking of that martial artist, let's talk about his abilities, and specifically Hokuto Shinken. Since it specifically targets the vital or pressure points, something Ganondorf has no defense against. I believe that with one touch, Raoh could end the fight, but that doesn't mean Ganondorf would make it easy on the King of Fists. On the contrary, the sheer amount of abilities that the Gerudo King has was more than enough to overwhelm Raoh, even if he has experience taking on huge crowds. That combined with his magic meant that basically whoever struck first would win. That's why in the fight you'll notice that not many blows are struck to each combatant. They both command incredible power, and I wanted to respect that. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about their super forms, Musou Tensei and Ganon. Musou Tensei is a bit of a mixed bag, as it technically makes the user impervious to straight up physical attacks. Thankfully, since Ganon is an experienced magic user, he had a way around this. In Fist of the North Star, basically the only way to beat someone using Musou Tensei is to either know Musou Tensei yourself, or to create a big fuck you blast. And Ganon, while essentially just Ganondorf Unleashed, did provide Raoh a bit of a challenge with his massive size. But since Ganon is just Ganondorf's true form, Raoh could still target his vital points like a normal human. Which, I mean, he is a big monster, but underneath all that, he's still technically human. Technicalities. I love these so. So overall, both of them had the power to end the fight with one blow. But Raoh's tenacity and Ganondorf's arsenal made that nearly impossible without a full-on fight ensuing. So let us know, who do you think would win? Do that, and before we leave you, here's a trailer for the next episode. Bye! The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. Luck. It's something all of us have, whether in great or poor quality. But what if your luck was so bad or good it could be considered a power? These two characters are prepared for their luck, and it's their daily lives at this point. But what if the pinnacle of good luck went up against the pinnacle of bad luck? Nagito Komaeda, the ultimate lucky student of the 77th class of Hope's Peak Academy from Danganronpa. And Milo Murphy, one of many Murphys famed for their terrible luck from Milo Murphy's Law. Let's begin. In the far-off mystical land of current-day Japan, there are many different schools that students can attend. However, the most prestigious isn't one known for its high grades or rapport. Instead, it's known because it's so hard to get into. The illustrious Hope's Peak Academy has a unique mindset when it comes to education. They seek out the best of the best in the field, and then that student can attend free of charge. Yes, somehow the Japanese government funds this thing. However, there is one exception made every year. Annually, the school will randomly send out a letter of acceptance entitling the student the Ultimate Lucky Student, or the super high school level Good Luck Student if you hate the process of translation. In the 77th class of Hope's Peak, the one chosen for their unbelievable luck was Nagito Komaeda. Nagito was born into a rich family, but one day on the returning flight from a vacation, his parents were hit by a meteor. Yeah, despite the many more sane ways his parents could have met their end, instead, they were hit with a meteor from outer fucking space. Get used to this, as this is how his luck works. Essentially, Nagito's luck can be best defined as high and low points. For each extreme low, there is an accompanying high that comes soon after. Take, for instance, when his parents died. Due to that incident, he inherited all of their wealth, as he had no other living relatives. Or when he was kidnapped and held for ransom. Despite the dramatic experience, in the trash bag he had been bagged with, he found a winning lottery ticket totaling in 3 million yen. Because of these extreme highs and lows, Nagito didn't really believe that he'd ever have the chance at a normal life. And I mean, hey, life itself was constantly telling him this exact same lesson every day. But there was one thing that kept Nagito, at least partially, sane. This thing is hope. Hope, for all intents and purposes, is the force of good in the Danganronpa world. Hope is what keeps the world moving in the face of despair, and there is plenty of despair in the Danganronpa universe. Kinda like Kingdom Hearts. Hope's Peak's objective is to cultivate the ultimates to make sure that more hope enters the world than despair. However, the self-proclaimed ultimate despair, Junko Enoshima, had infiltrated the academy. Junko is like if Reddit was a person, which means she's terrible. Just the worst. Like, there is nothing redeemable about this bitch. She does so much shit, it's not even funny. Not only did she manage to somehow elude Hope's Peak's top security to infiltrate the academy, she created a scenario so horrendous it incited a mass suicide. Yes, that is a real thing that happened. But brooming in the 77th class was what Junko despised most. Hope, Chiaki Nanami, the ultimate hashtag gamer, brought the class together despite their adversity towards each other at first. Nagito was kinda just along for the ride, but when he sees Hope at all, he just kinda stays with whoever's creating it, which in this case was Chiaki. However, Junko saw the work Chiaki was doing with the class, and like the thinking woman she is, she decided to kill Chiaki and film it so that the rest of their class had to watch. Seeing the light of Chiaki's hope fade with her life, it was too much for the poor kids. They all fell into despair, and through some brainwashing were now puppets of Junko's to use as she pleased. Except for Nagito. He, unlike the others, willingly joined Junko's empire so that he could stage a coup and take it over from the inside. That never happened. And so, the 77th class of Hope's Peak Academy was no more. Stop. Rewind. Instead of being at a school on their first days of the 77th class of Hope's Peak Academy, in actuality, the class was taken to the illustrious Jabberwock Island, known for its main island being the center point of numerous smaller islands circling itself. They all got along initially, but right when things were reaching their apex with the guiding angel Monami, the dastardly Monokuma showed up and fucked everything up. Now, instead of having a communal life, the students were forced into a killing game. The rules were simple. If you can murder a student and get away with it, you will be taken off of the island. If you do not get away with it and are caught, you will die as well. This caused a lot of panic in the class, but initially through the strong will of Byakuya Tsugami, they all got along and he's dead. That did not last long. This pattern continued until there were only 7 students left, and Nagito decided that it was his time to shine. For unknown reasons, he created a trap perfectly designed to catch who Monokuma deemed as a traitor, and get them executed using his incredible luck as one last final gambit. So he died, asking the rest of the cast posthumously through a video to be named The Ultimate Hope. Pause. You have been presented with 2 narratives. One is false, one is true. The one that is the truth is up to you to decide. Now I'm just fucking with you, they're both true. Shortly before beginning the Killing School trip, the entire cast had their memories erased by the Future Foundation. This group is vilified by the class, until they realize that they themselves are what has been come to known as the Remnants of Despair. Their life on Jabberwock, which was actually an augmented reality like the Matrix, was meant to rehabilitate, but instead Monokuma showed up and fucked everything up. This Monokuma was being controlled by an AI Junko, which is just an entirely different story. So every character that died along the way of this Killing School trip was not actually dead and just in a coma. That was also being threatened to be taken over by Junko's consciousness. Fucking moving on from that bullshit. Long story short, the rehabilitation didn't work, and the Future Foundation was forced to start anew now that they knew Junko couldn't interfere in any way. Oh, and she's also dead in the real world. Yeah, there was an actual killing game that took place in reality, and it ended with Junko killing herself. Fucking thank God. Nagito specifically was the last to go to the program that rehabilitated them all. He was placed in a reality where he was just an ordinary boy. Nothing extraordinary about him. This is due to his high appraisal of the Ultimates, or the other students at Hope's Peak Academy, and his general lack of appraisal of himself. Circling back to his murder, this is the reason he targeted the so-called traitor. So that they, whoever they were, would walk free since they were the only one who wasn't a remnant of despair. As Nagito went through the World Ender, he had to endure what was essentially an entire separate life from his own, even if it was his ideal one. And once he came to realize that maybe he wasn't as shallow as he viewed himself, Nagito accepted the end of this utopia. And so, he joined the remnants in clearing off remnants of Junko's empire, consigned to a life in solitude with his classmates where they will be free of their past. But even then, when it comes to hope, no one will do anything to preserve it quite like Nagito Komaeda.
The Ultimates are working together to combat the despair of their friend's death! How wonderful! How beautiful it is!
In the fabled tri-state area, there exists a long lineage of men with the surname of Murphy. These men have but one thing in common other than family, that their luck is so universally terrible that it became a law. Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Fast forward to the current millennium, and the most recent Murphy children are Sarah and our focus, Milo. Milo Murphy is a middle school student, and a safety hazard to basically everyone around him. He has this aura always surrounding him that affects the probability of things going wrong in his general area. And this usually takes the shape of something kind of just breaking when he touches it. Though that doesn't mean it's always working against him. There are definitely moments where Murphy's Law is inactive, but it can be so much more. Milo has had plenty of adventures because of Murphy's Law. So, let's talk about them. Did you know that Milo Murphy helped develop Doctor Who? Or that he wrangled llamas on a football field? Or that he stopped a motherfucking apocalypse from happening? Twice? Yeah, despite being around 13, Milo's life is far from uneventful. This life essentially demands that Milo never be down on his luck, so he's about as optimistic as a person could possibly get. No matter where he is or who he's with, Milo finds a way to spin any situation into a positive one. Usually literally, since, Murphy's Law. Basically, if you're near or around Milo, prepare for the worst things to happen, but never anything like psychological. Cartoon violence will happen. You'd think this predicament would cause people to stay as far away from him as possible, and that's usually true, but there are a few that accept Milo despite Murphy's Law. His best friend Melissa, and Zach from Zach and the Lumbersacks fame, yes, that's the thing from the show, I watched it all. There was a lumber-based one-hit wonder boy band, and one of the main characters was the lead singer. Fucking end my life. Anyway. Milo's best tool for dealing with Murphy's Law is his handy-dandy backpack. Depending on the situation, Milo will carefully pack what he thinks is necessary, though this usually boils down to blow-up rafts and fire extinguishers. But it can be extremely specific to the situation, or it can be a hodgepodge of whatever he currently has. Basically, it depends upon whatever event is going on in his life whenever we decide to gaze upon his wacky antics. Although, he has packed for the wrong occasion before. He is human, he's allowed to make mistakes. With his backpack and can-do attitude, nothing can stop Milo Murphy. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for those around him, particularly the time-traveling duo of Cavendish and Dakota, tasked to protect the Earth's supply of pistachios. By Mark Hamill. They are constantly burdened due to Milo existing whenever they are protecting the existing pistachios, and begin to view him as a foul nemesis, until they talk to Milo and realized how wrong they were. Now Milo, Cavendish, and Dakota were tasked with saving the world from a pistachio monster invasion. The creatures go by the name Pistachions. Alright, so with Milo's help, they all fixed the timeline, but unfortunately, Cavendish and Dakota go without compensation for saving the world. Oh well, this analysis isn't about them. Fuck you, Cavendish and Dakota. Oh shit, they're back. And so are the Pistachions. Fuck! They all collectively forgot about one Pistachion that got sent back in time to the 1960s and sabotaged Dr. Zone. Get it? Like Doctor Who, but royalty free. So now they are all going back, and fuck, they made everything worse. Fuck, now the world is being run by Pistachions. Fuck! How is Milo gonna get out of this jam? He doesn't! They all die! Rest in peace. Psych! Cavendish and Dakota get the brilliant idea to find the man who will eventually invent time travel, since he lives in the same city as Milo, coincidentally. And this somebody turns out to be Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz from goddamn Phineas and Ferb. Yes, the show does indeed share a connected universe with Phineas and Ferb. I am going feral. So they all work together so that they can stop the Pistachions from taking over the world. And they do! They all live happily ever after, and Balls eat fucking dabs. It really goes to show that, no matter what life throws his way, Milo always keeps his head up and takes it on the chin. But still, the universe had one more adventure in store for Milo Murphy. Aliens! Sometimes they show up at Danville. This time, however, they were looking for something special. Somebody who's used to dealing with, quote-unquote, negative probability ions. Alright. This is because Milo Murphy is an ethereal deity that us mortals can only comprehend, and anything he touches is fated to perish at one point or another. Milo is everything. Milo is nothing. Milo is eternal. Milo is everlasting. Milo is God, and nobody but me seems to believe that. I mean, look at it! How can he not be God? He is a child, the pure essence of good of the world. He is a electro deity on high from heaven, set about the progress from our sins. Believe in him or perish! Ah! Okay, sorry, had a bad credit card moment there. I'm better now. The real reason he was chosen by aliens for his ability to deal with Murphy's Law is that their leader's daughter has Murphy's Law times, like, 1,000,000. So they went to Earth and searched for a human capable of dealing with that, and lo and behold, Milo came in just in the nick of time. Now Milo, his friends, Cavendish, Dakota, Dr. Doofenshmirtz, who is now living on Milo's couch because his gigantic building fell apart in the Pistachion invasion, Perry the Platypus, and a Cavendish Platypus hybrid are here to save the day. They call him Cavenpuss. Cavenpuss! Though initially met with hardship, through the natives of this planet all transforming into Milo to become more brave in the face of danger, they successfully make it so that this bitch's daughter was normal now. They all collectively shared a bit of her bad luck, and with the help of Milo, they learned that this isn't such a bad thing. And so, the savior of Octalia went to return home, only having to deal with Murphy's Law along the way. And then they crashed. This is where the series is ended right now, so I have the headcanon that this is where they all die. But even if they live, somehow, they will be returning to Milo's world. And I mean, hey, we're all just living in it.
Sometimes the interruptions are half the fun, and sometimes they're mind-bogglingly terrifying. I can't wait to see which one this is.
We open to the scene of Nagito Komaeda wistfully strolling along the sidewalk on his morning commute to Hope's Peak Academy, blissfully unaware that above him, Milo Murphy is careening towards the earth from an airplane ride gone awry. Milo lands in the bush near Nagito, and as the middle schooler slinks out of the shrub, Nagito stops taking whatever the hell just happened.
Hello?
Milo, focused entirely on how to get back to Danville, just now notices the high schooler in front of him.
Oh hi, I'm Milo Murphy.
I'm guessing you aren't Japanese then. How did you get here?
Oh, you know, Murphy's Law.
Nagito looks visibly confused.
You have a whole law named after you? You must be pretty special.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's named after me per se, but it's named after my family. You know, whatever can go wrong, will go wrong. That kind of thing.
Nagito then changes his chipper tone as he takes in what Milo just said.
So, no matter where you go, bad things always happen?
Well, I guess. But it's all about how you handle things. Now I gotta get going. It was nice talking to you.
Nagito, finding a gun lying in the bush Milo landed in, grabs it and points it at the boy.
Oh, you're not going anywhere. From what I've heard, all you do is spread despair. So if I kill you, only hope will remain.
Nagito readies his aim at Milo, but the gun jams and he tosses it aside.
Hey, shooting people isn't nice. And besides, there wasn't a gun when I fell inside the bush at all. What happened?
Well, you see, I've got a certain talent of my own that helps me when I want something. It's kind of boring compared to certain others. But if it'll help me destroy despair, then I'll use it as much as I have to. Now stand still!
No, thanks.
Milo then proceeds to run away from Nagito, the latter chasing him all throughout the city. Eventually they run into a construction site, and a wrecking ball snaps off of the wire it was on, bounces off of a telephone pole, and lands squarely behind them both. They then start to run parallel to each other instead of Milo getting chased.
Why is it that everywhere I go, there's a construction site?
Milo then proceeds to, while running, rummage through his backpack to find what he was looking for, a grappling hook. He fires it at the nearest building, but the wire snaps at the worst possible time. Now he's rolling on the wrecking ball, chasing Nagito. Nagito then pulls a full stop, and before Milo can understand why, he and the ball fall into the sewer system below.
My problems always did tend to take care of themselves.
But before he can walk away fully, Nagito notices a weakened Milo emerging from the sewer he fell into.
That was hard. All it took was a raft at a gas pump, though.
Milo looks over, and to his surprise, Nagito had not left the side of the chase yet.
Why won't you die?
All it takes is a positive attitude, and nothing can stop you. That's always been my philosophy anyway.
Nagito begins to cackle.
This kid thinks he's an ultimate. I can't forgive that.
Milo begins to speak up.
I don't think I'm ultimate at anything. I like to think anybody in my shoes would do the same thing I do.
No. Normal people can't overcome that kind of despair. You're nothing but an unlucky loser. Just like me.
Suddenly and without warning, the entire Earth they were standing on catapults due to a purple skyscraper crashing into the ground and unleveling everything, causing everything to launch into the air within a radius of however far away Nagito was from Milo. As they fly into the air, they both separately land into the same airplane.
Alright, this is your captain speaking, letting you know we are going to be crashing into a deserted island very soon. I would say my thanks, but I'm an orphan and do not have a wife. So yeah, have fun I guess.
That's not good. Time to go.
Milo then jumps out of the plane, and shortly after he begins to descend, he deploys a parachute from inside his backpack with his face as the logo.
How weak. Running away instead of facing your problems directly.
Nagito then plummets from the same exit that Milo used, careening towards the Murphy and colliding into him at Mach speeds. They then crash into a small island, bodies buried in the sand. Milo then props himself up, only to see his dog have followed him to the island.
No, DOG, go home. He's not supposed to be in the fight script.
DOG then proceeds to go home, and Milo begins to follow him so that he can get as far away from Nagito as humanly possible. But as he begins to leave, he feels something grabbing at his ankle.
Do you need a therapist or something? I feel like these beliefs can be overcome if you just took the time to sit down with a mental health professional.
No one can change my mind. I'll rip out despair by the roots, and I'll start with you.
As he says that, he picks up a fallen pipe from the plane they were on and stabs Milo in the shin.
Ow! Wait, why is my blood pink?
As Milo tries to tend to the wound with his backpack, Nagito's luck causes it to fall off his back and into Nagito's hands. He then throws the backpack into the ocean, completely disarming Milo.
What a shame. Your luck's run out.
What are you talking about?
Milo then sees the wrecking ball from earlier about to crash into him.
Oh, crap.
And with a splat, Milo is crushed into a fine paste under the metallic sphere. Nagito then begins to laugh as the island around him erupts into flames.
Yeah, well, despite trying to kill me, I can tell that you do it because you think I'm a menace. I get that. Lots of people back home treat me like that, but in spite of that, I always get back up, no matter what. So, I'm going back home. You can follow me if you want. Just please, stop trying to kill me. Goodbye. Whatever your name is.
Nagito then begins to cry.
That resolve. Although his life is nothing but despair, could he be the ultimate hope? Wait! I'll help you get home!
I'm not sure what inspired this change of heart, but thanks.
As Milo signals for her name, Nagito smiles wholeheartedly.
Nagito. Nagito Komaeda.
Well, nice to meet you, Nagito Komaeda. Just don't look to crash at my house when we get there. There's already a pharmacist who lives with us.
And so, they both swim off into the sunset, having been made friends with their shared life experiences, as the island they left behind erupts into flames. Do you ever just write a children's character being squashed violently by a wrecking ball? I think we've all been there before. So, let's get into the menial stuff before the hard-hitting questions. First of all, can Milo's ending be considered a win? Well, under the rules of this series, I consider a win to be basically anything happening with the winning character incapacitating the other in some way. And that includes persuading the opposing character to their side. And I mean, Milo isn't gonna pack a 9mm in his backpack or anything. This kid is not out for blood. That we know of. But Nagito, on the other hand, that motherfucker is out for blood against anybody he sees as a threat to hope. He fucking helped bomb an entire gymnasium and basically tried to commit homicide with the whole fire grenade incident. So that child is going to murder. And has. I sure do love child murder. But now let's talk the nitty-gritty shit. Their luck. How do their specific varieties of luck bounce off of each other? Well, given that Nagito's luck basically is the embodiment of peaks and valleys, I thought that Milo being around him would exponentially increase both his good and bad luck. Basically, for every insanely bad thing that happens, an insanely good thing is around the corner for Nagito, when Milo is around. And I mean, Milo's luck is for sure on a caliber Nagito has never even heard of. Like, Milo fucking went to the other side of the galaxy and stopped 2 apocalypses because of Murphy's Law. Closest thing Nagito has to doing this is helping the Future Foundation take back Hope's Peak Academy from the remains of Junko's empire. But even then, that was not nearly of the scale that Milo was dealt with. So overall, Nagito had the luck to spare, but Milo had the experience to deal with it. But let us know, who do you think would win? Comment below, and before we leave you, here's the trailer for the next episode. Bye! The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is versus universe. Scars. Sometimes they lead to pain. Sometimes to regret. But for these two sharpshooters, their scars remind them of only one thing. The past. Minoth, the flesh-eater blade of Adam and Amalthus from Xenoblade Chronicles, and Luxu, the free shooter subordinate of Xehanort and the Master of Masters from Kingdom Hearts. Let's begin. Long ago, there was a man named Klaus. This man was enchanted by the prospect of giving birth to a new universe, since the one he currently lived in was in a constant state of war. Using a device known as the Conduit, he opened the gateways into dimensions untraveled by man. One of these dimensions is the home of Shulk, heir to the Monado. But our focus today stays with Klaus, as his own universe was torn asunder. This meant that someone had to design a way for life to continue as the architect of this new world. And as repentance for his hubris, Klaus thought that he would create new life where he had destroyed the old. And so, he covered the world in a thick layer of clouds dense enough to swim through, that would come to be known as the Cloud Sea. Next, he created the first forms of life on this new world, Titans. Titans are gigantic creatures that can themselves house life similar to how bacteria would manifest on a human skin. These life forms that would come to live on the backs of Titans are twofold: the average human and the Blades. Blades, unlike humans, are able to control the elements through their genes, though the specific element is unique to every Blade. These elements include fire, water, ice, wind, earth, lightning, light, and dark. Despite this power, to fully utilize it, Blades must have a solid bond with the humans that awaken them. Thus, the relationship between a Blade and their driver was born. Blades are typically formed inside a Titan, but there are two exceptions to this: the Aegises. Housed in the elusive world tree where the mystical architect resides. These Aegises might be better known by their names as Blades: Malos and Mithra. Malos in particular was awoken by the Quester Amalthus of the Indolite Titan. Quester is just a religious title, don't worry about that. But before Malos, there was one Blade that Amalthus had awoken. This Blade is Minoth. Minoth is a Dark Element Blade, and uses a unique weapon called gun knives. These weapons can freely switch between a dual-shooting pistol-esque pair of firearms and a pair of darkness-infused daggers. While in their gun form, they can fire off basically as many bullets as Minoth desires. And in terms of switching, well, there's no recoil at all. Minoth can switch between gun and knife mode to his heart's content, and he has a few abilities that take advantage of that fact. With Espada, he continuously slashes at the opponent before sending a boatload of bullets their way. With Ciclone, he spins around while sending bullet after bullet his opponent's way. With Crucieta, he slides into position before spinning back up while firing along the way. And with the Scorpion, he can pass along his weapons with his driver while continuously dealing damage, ending with a simultaneously teamwork-led slashing gunfire. Along with these special abilities, Minoth also has techniques known as arts that he can use with some extra effects depending on the art. For example, his main art, known as Duelo, has the effect of erasing the attack potency of all other arts and gaining the aggro of whatever enemy he's facing. With Huracan, at the cost of 10% of his health, he can gain immunity for the duration of the attack. With Hilo, the next art used has a boosted attack, and with Dorso, he can raise his and his allies' accuracy. Minoth was one of many Blades that were experimented on by the Indoline Praetorium, but he was among the only ones to walk away alive. These experiments made Minoth something known as a Flesh Eater, a being scientifically created to make a super powerful blade without the need for a driver. Unfortunately, Minoth's experiment was both a failure and a success. A success in the fact that they made Minoth a fully automated blade, but a failure in the sense that Minoth now ages like humans do. Blades are essentially immortal until their driver dies, making them retreat into their core crystals. After this, another driver can awaken them, but the blade will retain no memories of their previous life. However, if you shatter a blade's core crystal, they will be permanently dead. Given this freedom, Minoth was free to leave his driver's side at basically any point. But the true nail in the coffin was when Amalthus revealed his sickly nature to the blade. Amalthus is not a nice dude. Man murders children, wives, fathers, anybody, really. So, good on you, Minoth. Get away from that toxic relationship. Minoth is a girl boss. 2 years had passed from the point Minoth and Amalthus saw each other last, and word got around that the Aegis Mithra and her driver Adam, Prince of Torna, were traveling through the Tartan Titan to take down the other Aegis, Malos. So naturally, Minoth decided to join in on their crusade, traveling with them far and wide on the Titan, specifically bonding with Adam instead of the other two drivers, Hugo and Laura. Give me a minute, I just gotta cry a little bit. Actually, speaking of Laura, she and her blade Jin developed a new technique known as weapon passing because, I shit you not, they were too poor to afford another weapon. Usually a driver and blade use separate weapons, but not these two. No, they pass the blade back and forth, having each other take turns. This may sound simplistic, but this technique had never been seen before on All Rest, and in 500 years is somehow the dominant fighting style used by all drivers. All of the drivers in Laura's party went on to try the technique, including Adam with Minoth. This is what led to their Scorpion attack. While fighting with a driver, Minoth has varying arts depending on where he is positionally. If he's in front, he can use his Vanguard arts. If he's in the back, he can use his rear arts to support Adam in the party. But with these techniques and friends in hand, and community level 4, they went to the capital of Torna, Oresco, to face off against Malus once and for all. Despite being at Aegis, they came pretty close to beating Malus until he started cheating by using giant mechs. That's not fair. With these mechs, he completely destroyed the capital beyond repair, leaving Oresco in shambles. Fleeing to the core of the Tornan Titan, Malus waited for his pursuers, and they brought the fight to him. The battle at Torna was not a pretty sight. There were tons and tons of refugees trying to flee the country, along with Malus's mechs making it near impossible to do so, as well as the wreckage of Oresco making no place in Torna safe. So, it was clear to the group they needed to defeat Malus. And they did, but at a great cost. 2 of their own died, one being a driver, which meant 2 of their blades retreated into their core crystals, and the other one who died was a child. So, not the greatest thing to happen. The battle left Torna's finest scarred beyond repair. The group disbanded, never to work together again, aside from those 2 blades that had retreated I mentioned earlier. Minoth in particular wanted to be as far away from his old driver as possible, so he fled to the kingdom of Uriah. He made a settlement entitled Garfon Village, and started the Garfon Mercenaries as a way to take in children who were orphaned by war. About 450 years later, he met a driver by the name of Vandam, and it's heavily believed that he lent his dark power to Vandam as his last driver. Eventually, he grew too old and retired to the capital of Uriah, Fonsomaima. There, he founded a theater troupe in Maimoma Playhouse and wrote a series of plays that told the story of Adam and Mithra. Although he couldn't reveal the full truth of the situation since Amalthus basically ran all of Alres by this point, and showcasing his involvement in the collapse of Torna would make Minoth a political target. And he's not looking too great. Yeah, being a flesh eater meant that, just like a human, Minoth aged, albeit very slowly, and he still lived for at least 500 years. Vandam actually died at the hands of Malus, still active all these years later. Rex, the new driver of the Aegis, made Minoth promise that he'd write a play similar to the one about Adam. But to make it about Vandam, Minoth humbly obliged, content to live out the rest of his days in Fonsomaima. But in his prime, there wasn't much that stood in the way of Minoth, the flesh eater.
You know, if the architect really does exist, I'd quite like to meet him. Salvation, huh?
Long ago, the worlds all lived together in harmony. However, there was one thing that was going to disrupt that harmony: the Keyblade War. Those tasked with guiding young Keyblade wielders, known as the Foretellers, were given a book filled with events from the future, but one sentence rang out louder than others. The war in that place will lead to the defeat and destruction of the light. The world will be enveloped in eternal darkness. This book was written by the Master of Masters, the master of all these Foretellers, and one more person. That person is Luxu. All of his apprentices were given tasks to complete, but Luxu was given the greatest task of all, to make sure the Keyblade War happened. Why he was given this task, we're not quite sure. The story is still ongoing, but the Master of Masters gave Luxu 2 things to bring with him on his long journey ahead: a Keyblade entitled Gazing Eye, and a mysterious black box. Gazing Eye is a special Keyblade with a unique ability. It allows the Master of Masters to see through that little eye at the top. This is how he wrote the Book of Prophecies, as he can see into the distant future Gazing Eye has seen. Despite this awesome power bestowed upon him, eventually Luxu realized to further the Master of Masters' plan, he would have to give up his Keyblade, as well as his body. So, he sought out both a successor and a host. The first person he took over was this guy named Brain, who doesn't really matter to us today. The most important thing to note is that Luxu had to eventually give up Gazing Eye, and although he says he gave it to one of the Dandelions, who were the survivors of the Keyblade War, it's pretty clear that he still had it when he took over the body of Brain. Maybe he's just Brain's twin? No, that's stupid. Basically, he gave it up eventually, and began living on through more and more people, until, by the time a Keyblade Master you may know, Xehanort, was planning to incite another Keyblade war, Luxu was there as his subordinate, under the name of Braig. I just want you to know that this information I just told you took the Kingdom Hearts series 11 years to tell. Be fucking grateful I didn't talk about Ventus or something like that. Braig, while working for Xehanort, or the old coot as he would say, had to rely on another weapon besides Gazing Eye. So what did he pick? Surely in this universe of wacky cartoon characters he'd pick out something at least partially family friendly. So Braig uses fucking guns. Granted, they are magic guns, but still, they're fucking guns. Despite these guns being magic, he still has a need to reload them. And I know that someone's gonna be like, what about the data fights? He doesn't reload in those. Well, those fights don't take place in reality. And that's not the real Luxu you're fighting. The real one, in all of his story fights, has to reload his guns. He can shoot a variety of bullets, but his most common are these ones with a white inner part and red outlines. These have proven enough to defeat a horde of Heartless in one fell swoop. He can fire off a metric fuck ton of these as well, raining hell on his opponent. Another attack he can use with his weapons is combining them together to make a sniper rifle, setting out shots to trace his target before hitting them dead on in the center. He also can utilize a warp snipe, a kind of projectile that bounces around the arena before going through his opponent multiple times. And finally, he has a version of his Rainmaker attack that uses purple arrows instead of his normal red bullets, and works outward for the center of the arena. With these weapons, he took on many a foe, but the most prominent was Terra, a young Keyblade warrior taught by Xehanort and his boyfriend Ericus. Terra was the one who cut out his eye, making him wear that eye patch for the rest of the series. You know, you'd think a series featuring magical healing spells would be able to cure a cut-out eye. Shame, though it was also cut out with magic, so I guess it's a moot point. At this point in the series, Luxu is lying to basically everyone about his true nature, including Xehanort. The man known as Braig was nothing but a guise to get close to the Master through the false pretense of wanting to become a Keyblade Master. How ironic. And eventually, at the Keyblade Graveyard, a sight all too familiar for Luxu, he witnessed and helped Xehanort achieve the greatest power known in the world, Kingdom Hearts. But only for a split second. There were 3 heroes there to stop Xehanort's plans, and at the graveyard they did succeed. It's what happened afterwards that led to failure. Xehanort had possessed that Terra guy I mentioned earlier's body, but after a fight with Terra's friend Aqua, good old Nordy boy here got a big old case of amnesia, complete and total erasure of his personality and goals. But Braig didn't mind. He knew deep down that Xehanort was still there, lying dormant, that curious mind now put to work as a researching assistant to Ansem the Wise. Then, one day, Xehanort remembers who he is and fucking bodies all the humans at Radiant Gardens research facility. While it may seem like he did this to simply kill them all, that was hardly his goal. Instead, Xehanort's plan was to separate all of those present on that day, including himself, into a Heartless and Nobody. A Heartless is a being born from the darkness in one's heart, in which all but a very select few individuals possess. Hell, Sora was the brimming embodiment of positivity. He got turned into a Heartless. But Nobodies, well, Nobodies are the empty husks left behind by the Heartless as they take the original person's heart with them. So yeah, this technically means Nobody should be called Heartless and Heartless should be called Nobodies. Fuck me, am I right? So all those people in that research room are now Nobodies. Great. That includes Braig. Great. Now he needs to put an X somewhere in his name so that Xemnas, the Nobody of Xehanort, don't ask about the name, I swear, it's just gonna confuse you more, can track his whereabouts. You know what? Braig has always been a bit of an extra guy. Put that X at the front and you got Xigbar. Xigbar has all the abilities of his human counterpart, but they seem to be amplified with what's known as the power of nothingness. No, this isn't a Ryu reference, it's an energy source just like light and darkness in Kingdom Hearts. It's not used as much as those two, but it for sure exists. Uncle Ziggy can teleport all over the place, float in midair, and walk upside down on an invisible ceiling. By the way, every member of this group of Nobodies, now calling themselves Organization 13, has an elemental power. Xigbar's his space, because the power of space isn't powerful as fuck compared to fire, I guess. With his power, he can also reshape any arena that he's fighting into his whim. Now, a member of this cult, Luxu had a new purpose to his days. Instead of serving Xehanort, he was now serving Xehanort's Nobody. Like, my god, he was a lapdog if ever there was a lapdog. Anything Zenmus told him to do, he'd do it. I guess some habits from his time with the Master of Masters never really changed. The goal of this Organization 13 was to create a new Kingdom Hearts that would fill their empty husks of bodies with hearts to call their own. But actually it wasn't. It was actually to create 13 vessels for Xehanort to possess when the time was ready. So, nobodies can just grow hearts on their own by being people, hanging out, eating ice cream while your legs precariously dangle on the top of a gigantic building. Why do they do that, you know? Someone's just gonna get hurt. Luxu was among the only in the first organization to know of its true purpose and willingly work with Xemnas to further his goals. You see what I mean, lapdog? But unfortunately for the organization, a boy, a duck, a dog, another boy, but this one's gay, and Kairi all teamed up to take on their home in the world that never was. And, they cleaned house like a fresh slate. There was murder everywhere that night, including Zigbar. But is this the end for our eye patch wearing underling? No, the answer's no. See, when you defeat a person's heartless and they're nobody, they come back as they're somebody. And Luxu, still on board with the whole become Xehanort plan, was all game to keep on going as an underling. That is, until Xehanort was defeated, and finally after all these years, he got his Gazing Eye Keyblade back. So in general, Keyblades are just kind of magic swords, with a few unique abilities every master, i.e. Luxu, should know. You got your basic spells, you know, fire, blizzard, and thunder, but then you can just stop time, and inflict the force of gravity, and reflect. Oh my god, reflect. Keyblades can also unlock any lock they come across, and can be used to release a person's heart. That's heart with a capital H. It is not an organ, but essentially is a manifestation of a person's personality in tangible form. But once a heart goes, that person goes. No heartless, no nobody, just death. Straight up death. But I mean, it's kind of hard to get to the point where you can take a person's heart out. They basically need to be unconscious, or you could use this one special Keyblade, but Luxu doesn't have it, so it doesn't matter. But even then, if he relies on his heart to guide him, nothing can stand in the way of the lost master Luxu.
May your heart be your guiding key.
We open to the womb of the Tornin Titan, both Minoth and Adam resting from their long day of fighting monsters, and putting up with Mithra. As they are sleeping, a wandering Luxu parades through the Tornin capital of Oresco, scouting out the area he was suddenly sent into, black box in tow. Eventually, he finds his way to the Tornin Titan's womb, and sees both Minoth and Adam. He then, seeing an opportunity to toy with somebody, teleports over to their location and says to them,
"Morning, sleepyhead."
But before he can finish those two words, Adam's sword is stuck up to his throat, with Minoth's gun knives closely following him. Heeding the warning, Luxu strafes back a safe distance from the duo.
I don't remember seeing your sorry face around these parts, stranger.
I was about to say the same thing, Minoth. I don't know if you know this, but around these parts, I'm royalty. So you better have a good excuse as to why you were inches away from me as I slept.
Luxu, regaining his composition, begins to speak up in defense of himself.
Oh, I don't know if it's a good excuse per se, but it's one that I've used since I was a boy. My heart simply guided me here.
Your heart? What kind of nonsense are you on about?
You call that nonsense? As if. I call it tradition. Besides, I don't even know how I got here. I was just wandering around with this black box. Next thing I know, I'm standing on the back of a dragon in some sort of capital. So, sorry if my explanation is a little shoddy, because that's what this whole situation is for me. Something tells me, deep in my heart, that if I get rid of you and that prince you're hanging out with over there, I can get a ticket home. So, what do you say? Care to dance?
Luxu then begins to raise his arrow guns on Minoth and Adam, clearly instigating a fight.
Stay back, Raoh.
As Adam begins to speak up, Minoth silences him as he steps forward.
Steady yourself, Prince. Or did you not realize he was here for me? Maybe a spy for a Malthus. Maybe just a hooligan looking for a chance to take on the blade that helped fell Malos. Either way, this doesn't have to concern you. Just stay back and let the pages write themselves, Adam.
Adam, heeding Minoth's words, stands down as Minoth now raises his gun knives against Luxu's arrow guns. Their eyes lock onto each other, noticing their matching scars on their left eyes. As their eyes lock, they also squint. An unspoken rule emerging in that. Whoever fires first, there will be hell to pay afterwards. And simultaneously, bullets are fired. Tons and tons line up the area between Luxu and Minoth in what appears to be a horizontal line, but only because every bullet fired has been released within a position to knock into a corresponding bullet fired by whoever fired its opponent.
Now we're dancing, but I think it's time to shake things up. New backdrop!
With those two little words, Luxu takes the torn wound that they were both fighting on and transforms it into something adjacent to a square platform with a line going downward from the center but stopping halfway. Adam, despite spectating the bullet barrage up until now, has seemingly disappeared from the battlefield.
What the hell is going on here? Adam!
Oh, your little friend's fine. I can deal with him later. For now, you're gonna have to deal with me. Oh, your little friend's fine. I can deal with him later. For now, you're gonna have to deal with me.
Luxu then teleports all around the space that he created, firing pot shots at Minoth from a distance. Then he seemingly vanishes from the space at all. Except really, he perched himself atop a platform miles high from Minoth, and begins sniping at the blade. Moving back to the platform, he walks upside down, taunting the indolent blade, while swinging his arrow guns around his fingers. While doing this, he notices something and begins to say,
"R for reload!"
Minoth notices him saying this and begins to charge at the Lost Master.
Not sure why you tell me when you're reloading, but I'm not complaining. Take this!
As he runs up to slash at Luxu, the secret Keyblade warrior smirks, as Minoth had fallen right into his trap.
Hope you had fun chasing after me. Did you really think I'd be stupid enough to tell you when I'm reloading? As if.
Oh, I think you've got it mixed there. See, I'm afraid you've fallen into my trap.
As he says that, he drops one of his gun knives in gun mode, and as he's dropping, he switches it to knife mode, impaling Luxu's abdomen. As Minoth hits him, the illusory world around him fades and Adam reappears. The prince sees Minoth reappearing in front of him, but still senses that this fight is ongoing, so he decides not to interfere. Minoth, still in the air, detracts his blade from Luxu's body and they both fall to the floor. Luxu falling, and Minoth flipping gracefully.
Hope you enjoy this performance, my prince.
I told you not to call me that.
Minoth then charges at the downed enemy before him, shouting out,
"Cyclone!"
and starts spinning voraciously, a gun in one hand, a knife in the other, constantly firing while slashing simultaneously. He then shouts,
"Crusetta!"
as he ducks under a failed projectile from Luxu, sending his own barrage of bullets the Lost Master's way, before getting back on his feet. Finally, he shouts,
"Espada!"
as he continuously slashes at Luxu, still dazed from the Crusetta. He then again sends bullet after bullet his way, damaging the very wound Minoth had caused earlier with his stab into Luxu's torso. Wincing in pain, Luxu on the verge of death takes a stand, propping himself up with an arrow gun.
You're just like me. You wield darkness. I can sense it in those bullets. You don't use them for evil. I can also sense that your darkness is light. That's it. Darkness is light. Brilliant. But unfortunately for you, I have the power to use both darkness and light. But to do that, I have to use my full power. I was hoping to just skim along that, but you've proven yourself quite the adversary. Well, I guess it can't be helped.
And with those haunting words, Luxu's arrow guns dissolve in both his hands, seemingly because Minoth had defeated him. But instead, there was another meaning present. Luxu lifts his right hand while his left is steady, arm reaching out towards Minoth, and he begins to materialize something. In a flash of light, the gazing eye keyblade is in Luxu's hand, and he grips it firmly.
Ah, like an old glove. Hope the old coot won't mind me borrowing this.
I don't know what you've done, but whatever it is ends here and now!
As Minoth rushes into Luxu, the latter vanishes into nothingness, leaving behind nothing but scattered gray lines indicating his massive speed. As Minoth looks around to find his opponent, a grimacing Luxu appears at his side, smirking as he strikes the annoying blade with a light-based attack.
Oopsie daisy. Looks like I made you slip. Sorry about that, but I really need to get home. I've got a role to play after all.
Oh, you've got a role? I'm a damn playwright, you asshole. And trust me, whatever role you play is destined to turn out dreadful. Now I know I cannot defeat you on my own. Not with that thing. But unlike you, I have friends. They are my power. So we will do this!
Adam, noticing the gesture Minoth is getting at, gets up and stands by his side, sword in hand, before saying with the blade,
Together!
Not the first to say it, not the last, it seems. Let's settle this!
As Adam and Minoth charge at Luxu, Minoth throws both his gun knives Adam's way.
Ready to try that lore-inspired technique, Adam?
More than anything, Minoth. Let's go!
And with that, Adam begins firing the guns much to Luxu's chagrin, and when finished, slashes downward once. Then, passing one gun knife to Minoth, they begin continuously slashing the Keyblade warrior, leaving mark after mark on his body, before simultaneously firing bullet after bullet his way. Finally, as the coup de grace, Adam throws his gun knife Minoth's way before Minoth screams,
Scorpion!
And charges up one huge blast out of both of his gun knives.
Clever little sneak.
And with those remarks, nothing is left of the Lost Master that once occupied the area.
Ha! Splendid work, Minoth. Shall you celebrate this victory by immortalizing it in one of your stories?
I don't think so, Adam. He was a lowlife. A nobody. He doesn't deserve to be immortalized. And besides, I'd much rather rest than do anything else right now.
And with those words, the two men take to their rest once again, while the black box that was left unattended emanates a sinister light, indicating that perhaps something dire lies in the future for Torna. As all three of them charge at each other, Luxu strikes against Adam's blade with precision unknown to the prince, quickly and efficiently disarming him. To keep Minoth, who was readying an attack, at bay, he then uses another light-based spell on the blade.
Shame your teamwork couldn't save you this time, heroes.
He then slashes at Adam's chest, revealing Adam's heart to himself and Minoth. With one swipe, the stained glass ethereal thing is shattered into pieces, leaving the Tornin prince lifeless on the ground. Minoth tries crawling away, but Luxu keeps him in place with a stop spell.
Darkness, light, it's all so binary. What I think the world needs is a little gray.
And with those words, he impales his Keyblade into Minoth's chest, completely shattering his human organs and core crystal broken beyond repair. As Minoth's fresh corpse slides sickly down gazing eye, Luxu begins to shake it off as it collides with the floor with a thunderous boom. After defeating them both, a door appears in front of Luxu, leading him back to his home world.
It's true then, what the master always said. May my heart be my guiding key.
And with those words, he walks into the door, picking up the black box along the way, never to venture into the world of All Rest ever again.
You know, sometimes you just try to fight for yourself. And that's okay. Now allow me to answer some questions, though there probably aren't too many aspects of the fight to talk about in depth that weren't presented with reasoning in the fight. The biggest thing, at least to me, was allowing Luxu to use the Gazing Eye Keyblade. Technically, at the point in time the fight supposedly takes place, Luxu shouldn't have access to this weapon as it's being used by Xehanort. That's why he has a line about borrowing it from the old Coot.
but I thought it'd be insincere to represent Luxu, a Keyblade master, and only have him use weapons that he used as Zigbar. And the other thing is Adam. Having him participate in the fight may seem weird to some, as Minoth is one of the few blades in the franchise that can fully function on its own without a driver. But getting rid of that driver-blade relationship I feel like gets rid of the point of having a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 character in your Versus show. With exceptions, of course. But I don't think Minoth is one of them. His time with Adam was so important to him that he spent 500 fucking years producing the same goddamn play where he told the prince's story. And not to mention, you get rid of a Scorpion by getting rid of Adam. So, I feel like I'm right to use Adam. Also, when the fuck else is anybody gonna give this boy some love? I might as well do it. No, in terms of arsenal, they were both pretty evenly matched. Minoth actually had more arts than Luxu did unique arrow gun attacks, so he won in versatility. But once Gazing Eye comes out, it's a whole different story. There are multiple spells Luxu should have direct access to, including those of the light element. This element is super effective against dark element blades, such as Minoth, so once Gazing Eye comes into play, Luxu gains a huge advantage. But even then, Minoth's teamwork with Adam and experience in taking down the ultra-powerful Malos certainly helped him. So overall, Minoth had the teamwork and versatility to keep Luxu on his toes, but Luxu, given the time to actually summon Gazing Eye, had an elemental advantage that could exploit Minoth's weakness, as well as the ability to reshape the arena to his advantage. So let us know, who do you think would win? Comment below, and before we leave you, here's a trailer for the next episode. Bye!
The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats.
This is Versus Universe. The past. Some run from it. Some embrace it. But our focus hides from it. And what better disguise is there than a mask? Darth Vader, Sith Lord and Galactic Empire ruler from Star Wars, and Obito Uchiha, masked man and leader of the Akatsuki from Naruto. Let's begin. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, there were some stars, and by God, there were some wars as well. At the core of the wars was the eternal struggle between the light and dark sides of what the people residing in this world would come to know as the Force, an all-knowing eternal entity that has no corporeal form. Some were born to fight on the light side, and others the dark, but others dread both. Such is the story of Anakin Skywalker, or as he's more well known, Darth Vader. Anakin grew up on the Kansas of planets Tatooine. It was there he was introduced to Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, two Jedi Knights of the Republic. Through their actions, Anakin saw a clear path forward, and it didn't help that both the Jedi saw an immense potential in the boy. Although he was technically too old to partake in Jedi training due to tradition, Qui-Gon took him under his wing all the same, and literally under his wing in this sense. Anakin is one of the most well-renowned pilots in the galaxy. I mean, shit. He won the Boon to Eve Classic. Are you fucking kidding me? What higher honor is there for a pilot? But then Qui-Gon committed die, which is a whole other story, so now Obi-Wan was Anakin's sole master. Under his tutelage, Skywalker grew more and more as an active Jedi Knight fighting in the Clone Wars. But once those were settled, a terrible tragedy befell the boy. His wife, who he should have not wed due to Jedi tradition, by the way. What the fuck, Jedi? No coochie? Are you fucking serious? Was pregnant, which, you know, should be great, but Anakin kept seeing visions of her dying in childbirth. So he sought a power that not even the Jedi were granted. He sought the power of the dark side. So throughout all of what I just said, there's this dude, Palpatine, and he's basically waging war with himself for control of the galaxy that he already had control over. Whatever, that's not important. The one thing the Palpatine needed was a successor, until he didn't anymore. But again, another story. He searched far and wide across the galaxy, but none suited his taste for people more than Anakin. So, with a promise to teach Anakin the ways of the dark side of the Force, the Jedi would be forced to work for the Emperor. And, work he did. Jesus Christ. Can you call this work? He's genociding children. Sheesh. Uncle Pappy sure does get his shit done. But on that note, in the Cataclysmic Order 66, that involved child genocide, only 2 of the Jedi Order survived. The wise old Yoda, and Anakin's, now former Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Good old Obi-Wan didn't take too lightly to the murdering of his entire cult, and so the Master and student dueled on a volcano for some reason. I mean, there is a reason, and the reason is that it looks cool, which I mean it does, so who am I to complain? Both sides fought valiantly, but in the end, the newly crowned Lord Vader was left dismembered by Obi-Wan, and sinking into the lava below. Or is it magma? Whatever. Palpatine saw his new pupil burning to a crisp, and from there he gave him a new body, a better kind of body, more machine than man. This would be the true birth of Darth Vader. As a fully fledged Sith now, it became time for Darth Vader to receive a new lightsaber. Now, lightsabers are, well, you know what a lightsaber is. Big glowy stick, make thing go slice. But there is a little bit more beneath the surface. Underneath each metallic hilt of a lightsaber is a kyber crystal, which is what gives it its oomph, makes it a cutty boy. This also gives the blade its coloring, such as the brilliant blue of Anakin Skywalker, or the verdant green of Yoda. Vader, like most Sith, corrupted the kyber crystal in his lightsaber with sheer power, making it glow a distinct crimson red. No, the actual power of the blade doesn't seem to be affected, but it does create quite the impression in a darkly lit hallway. Although his lightsaber isn't his only weapon. Like many Jedi and Sith before him, Vader can call upon the power of the Force to do many things. He can bend your mind, telepathically move objects, resist mind control and hypnosis, redirect and absorb energy, and most important of all, he can choke a bitch. Oh yeah, Daddy Vader loves choking his bitches. How many of you are still here after me saying that sentence? Y'all are troopers. Stormtroopers even, which is another thing Vader has under his command. Segues, I'm good at them. Since Vader is the second in command of an empire that rules over an entire galaxy, it'd be pretty stupid if he didn't have an accompanying army. And man, is his army dumb. Like the dumbest dummies. I guess ruling an entire galaxy means that your internships were bound to enjoy nothing but the bottom of the barrel. God, are the stormtroopers interns? Do they get paid? Their lives are technically on the line of their job, so like, is there a union? Do you think there was ever a stormtrooper strike? I mean, it's not important to the subject matter, but I just want to know that other people think about these things other than me. Anyway, most stormtroopers come equipped with 2 things: standard issue Imperial armor and a blaster to blast things with. And they cannot aim for dick. Moving on from them, the power Darth Vader commands is not limited to his troops. He is also, as I mentioned before, a well-renowned pilot, said to be one of, if not the best, in the galaxy. Although he doesn't fly himself too often since his robotification, he has done it at least once, and got damn close to taking out that rebel scum. But one weapon outclasses them all. The newest tool of the Empire, the Death Star, a gigantic space station capable of destroying entire planets, was now complete. With this power, nobody or nothing could resist the mighty Empire, except for one notorious rebellion. After capturing one of the rebels and forcing her to watch her planet explode, Jesus, child murder sounds tame now. Vader went off to crush the other rebels that had since then infiltrated the Death Star. There, once again, he met Obi-Wan Kenobi, now senile in age, but not in mind. However, the reverse outcome was reached this time. Anakin managed to strike down his former master in anger. The other rebels fled, one of them striking the eye of Vader. However, there was no time to dwindle on that feeling. The Death Star was now under attack, and now it's exploding. Jesus Christ. At least Vader survived by chasing the rebels himself. Lucky. Another factor of his general survival, as well as the source of a lot of his downfalls, is his suit. handcrafted by the finest robots Uncle Pappy could afford. This suit quite literally brought Anakin back from the brink of death. But that doesn't mean it's all good. There were constant discomforts and pains that ached the man, leaving him to be unable to fight at his fullest capacity. Therefore, whenever he's being super serious, he uses the Force to help aid his weaknesses, and his agility was sort of shot, leaving the kinds of backflips he could do as a human a mere memory. He evolved his form of lightsaber combat to fit this, adopting the fourth form, Gemso. This form allows him to stand still and counterattack his opponent with ease, since the Force gives him premonitions of attacks from any direction. Utilizing wide, powerful strikes, Vader can easily knock away any and all opponents with his augmented strength due to cybernetics. And on top of all of this, his lightsaber has the ability to extend to his will. With all of these powers combined, he not only managed to defeat Seasoned Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, but also that boy I mentioned earlier Vader took notice of. This boy would be his son, Luke Skywalker, dueling each other in Cloud City, bathed in the night sky. Vader attempted to lead his son to the ways of the Sith, but he was having none of it. So Vader cut off his hand, told him he was his son, and then let him fall to what could have been easily his death, despite having ample opportunity to catch him midair with the Force. Dad of the year, right here. But there was no time to squander. The Empire was rebuilding the Death Star, this time surely to outshine their last attempt. Spoilers, it blows up again. And Vader was still searching for his son. And he found him, trying to show him the ways. And Luke seemingly being on board with it. Vader took him to Palpatine for one final conflict. However, Palpatine pit the two against each other once more, with Luke trying his best to hold in his anger after the revelation that Vader was going to try and turn his sister and Vader's daughter, Leia, to the dark side, given the chance. However, the boy threw away his lightsaber, claiming he was a Jedi, like his father before him. So Pappy fucking throws some lightning at him, and Vader was left with a choice to continue serving the Empire or die as a hero. He lunged at the current of Bolt's origin, and with one hefty heave, threw him down a reactor shaft to never be seen again. Until 2019, when Disney runs out of good ideas. Mortally wounded, but morally pure, Darth Vader is unmasked as Anakin Skywalker one last time to say some parting words to his son. And so, he went off gently into that good night, knowing that the legacy of the Jedi was safe with his son and daughter. But as a Sith, no one in the galaxy would dare oppose the might and the power of Darth Vader. In this vast, yet finite, world we all live in, the allure of the unknown seems unquantifiable. We as humans want to know the answers to every question we can think of, and as such, answers keep being found. However, in our vast lineage, no one seems to realize that there are ninjas everywhere. Seriously, our economy is run by ninjas. Why is nobody else seeing this? Is what I would say if I were living in the world of Naruto. Yes, there are hidden villages hidden in every country on the map, and within these hidden villages lies ninja of all shapes and sizes. One of the larger hidden villages, which seems oxymoronic to its purpose, is Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. This village was founded by two warring clans, the Uchiha and the Senju, declaring peace unto one another by their latest leaders, Madara and Hashirama. However, Madara Uchiha quickly grew wary of Hashirama Senju's status as the appointed leader of Konoha, otherwise known as the Hokage. But Hashirama just fucking killed him for it. Metal. This fight led to Hashirama sealing one of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, into a clan you may know of, the Uzumaki. However, the loss of the Uchiha was nothing to scoff at for the rest of that clan. But even so, decades passed, and war was brewing all the same. Minato Namikaze, one of the premier ninjas of his time, was chosen to choose an elite team of 3 in order to turn the tides of the Third Shinobi War. So, as per tradition, he selected 3 children. Wait, what? So, Konoha is kinda fucked. We just gotta deal with it, I guess. The 3 children he chose were some girl. Her name is Reen, the hot one, Kakashi Hatake, and our focus, Obito Uchiha. Obito was born into the Uchiha clan, and as such he is naturally aligned with the fire path of Jutsu release. Jutsu release is, well, releasing the stored up energy inside of you in varying ways. You can make fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth bend to your very whim, depending on how much chakra reserves are stored inside you. Yes, this is technically a finite resource, and although it does recharge, spending all your energy into attacks is certainly not the best strategy. For every offense, there is defense, and that comes in 3 basic forms of ninja combat, otherwise known as jutsus. There's ninjutsu, which is the aforementioned release of energy through your body. There's genjutsu, which is mentally trapping your opponent in an illusion. And taijutsu, which is just straight up kicking ass. Most ninjas specialize in specific subsets of each jutsu, and Obito is the same. Granted, most taijutsu boils down to just mastery of hand-to-hand. It's ninjutsu and genjutsu where ninja like Obito really shine. Since he's aligned with the fire path of chakra release, he has an easier time creating and manipulating fire than the other 4 elements. He can create fireballs, or if he needs to, an entire blockade of flames. But to go further, as an Uchiha, is to unlock the Sharingan. So long story short, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were drafted into a war as children. Don't worry, it's supposed to be bad. And on our team Minato, they did okay. Their teamwork was shoddy, but I mean, it was clear there was a rift between at least Kakashi and Obito. Then, Rin got kidnapped by some rogue ninja, so Kakashi and Obito left Minato to go and rescue her. They both got beaten pretty badly, despite Kakashi being a much better ninja than Obito. So, in a move of desperation, the boy's Sharingan was released. With this newfound power comes newfound abilities, all of which greatly helped Obito in his struggle against Rin's kidnappers. A Sharingan user has access to enhanced senses and perception, making the world around them seem slow by comparison. It's this fact that makes the first emergence of Sharingan a little dangerous, as adjusting to the state takes some practice. They can also copy any taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu they see perfectly, without the need for training. However, they need to be able to already mimic the attack beforehand. So if they see somebody use a special technique that requires something that they either haven't learned to do or cannot do, they cannot mimic it. They also have the ability to predict an opponent's movements blow for blow, giving them the perfect opportunity to counterstrike. It was this newfound power, and the help of Kakashi, that led Obito to victory. However, the cave that they were in was collapsing, and in the struggle to get out safely, Obito sacrificed himself so that Rin and Kakashi may live. He took out his left eye, still imbued with the power of the Sharingan, and gave it to Kakashi. Which, I mean, that's not how eyes work, but such is the origin of the copycat ninja. But what of Obito? He seemingly died in the cave, never to be heard from again, right? Well, not exactly. So it turns out that Madara guy, despite supposedly dying against Hashirama years and years ago, is alive and wanting to enact a plan to enslave the entirety of Konohagakure into a dreamlike state called the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and he needed somebody to help him do it. And one day, one of his minions found Obito's body in that cave and decided to take him in. Now without a left Sharingan, Tobi was born, and kind of immediately agreed to help Madara with his plans, most likely because the Infinite Tsukuyomi was the one thing that could let him see Rin again, or at least a version of her. You know what I mean. So one night, he's out on the town, doing shady shit for long-hair McEvil over here, and then he sees his 2 old buddies, Kakashi and Rin. Hey, that's crazy. Wonder what they're doing. Oh no. Kakashi is killing Rin? What? Why would he ever? Well, I mean, honestly, the reason isn't too important because the immediate shock and trauma made Obito the absolute maddest he had ever been in his whole life. Not even dying made him this mad. And when a Sharingan user experiences untold emotion once more and evolves into something beyond powerful, this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, so like Mangekyo Sharingans are regular Sharingans, but they give you one specific super cool power that other ninja do not have access to. For example, Sasuke Uchiha inherited the power of the Flames of Amaterasu, so Obito's ability is called Kamui, and oh boy, is it a doozy. So he has the basic ability to send anything and anyone into a pocket dimension called the Kamui dimension, but beyond that are its applications. Kamui can be used to teleport the user anywhere at any time, and it doesn't have to be the whole user. It can be an arm, leg, whatever is needed at the time. However, since Obito only has access to his right eye, he cannot use the long-form version of this attack, instead only being able to use it on himself. But he gets super wacky with it anyway. I mean, he figured out a way to literally make himself impervious to damage with Kamui. Somehow. Not to mention he keeps just a fuck ton of weapons stored in Kamui's dimension just for safety. He can also connect different dimensions and create portals that connect to each other like the portals from Portal. The other area where the Sharingan in general shines is Genjutsu, of which there is a specific version used by Sharingan users that usually requires eye contact, but it also can be countered by another Sharingan user, or if the target has specific immunities to Genjutsu in general. Usually the Mangekyo disregards these immunities as well, so there's like a stack, a power stack. The only downside to Mangekyos are that if you use it a little too much, you start to go blind, but if you just replace your Mangekyos with another Uchihas, you're all good. Alright. God, this is weird. Now more driven than ever, Madara and Obito decided to wage war on all of the shinobi in the world, which directly led into the world's 4th Shinobi War. It was there when Kakashi and Obito finally met again face to face, and each fought each other to try and persuade the other to their side. However, Kakashi won in the end, leaving Obito with a gaping hole in his chest. Still undeterred in his allegiance to Madara, Obito pulled one more trick up his sleeve. Summoned through the chaos, the 10-tailed beast, the most powerful tail beast there is, was absorbed by Obito, thus making him the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. With his newfound power, he was able to create massive trees to trap people in the infinite Tsukuyomi, as well as morphin-shaped truth-seeking balls. He usually keeps these balls in the shape of a staff, and these balls tend to negate any durability the opponent may have. And so, Madara unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, seemingly winning the entire war, until some bitch from outer space decided to steal his thunder. Said bitch was basically threatening to hijack Madara and Obito's plan, so he and the remaining ninja not trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi formed a truce. It also helped that Naruto, you know, the main character, the MC, Pro-Tycoon, showed Obito how much of a simp he was being. In a fight for the fate of all ninja, Obito and Kakashi stood side by side once more. Both his Sharingans reunited for the first time since he awakened them in that cave all those years ago. But shortly after, his body gave up and he was killed fighting Kaguya, the aforementioned bitch. However, as a parting gift to Kakashi, he gave him his other Sharingan, and Obito Sasano was born for the first and only time. With this power, they were able to defeat Kaguya, and after a bit of squabbling from Sasuke and Naruto, everyone was released from the infinite Tsukuyomi. But in his time, there was not a ninja alive that wasn't afraid of Tobi, the masked man formerly known as Obito Uchiha.
Right now, all I can give you is just death.
Then I shall do the same.
We open to a shot of the lush forest surrounding Konohagakure, seemingly at peace. That is, until we see hovering above the trees is an Imperial starship preparing to land. As the ship docks, it lowers its bridge to the land below, and from that bridge, Darth Vader appears, standing triumphantly over the crushed foliage. He then begins to order his stormtroopers he brought to this planet.
I've heard rumors of a rebellion trying to resist the Empire on this planet. I want you to find their leader and bring them to me.
Yes, Lord Vader. As the stormtroopers scurry off in every direction, Vader, still standing on the bridge, begins to hear the distant screams, as one by one every single man he sent out to search the forest has been killed. He then, using the Force, realizes that the person killing his men is alone and strangles the assailant towards the Imperial ship. The figure he had captured was none other than Obito Uchiha, his face hidden behind an orange mask. He then releases the man onto the ground.
So you are the one killing my men. Rebel scum! You will submit to the Empire!
You don't want to fight me. Go home and never return, and I won't hurt you.
I'll go home after I've choked out your resolve.
Vader then proceeds to raise Obito by his neck, choking out the Uchiha. But before he can be choked out completely, Obito uses Kamui to teleport away into its dimension. Vader, confused, stands still before Obito reappears behind him and kicks the Sith Lord into the nearby foliage, cratering the ground. From the ashes, Lord Vader rises.
Fire style!
Obito then begins to create a huge wall of fire around him from his mouth, but on the other side, Vader opens his palm and disperses the flames to allow himself in. Obito, realizing a fight is inevitable, prepares his fan for combat, and in retaliation, Vader unsheaths his lightsaber, bathed in the fire of the Uchiha. They both rush at each other, with their weapons clashing sickly against each other, creating ear-grating sounds. Keeping on the defensive, Vader finds an opening after Obito misses a swing, and strikes open the Uchiha's mask, revealing his Sharingan eye.
That eye, it's unusual.
So you've seen it. The mark of an Uchiha. This eye gives me all the power I need.
The power of that eye is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Vader then sheathes his lightsaber, puts it back in his belt, and begins to lift both of his hands into the air. Obito, attempting to stop this motion, teleports away to the Kamui dimension.
This trick again.
Vader, through his helmet, closes his eyes to trust in the Force. He then begins to see a premonition of Obito arriving at his side and launching 5 kunai at him. And, as soon as that premonition ends, it comes true. Obito launches the kunai with all of his might, but Vader, not moving an inch, reaches out his left arm and stops the kunai right in their tracks. Vader unsheathes his lightsaber yet again, but Obito left his fan in the Kamui dimension, so he attempts to keep his range with multiple fireballs. Vader easily deflects them all and redirects them towards the Uchiha.
Pathetic. Sharingan!
Obito then uses his Mangekyo Sharingan to open a Kamui portal, but instead of using it on himself, he whitens it to the deflected fireballs and opens another portal on Vader's backside for them to go to. As Vader is launched from the attack, Obito grabs him out of midair by the neck and begins to strangle him.
No match.
As he says that, Obito transports the both of them into a new field away from the Star Destroyer, in some kind of deserted plain with no foliage of any kind. After doing this, Obito attempts to use Kamui again, but finds his chakra reserves a little too light. Vader notices this.
Spent already? I expected more from the boy who kept taking out my men.
Vader takes out his lightsaber and is inches away from taking off Obito's head. Obito, unfazed, lets the blade cut through his head, but nothing happens as he has just activated his tangibility. As Vader contemplates what just happened, Obito begins to use the last of his chakra to do something extraordinary.
Summoning! Gedo statue!
Suddenly, a gigantic statue appears behind Obito and begins to prepare a devastating lightning attack. As Vader begins preparing to redirect the attack with the Force, the attack connects with the statue itself. Now broken, the statue opens to reveal a 10-tailed beast. The gigantic creature travels towards Vader at blinding speed, and when it's mere inches away, Vader holds it in place with the Force and begins to ready an attack to behead the beast, before it suddenly gets sucked away from him and into the body of Obito. Now absorbed, Obito Uchiha has become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki.
I warn you. All I care about is Project Tsuki-no-Mi. You're in the way of that, and anybody who obstructs my goals shall perish by my hand!
As Obito rushes in to land a devastating blow on Vader with his newly formed staff, Vader looks contemplatively forward.
This boy reminds me of myself when I was younger. So once again, I shall kill my past.
Obito's attack completely misses the Sith Lord as he grabs the Uchiha using the Force and tosses him straight up into the air. And while Obito is careening back down, he takes out his lightsaber as Obito's body sickly slides down the blade. But before he can shake the ninja off, Obito grabs Vader's arm as he was impaled on his left side, the side with nothing left.
Let me show you your future.
Obito looks dead into the Sith Lord's eyes as he traps Vader in a genjutsu. The entire world goes dark for Vader as pitch blackness surrounds him. Suddenly, he sees a brilliant blue sheen of light emanate from a far distance. As Luke Skywalker appears, Luke then rushes towards Vader, raising Anakin's old lightsaber to strike at his father, until Vader says,
"My future is not yours to write."
And around him, a gigantic sandstorm encircles Vader as he uses both of his hands to raise himself to the sky, knocking Obito off of his balance. Vader then travels to where Obito is knocked, still in the air, before diving down to the ninja, lightsaber in hand, spiraling downward at a diagonal angle at blistering speeds. The dust rises around Vader, and as it settles, Obito reveals himself hiding behind where Vader landed, readying an attack with his staff formed the truth-seeking balls, but Vader quickly turns around and clashes against Obito's weapon. The resulting clash of light creates storms around them, despite the area seeming quite dry beforehand. Now doused in rain and thunderstorms booming down, with each strike and consequent block, a crash of lightning echoes on this planet. The sheer magnitude of their combined power threatens not only themselves, but this planet. Obito realizes this quickly, and summons them both to the Kamui dimension so that he can end this once and for all.
Damn it! I want to save those people! I won't let you or anyone else harm them, even if I have to use all my power!
I find your faith in your power disturbing. Let us end that, shall we?
They both begin to lunge at each other, running at full speed, dashing, sprinting, moving at Godspeed to defeat one another. And as the two meet each other simultaneously, only one remains. As two lines clash forevermore in the background, Obito falls to his knees, beaten brutally by Lord Vader's mighty swing.
You've won. Just end me already.
Vader simply looks on as the boy in front of him accepts the fact that he has failed to attain his goals, and now he must die for it. Taking pity on him, Vader offers him a deal.
You've proven yourself quite the adversary, young one. There is great power flowing through you. I will let you live and leave your planet in peace, as long as you agree to service the Empire.
Obito looks perplexed as he was certain that death would await him as he lay in that dimension. He looks up at Vader, whose hand is extended, and Obito, for a second, hesitates before taking his hand and teleporting them both out of the Kamui dimension.
So then, we have a deal, Master Vader.
Indeed, and pray I don't alter it further. Now to show you the powers of the dark side of the Force.
As they walk back into a new Star Destroyer Vader called into this planet, the stormtroopers inside all chant in unison to one another.
All hail Lord Vader!
And with that chant, Vader looks out of the cockpit of the ship, Obito by his side, as he smiles underneath his helmet. Perhaps there may be hope for this galaxy yet. As two lines clash forevermore in the background, Darth Vader falls to his knees, beaten brutally by Obito Uchiha's mighty swing.
How many times did I have to tell you? If you just left us alone, I wouldn't have to do this.
As he says that, he pulls up several shuriken from seemingly thin air.
You and your army, you're weak compared to us, shinobi. You're not even good enough to go into the infinite Tsukiyomi. You're pathetic.
No! I could show you power beyond what your mind can comprehend. I could show you the infinite stars which make up our universe.
All I've wanted to see is Rin. And you can't do that.
Punctuating his words with several shuriken piercing Vader's body, Obito then prepares the final blow, releasing the hidden power of the Ten Tails, the Tailed Beast Bomb. Both Obito and the Ten Tails inside him gather their entire chakra into their mouths before emitting it right onto Vader's body, incinerating his entire self to nothing but ashes. but then also disintegrating those. Obito then exits the Kamui dimension, releasing the 10 tails inside him back into the Son Ghetto statue before walking back towards Madara and the Zetsus.
That's enough bloodshed. Preparations are nearing completion. Soon, all of the Hidden Leaf will know.
As he walks away, his Sharingan glows a bloody crimson red against the pale moonlight.
The pain we carry.
Okay, there's a fair amount to talk about, so let's just get it started. First of all, why did have Vader try to sway Obito to his side? Well, first off, it's probably the most unique scenario that other versus shows just wouldn't do that I could think of, as well as being in character for both of them. At least in my opinion. Swapping out Madara for Vader in Obito scenario makes sense to me at least, as the promise of seeking green is literally the same thing that got Anakin to turn to the dark side in the first place. As for Vader apprenticing Obito, he has literally done the exact same thing before, but with somebody who is super force sensitive. And as for other points of contention, I can see having the lightsaber bounce off the truth-seeking staff is certainly up there. As for why it happened, well, having them both go all out with their best equipment was a must from the start. And having them literally almost destroy the planet they were fighting on was a good transition to the Kamui dimension, writing-wise. What do you guys about writing, am I right? Another thing I could see people getting confused about is Obito summoning the Geto statue, so let's talk about that now. It's not only a reference to a suit removed in a fighting game, but it is also a casing for the tailed piece more often than not. So I thought that I'd use it as a way to have 10 Tails Obito and Toby Obito in the same fight without having to do weird, like, timeline shenanigans. Also, I tried doing something new with a bit of pre-fight lore happening, with Obito ever taking out the Stormtroopers for a good while before it got Vader's attention. Let me know if you want to see more of that. Now for the actual fighting aspect, let's answer some questions. For one, why did Vader break out of Obito's Genjutsu? Well, the Force can see through illusions such as Obito's Genjutsu, and I wanted to illustrate that. It's the same as Obito staying intangible throughout most of the fight, only nearly getting hit where he's focusing on something else. Both of their abilities to predict each other's movements basically canceled each other out. It's also worth noting that Obito could not effectively copy Vader's Force manipulation because he's not aware that it even exists, which is required to copy a move with the Sharingan. So overall, Obito had the abilities to keep Vader at bay, as well as the weaponry, but Vader had the power and resistances to overcome anything. So let us know, who do you think would win? Let us know before we leave you. Here's a trailer for the next episode. Bye!
The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. The Nintendo Wii. Sure, you'd find your family-friendly Mario and Kirby and the like on the console, but some people saw the motion-controlled controller and asked themselves, how can we make people kill with it? So, what would happen if two of the most boisterous, brutal beat-em-ups protagonists ever to grace the family-friendly Wii clashed in a fight for the ages? Travis Touchdown, the No More Hero, versus Jack Cayman, the #1 Death Watch player. Let's begin. In the small town of San Destroy, California, there lies an underbelly of crime that permeates throughout the entire population. Everyone everywhere seems to be getting into the action, and as such, there's an enhanced need for one occupation in particular: assassins. However, it seems they're too busy killing themselves in their ranked matches than helping actually assassinate people these days. One day, one of the higher-ups of the United Assassins Association, Sylvia Crystal, met a man that she thought would make an excellent assassin. She convinced him to buy a knockoff lightsaber on an online auction, and he actually managed to kill the 11th ranked assassin in the association. The man's name? Helter Skelter, but he's not that important. Hell, he's not even a boss fight in the game proper, relegated to reveal trailer status only. So sad. No, instead we're talking about his killer dummy, Travis Touchdown. Travis took his newfound power and his eBay beam katana,
a blade capable of easily cutting through human flesh. Quite handy for someone in the business of murdering everyone he comes across. After fighting his way through the number 10 assassin, death metal, Travis wanted only one thing from Sylvia.
If I become number 1, will you do it with me?
Classy, but that's just the kind of guy Travis is. He lives in a shitty motel called the No More Heroes Motel. What? Anyway, he also lives there with his gigantic anime collection. His favorite is Pure Wine Lover Bizarre Jelly. Add that to my Google searches for this series that inevitably gets me arrested. And his cute little cat Jean. Travis loves his cat. And she's a rescue. What a good guy. Except for the murder, but hey, that comes with the job, as they say. Said job wasn't exactly cheap either. With each step he rose through the ranks, he had to spend a ludicrous amount of money just for the chance to fight the next assassin. Sometimes he just kinda did yard work or picked up trash, but sometimes he had to kill some fools. And lucky for him, he had the right tools for the job. From his master, Thunder Ryu, he learned the art of both sword fighting and professional wrestling. Through the mystic ways of the Yakuza, Travis learned many techniques, such as the suplex, the full Nelson, the power slam, the power bomb, which is very different from the power slam, and the pile driver. Unfortunately, Travis is much more of a melee fighter, so he relies on his beam katana to create openings for him most of the time. He is a filthy otaku after all, fighting wasn't always his forte. But now, with his master's teachings, he has more than enough to take on anyone that stands in his way, or anyone he gets paid to kill. That's not to say Travis kills everyone. He sort of famously has this weird relationship with this guy named Bishop who runs a local VHS shop. And of course he has the whole thing with Sylvia. Ugh. But when Travis really wants you dead, which is like all the time, he relies on his trusty beam katana. This efficient weapon cuts through flesh like no other blade before it, cleaving through bodies like a hot knife through butter. If you're tough enough, you can tank hits from the katana, but once a decisive blow has been hit, it's game over. Travis has multiple beam katanas at his disposal, such as the super long and hard peony, or the dual-wielding Rose Nasty. But his main weapon of choice is Bloodberry. The single-bladed beam katana has a fixed range, as it capped at the blade's end like a battery. Unlike a battery, however, these katanas need to charge, and Travis is more than willing to show you how he intends to do that. Jesus Christ. You think this disparity would create openings in his fighting style, but Travis is usually good at picking the right time to charge his blades. Usually. With these wrestling moves and his beam katana, Travis took down the 9th ranked assassin, but the 8th ranked was a different story. Shinobu Jacobs, one of the few women Travis had to fight, was the only person he spared on his first crusade to the top, partially because Travis has sort of a pseudo-samurai-esque code when it comes to killing. See, he cannot kill you if you're either a woman or a student, and luckily for Shinobu, she was both. So he spared her life despite winning their fight. Along the way, his killing spree was actually halted by a mysterious man with an Irish accent. But enough of that, it's finally time to face down the number 1 ranked assassin, Darkstar. And now he's dead. Cool, that's fun. However, the reason why he was killed is kind of beyond fucked up. So this character, Jean, who the cat is named after, is Travis's half-sister. And her backstory is just all kinds of fucked up. So fucked up that the game will not tell you it unless you speed down the cutscene where she explains it all. And if the series where your main way to recharge your weapon is masturbation thinks it's a step too far for it, it's a step too far for me. Just some really fucked up stuff happened to her, and her killing Darkstar was beyond justified. Oh, and Darkstar is her and Travis's father. So, since Jean was now the number 1 ranked assassin, Travis had no choice but to fight her. She wasn't a pushover, but Travis claimed his victory in the end. Though he didn't get that oh-so-coveted fucking, he came away from the experience with a new lease on life, taking a leave from the Association of Assassins, and being dubbed the No More Hero. But then that Irish fucker comes back and he's Travis's brother? Fucking kidding me? Mr. Sir Henry motherfucker here is no pushover, as he's sort of a Vergil to Travis's Dante, and in the end it's even unclear who wins this fight. Concluding in the throes of battle, the first game ends, leaving, like, no room for a sequel. And then they made a sequel, so the Bishop guy I mentioned earlier, he got fucking murked by some assholes from the Pizza Bat Foundation. So now Travis is back in the ranks, now ranked 51st, aiming to get his revenge against Bishop's killer by beating the top-ranked assassin, Jasper Bat Jr., who also just so happens to have killed Bishop by proxy, rising through the ranks with the help of Shinobu and Henry for some reason. Eventually, Travis managed to get his revenge, but it left him hollower than when he started his crusade. In fact, this whole ordeal, along with the killing of most of his family in the first game, led him down quite possibly the worst path in his life, making him leave the No More Heroes motel and retire to a secluded area of the woods, content to live out his days in a shitty trailer. He still has his cat, though. That's nice. Until another guy came in, claiming that Travis killed someone close to him. Jesus Christ, this is happening too often now. It's becoming a pattern. I mean, there's like 10 years in between when Travis killed Bat Jr. and when this guy showed up, but still. But because this is a wacky video game series, Travis and the assailant, who revealed himself as Batman, the father of Batgirl, one of the people Travis killed on his way through the ranks of the first game, both get sucked into a video game console called the Death Drive Mark II. And with the use of the Death Balls, LMAO, they both gathered from completing games in the console. They were able to resurrect her. Good for them. On this particular adventure, Travis got a new piece of equipment to go alongside his beam katana, his Death Glove. Outfitted on his right hand, it has the capacity for singular chips that can raise Travis's stats however he sees fit, whether he wants more attack power, a longer battery, a faster recharge, etc. It also gives him access to certain powers that he normally wouldn't have, such as a dropkick? Sure, Travis may be a gifted wrestler, but straight fighting was never his forte, I guess. Then he gets a ring of bullet fire that tracks where his opponent is and continually pelts them. Okay. Then he gets a command grab, fine. Fine. And then he can slow down time, okay. I'm starting to see how nobody seems to be able to kill this dude. I mean, it's kill or be killed in the world of Sand and Destroy, but Travis makes all of his opponents look like pushovers. Or rather, all of his opponents that aren't Henry. Yeah, after that whole Death Ball fiasco, Travis returned to Sand and Destroy, and while not immediately resuming his work in killing things, a fucking alien invasion called forth by Max Middleman Elon Musk happened. And he got into some E.T. bullshit. But E.T. came back and is looking to like conquer her, so it's up to Travis now. And given the sudden shift in genre, it only makes sense that Travis would gain some upgrades to his arsenal. And in this case, those upgrades include a full set of Super Sentai armor. I mean, it wasn't out of left field, but Jesus Christ. In his full green mode, Travis most notably gets access to flight, as well as a super amped version of his beam katana. Why he doesn't just stay in this form, I'll never know, but I guess that's just the eternal question of every Sentai series, ever. With these powers, he managed to defeat every one of these elite aliens one by one, ending with the climactic finish against Fu, the aforementioned E.T., and then also Max Middleman, Elon Musk, evil CEO man, but that's not about to do the waters. And Henry, he came back after seeing Thor or some shit, and was like super into murdering Travis. And he kind of succeeded, but also not really. It doesn't seem like Travis killed Henry either. Weird, but all this to say, nothing much phases this season killer, Travis Touchdown, Sand Destroy's own No More Hero.
Everybody deals with grief differently, right? Some people fuck at funerals. I cut off heads.
Imagine, if you would, a world that has gone mad. Violence permeates every corner you can see within the mile, and you can't go 2 steps without some punk trying to chase you with a spiked baseball bat. This wasn't always the world the people of Arrogant City lived in, but it became that when a terrorist group called the Organizers released a deadly disease on the innocent bystanders of the city and forced them to kill each other in exchange for a vaccine, lest they die in 24 hours. And so, yet another Death Watch became the main event in the great US of A, and where Death Watches are, one man usually follows, Jack Cayman.
Who, me? Ready as always.
Former Marine and ex-cop, gross, Jack has plenty of experience killing fools for money. Now ain't that funny? He rightfully thought he'd fit right in with this mad world. Showing up without warning 3 days after the initial rioting, Jack found himself having to fend off many foes, but with his particular set of skills, he'd have no trouble taking down anybody that gets in his way. Jack infamously does not have a traditional set of arms. Instead, his right arm is outfitted with cybernetic enhancements, including enhanced speed and strength, but the coup de grace of this arm isn't its general versatility in the throes of combat, but instead the fact that it has a motherfucking hidden chainsaw in it. Like most chainsaws, it is exceptionally efficient at killing people, or damaging those kinds of people that aren't special in some way. Bosses. Doesn't one-shot bosses. The catch, however, is that this chainsaw won't stay out forever.
It runs on its own power supply, and while the supply can recharge, using up all its energy can leave Jack defenseless against more tricky enemies for a little while. But even then, Jack's truest weapon are the streets of Jefferson Island themselves, where he manages to weaponize basically anything and everything. Spiked baseball bats? Sure. Train cars? Of course. But even soda bottles aren't immune from the former Marine. His intuition for improvising serves him well in Death Watch, as it has its own varying point system that reflects how diverse your means of attack is on your opponent. And to rise through the ranks to reach number 1, Jack had to use all the tricks in his book. So much so, in fact, that shortly after arriving on the scene, Jack was scouted out by the illustrious Agent 13, an anonymous spectator of the games that bid on Jack, seeing the potential in the man. Little does he or anyone else know, Jack is another voice in his ear. Amala, Jack's backup and partner. She's Jack's guy in the chair, essentially, finding out information for him so long as he stays alive. And Jack's pretty damn good at staying alive, even in this scenario. He worked his way up through the city until arriving in an Asian town. There, he met a straggler not participating in the games, a man going by the name of Leo. Leo here is a doctor trying to survive after treating people with a disease the organizers released, until Jack arrived on the scene and inadvertently saved him. Jack left the man alone with a pistol, aiming his sights at rising through the ranks of Death Watch once more. As he fought through, the commentating duo of Kreese Creeley and Howard Buckshot Holmes were there at his every moment, forcibly commentating on every single fucking thing Jack was doing at the moment. I mean, it really leans into the sporting aspect of it all, but damn guys, can you shut up? I know way too much about you both. At least you're usually funny, but don't make fun of game developers. That's not very epic. Throughout Death Watch, at various points, a man that only goes by the name the Black Baron, who is probably just a guy doing blackface. Jesus Christ. And his assistant introduced special events called Death Watch Challenges, in which the contestants, Jack mainly, have to kill a certain number a certain way under a time limit, and doing so will give them a massive boost in their points. These boosts allow Jack to continue further in the games, eventually reaching and rescuing, quote-unquote, the mayor of Arrogant City's daughter, who was out partying and enjoying the bloodshed below her. Yeah, it's becoming more and more apparent that this Death Watch exists solely as entertainment for the upper class at this point. Kind of like a game. A Squid Game. Eventually, it was revealed that Leo, the scared doctor from earlier, was working with the elites to permeate these games and keep them going. He and his team did an extensive search on Jack and found something incredible. He was the champion of the former Death Watch. Yeah, who better to send him to deal with a threat than someone who's dealt with it before? And, with time and experience on his hand, Jack managed to work his way up to rank 2, despite the organizers trying their damnedest to kill him along the way. As Jack patiently waited, the number 1 ranked was finally revealed to him, the Black Baron himself, the self-proclaimed reigning Death Watch champion. Despite the title going pretty easily to Jack, was waiting in the ring, alongside thousands of people lining up a gigantic stadium awaiting the bloodshed. It was Jack's hardest fight fought yet, the Baron taking and dishing out anything and everything Jack had given, then some. However, in the end, Jack managed to land a decisive blow against the Baron, and with a baseball bat meant for him, Jack blew him right into a bullseye, and the crowd went wild. Now the official winner of yet another Death Watch, the organizers wasted no time in attempting to murder him in cold blood. However, Leo betrayed his organization, still playing the defenseless doctor from all that time ago. Unfortunately, Jack saw through his ruse. He repeated his mantra one last time for the man, that he doesn't help people, he kills them. After this, no one knows where Jack Cayman went. All we know is that he left Jefferson Island and Arrogant City for good afterwards. However, if there's ever another Death Watch, you know that Chainsaw Madman will be there in a flash and will defend his number 1 title. Truly, this is a mad world, and Jack fits right in.
I don't help people. I kill them.
We open to a shot of a gigantic stadium with a huge crowd surrounding a boxing ring in an octagonal pattern. Lights all adoring the place as the crowd is riled up for some carnage. Over the loudspeakers, Kreese Creeley and Howard Buckshot Holmes speak to their captivated audience.
Welcome, ladies and germs, to the biggest crossover event of the century.
Yeah, that's right. We got 2 entire death games contributing to this one. Crease, I love America.
Me too, Willie. Me too. In this corner, representing Deathwatch, it's the man with a chainsaw in his hand, Jack Cayman.
Jack begins running up to the ring, waving reluctantly at the thousands of people cheering his name as he sees himself on the gigantic screen in the back of the stadium.
And in the other corner, his opponent representing the UAA ranked matches, it's Travis Touchdown!
Travis appears running out on the opposite side of where Jack came in, ducking under the side of the ring and doing a little roll before getting back up.
Yo, you my opponent? What's your name, man?
Jack takes a minute before responding.
Jack.
Well then, Jack. I can't speak for you, but I've been busting my ass to get to this point. This whole crossover was a stupid idea anyway. I can't believe Sylvia talked me into it. Usually it takes something crazy happening to me, but ever since we did it Downward Dog, she's been having a hard time convincing me.
Are you done talking?
Travis is noticeably taken aback by Jack's brashness.
I can be, if you're ready.
Jack takes the cigarette he was smoking out of his mouth and tosses it to the side of the ring. One of the many people adorning the ringside catches it and immediately faints, being starstruck.
As I'll ever be.
Very well. Let the games begin!
Then, they both rush at each other and begin to punch each other out, with Jack easily catching one of Travis's wicked blows with ease, with his still intact arm. He then begins to grab Travis's arm with his other hand, and swings him around and around and around until launching him into the air. Jack then jumps up and takes out his chainsaw, ready to end the fight right then and there. However, just in the nick of time, Travis activates his Bloody Berry and blocks Jack's chainsaw. The two of them come crashing back into the ring, getting back up from the aftermath of the attack.
Alright, you've got a few tricks, I'll give you that. But let's see how you deal with this!
Travis then takes out his right hand and points it at Jack. Seemingly, nothing happens until Jack attempts to move forward. He finds himself struggling to move forward, stuck in slow motion. Travis had just used his death club to slow down the area around Jack, and now he rushes in to deal some blows. Slice after slice, the ex-mercenary is at the mercy of Travis's attacks, until he finishes off his combo with a single
fuckhead!
And suddenly, on the giant screen, a roulette wheel appears and 3 cherries are lined up. Suddenly, Travis's hair glows yellow and he appears to have gained incredible strength.
Strawberry on the shortcake!
He attempts to take advantage of his newfound power, but Jack manages to catch all of his blows with his chainsaw. With every crack, a spark of electricity comes careening out, leaving the ring and killing some bystanders. As Travis's power runs out, so does Jack's chainsaw, as they both take a bit of a breather. Travis then goes to attack again, but his beam katana is out of juice. As Travis begins to charge his blade, Jack begins his next move, grabbing one of the poles at the end of the ring, lifting it over his head and hurling it at Travis. He does so and says,
"Let's see how you like this."
Jack then chunks the hunch pillar straight at Travis's head, causing the assassin to become dazed beyond belief. Jack takes this opportunity to absolutely wail on Travis, blow after blow, from his legs to his torso. Not an inch of Travis's body did not feel the wrath of Jack Cayman. And as Jack goes for the final blow with his now charged chainsaw, the arena around him lifts up and transforms into a larger arena. Travis wakes up from his stupor, only to hear something over the speaker.
It's time for a Deathwatch challenge.
Now, normally we don't do these during ranked fights, but since we're going all out, we figured, fuck it, might as well.
Is that what you said to your ex-wife?
Yes, and I have a 14-year-old testament to my regret on that decision.
Well, this challenge is pretty simple.
A swarm of helicopters appear around the platform, and loads of goons surround Jack and Travis as they slow back into each other.
Kill more than your opponent.
Let's begin!
An entire wave of goons begins swarming the pair, and they get to work, cleaving their way through the countless rooks in their way. Travis, more methodical and patient. Jack, more gung-ho and abrasive. Eventually, their total tallies end up at the same number, 299.
Looks like we're even. Well,
There's only one way to settle this.
For once, I agree with you.
Let's go!
They both lunge at each other, a single streak glowing bright as the chainsaw arm and beam katana clash. Suddenly, Jack's chainsaw arm comes flying off his right hand. Perplexed, he goes to reach for it, but before he can do that,
Henshin!
Travis transforms into his full green mode and grabs Jack by his other arm before dragging him miles and miles above the stadium they're both in. Jack tries to fight it, but his struggling rings dull against the durable armor of Travis. Travis then, in the silhouette of the moon, drops Jack, but flies faster downward than Jack falls, meeting him at the ring. He lifts Bloodberry up and slides Jack down his blade, slicing the ex-mercenary in two. Travis then notices that Jack's cigarette has rolled up to his foot, and, as a sign of respect, puts it out next to Jack's corpse.
You were a good fight, Jack. One I won't forget.
Travis then walks away from the ring, the newly crowned king of assassins, once again. The crowd bids farewell to the no more hero as he strides towards the exit. Suddenly, the light of Travis's beam katana goes out, as he now sees that the handle, and the hand holding that handle, were sliced in two by Jack's chainsaw.
Now we're talking.
He then winds up a huge punch, and BAM! Travis is sent flying into the air for Jack's mechanical arm. Jack then jumps up to catch Travis in midair, and punches him once again with the same arm, blowing him down into the newly dented ring. Travis sits up, dazed beyond belief.
Help. Help.
Sorry, kid, but I don't help people.
Jack then slowly strolls up to Travis, and as he is standing, lunges his chainsaw right into the assassin's heart, twisting it around to make sure the organ is destroyed. As he pulls away his weapon, Travis's corpse falls with a thud, and Jack turns away while lighting a cigarette.
I killed them.
Now, thankfully, there isn't a lot to talk about here, so let's just make this quick so I can go to sleep. Both Jack's and Travis's arsenals are pretty evenly matched, to the point where both of their trump cards in the beam katana and chainsaw arm have the same downside, that they fairly easily run out of juice. Sure, Travis has more than just his beam katana, and for sure can overwhelm Jack, but Jack has fought some crazy fucking shit, y'all. He fought two psychic people together and somehow won against them both. Not to mention his penchant for using the environment in ways Travis would have never thought of. As Travis, despite his demeanor, is a much more honorable fighter. Way of the samurai and all that bullshit. Jack fights dirty and basically will do and use anything to get a win. Which isn't to sell Travis short, full green mode is certainly something out of Jack's wheelhouse, despite him fighting astronauts before. And aliens. I guess both of them fought aliens. It's kind of weird. Anyway, I guess we gotta talk about Howard and Kreese. I try to keep their involvement in the fight at a bare minimum, but man, it's hard not to when they have such boisterous personalities. Another thing I wanted to really bring out is Travis's respect for his opponents, and I wanted him to have that same respect for Jack. Vice versa, not so much. Jack is a pretty disrespectful motherfucker, but Travis for sure. Especially with how the fight plays out. So overall, they were pretty evenly matched, but Travis had the edge in arsenal while Jack had the edge in versatility. So let us know. Actually, don't. Don't let us know who you think would win. I'm tired of asking that. Ask me how my day's going, please. Anyway, the trailer, bye! The following is a non-verdict-based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe.
The power of a demon is alluring, but such power does not come without cost. One must sacrifice much in the name of power, but these two are more willing than most in that regard, even at the cost of their own bodies. But with the tools at their disposal, you will know this devil's power. Vergil, wielder of the Yamato and brother and rival to the legendary devil hunter Dante from Devil May Cry, and Hiei, wielder of the Jigan and rival to Spirit Detective Yusuke from Yu Yu Hakusho. Let's begin. Long ago, in the far reaches of hell, there was a ruler, the Demon King Mundus. Almost all subjugated to his rule, as he was far too powerful for normal demons to fight after eating the fruit of the Clyphod tree, an apple made from human blood. One of Mundus's knights, the demon Sparta, realized the tyranny of his rule and woke up to justice to stop him once and for all. Sparta ran away and assumed the form of a human so that he could wed his human love, the woman named Ava. Ava and Sparta had two sons, twins in fact, one of them being the legendary devil hunter Dante, but the other, older brother, would be the Dark Slayer Vergil. Growing up, Vergil and Dante would often come to blows over very silly things, such as Vergil reading books instead of playing with his brother. However, once Sparta was taken out, Mundus's minions were free to attack Sparta's estate. Vergil was outside on a playground near his house, and while Dante and Ava were stuck inside during the attack, Vergil was forced to defend himself by his lonesome. Using the Yamato, the sword gifted to him by his father, he utterly failed, and a demon actually stabbed Vergil with the weapon. However, this awoke a new power in Vergil, his Devil Trigger. This increase in power meant he was able to easily sweep away the demons attacking him, but he was too late to save his mother. His brother, however, lived on as Tony Redgrave, unbeknownst to Vergil. So began Vergil's main quest, his quest for attainment of power. To make sure nothing like his mother's death ever happened again, Vergil sought out a power greater than his own. To do so, Vergil perfected his own style of combat, his Dark Slayer style. Using his ludicrous speed, Vergil appears to teleport in and out of existence with a blue poof, easily evading enemy attacks. He can trick side to side or up into the air for maximum movement, and can freely act out of a trick. The style goes great with the Yamato, as Vergil implements Iai Jutsu, or the quick draw style, with the katana. He has various combos he can do with this style, mostly revolving around rapidly slashing his opponents to smithereens. But all of that pales in comparison to the weapon's ultimate maneuver, the Judgment Cut. See, the most prominent property of the Yamato is its special ability, the possibility for the user to cut through anything. And when I say anything, I mean anything. Flesh, sure, that's normal, but how about the dimensions of time and space? Well, it can also do that, and that's where Vergil's Judgment Cut comes into play. This technique is when he uses the Yamato to literally cut the distance between him and his opponent, leaving them defenseless and Vergil defense-full. Basically, he can pick apart his opponents from a distance without having to actually dirty his hands, which he tends to dislike if he can help it. Which he usually can't, but hey, the man's main weapon is a sword. A sword that bends reality to its whims, sure, but it is still a sword. This mastery of the Yamato served him well when the scholar Arkham came to Vergil one day with a proposition that they, together, shall reconnect the demon and human realms once again. After a year of researching the subject, Vergil and the man began their plan with a singular, terrifying action: the raising of the Temen Nigru. This tower is what Sparta originally used to separate the two worlds, and now Vergil was planning on undoing that spell. Dante, however, was very much set on meeting his brother again after so many years of absence. After their year of silence, once again the brothers fought on top of the tower, and Vergil pretty effectively wrecked Dante's shit in. This was because Dante, unlike Vergil, did not have access to his Devil Trigger just yet, but Vergil made sure that the next time they fought, he would not lack such an ability, by stabbing him in the chest. We love the Sparta family here on Versus Universe, and their weird fixation on stabbing each other in the chest. Some time passed, and Vergil and Arkham reached the bottom of the Temen Nigru, ready to enact their plan once and for all. However, Vergil betrayed his compatriot after sensing a weakness in the man, his daughter, Lady.
Arkham rightfully pointed out the hypocrisy in Vergil's words, saying that he was an incomplete being as well. Not taking his words in stride, Vergil marched forth into the chamber, and there he met the demon Beowulf. This demon was clearly no match for Vergil, but Vergil did something he rarely, if ever, does after defeating demon scum. He took his devil arm. Devil arms are essentially robot master weapons from Mega Man. You know, the item you get from beating the boss. Dante has a shit ton of these, but Vergil only really has Beowulf. But that's all he needs. Unlike Yamato, Beowulf lets Vergil really dish out melee damage like no other, with techniques such as the Lunar Phase or the Beast Uppercut. Such prowess is natural for a son of Sparta. Honestly, style might just be a genetic component of Sparta's seed. Such style is something Vergil tends to hide, unless, of course, his brother just so happened to find him in the middle of failing to recombine the demon and human realms. Here, he was allowed to cut loose, and yeah, he did, for sure. Finally using his devil trigger against his brother, both Vergil and Dante went all out, and this bout ended in a draw. However, Arkham came in, alive, somehow, and quickly bodied the now tired out Vergil and Dante, and also Lady, who was there. Good for her. Seemingly cast into the abyss, it seems this was the end for Vergil. That is, until it came time for Dante to face Arkham once and for all, and Vergil decided to show up again, showing off about how the power of Sparta, who Arkham now resembled, at least before turning into a tumor man, was beyond him, and that his power was too much for the human to handle. He and Dante made quick work of the man-made demon. The demon and human realms were still set to merge on the behest of Arkham's machinations. Dante was dead set on stopping Vergil's plan anyway, but Vergil made sure that he would not go down quietly. After a third and final battle inside the Temini grew, this time, the younger sibling prevailed. Pontificating on his defeat, Vergil decided his best course of action was to cast Dante away from where he was going, to the depths of the demon realm. Cutting his hand in a final act of brotherhood, Vergil fell to the realm of demons, leaving Dante to basically clean up his mess. But shortly thereafter, Vergil actually met with Mundus, the demon that slayed Sparta all that time ago. Vergil, still beaten badly from his bout with Dante, tried his best to take on the Demon King, but to no avail. The Yamato was smashed, and the former son of Sparta was sent not to his death, but to become a servant of Mundus. Now a pawn in Mundus' army, Vergil was no more. Instead, the hollow husk of the man that once occupied this body was to be called Nello Angelo, a mistranslation of the Italian phrase for Black Angel, and was sent to Malay Island to fight. Once there, he unsurprisingly met Dante once again, and once more after that, and again after that. Vergil just kinda has a thing for fighting Dante 3 times, doesn't he? But after their third fight, Angelo was unmasked, and Dante learned the horrifying truth of what Mundus had done to his brother. He doesn't really seem to care as much about that as he does his mother, but hey, some shit happened on that island, can't really blame him. Dante then promptly proceeded to explode him, and now Vergil was free, or dead, one of the two, maybe both, as it seems that the son of Sparta's body was decaying fastly, and he needed a plan to regain his strength. Luckily, he had just that, but that requires a bit of explaining. So, Vergil was on the town one night in the city called Fortuna, but just as called here called they ordered a sword, or the sword is a religion solely devoted to Spartans to help humanity, except it's actually shitty, but that's not important. What is important is that Vergil finds some random woman, she showed him her titties, he promptly responded by saying, "What form of power is this?" And then they both fucked. Said fucking resulted in Nero, who being an offspring of Sparta, had demonic blood in him, same as Vergil. This resulted in the boy's devil bringer, essentially a permanent devil trigger on one limb. This armor responded to the Yamato that they ordered had for some reason never really explained, and has ordered the sword into itself. Blah blah blah. Kratos something. And now Nero lives with Oni-chan and some hillbilly named Nico, and has Yamato in his devil bringer. So that's what Vergil's plan is based on. He could send Yamato in Nero's devil bringer, and sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. And he did. Using the last of his strength, he raised his blade and separated man from demon, resulting in 2 births, the human V and the demon Urizen. Urizen was quick to actively outclaim Clifod, the same thing that Mundus used all that time ago. Gathering human blood in a cesspool of hell, Urizen waited for the apple to ripen. Whereas V, immediately regretting Vergil's decision to separate himself, spent a month fending off Red Grey City from demonic attacks before he bit the silver bullet, and finally asked Dante to carry out the job for him. So Dante gathered his entire entourage to take out the old douchebag, and didn't go as planned. Went so bad, in fact, that Dante was knocked out of commission for an entire month after he and Urizen fought. In between that month, Nero and V took to fending off demons same as before, and V has a unique way of fighting. He summons creatures of old, who are actually discarded memories of Vergil's trauma from when he was working under Bonus as Nilo Angelo, and lets them wreck a demon shit right the fuck up. However, V himself has to be the one to kill the demon, leaving him to let his demons do the actual fighting while he lollygags until it's time to kill. Such technique doesn't really work on the higher level demons, but small fry, V can handle that no problem. See, when he split himself, V got basically no power, and Urizen regained most if not all of the energy Vergil had in his full form. After Dante awoke, however, there was almost no need for V, and so the group pushed the fight back against Urizen. However, the demonic side of Vergil was getting smarter, and he fled to where the actual fruit was ripening, the last layer of hell. Dante, Nero, and V followed, and the fight between brothers was a spectacle, to say the least. Urizen did end up eating the fruit of the Qliphoth, but even then, Dante's newfound power was no match for the demon. V stepped forward after Urizen's defeat, and started to quote some poetry before raising his cane one final time. This time, it was struck right into the middle of Urizen, and as a brilliant blue beam struck the last layer of hell, Vergil, once again, stood against Dante. Never relenting, Dante immediately began fighting Vergil once again, only for the recompleted son of Sparta to cast him aside, and ask him to meet atop the Qliphoth. He also thanked Nero for his help in aiding Redgrave City, and teleported up to the top of the Qliphoth, as he promised. When he reached there, for the first time in his life, instead of looking forward to the future and power he may gain, he instead looked back, and thought to himself, if Dante and his lives switched back when their mansion was attacked, would their lives be different? However, he quickly found such pontification pointless, as he waited for his brother to arrive, and when he did, they both went all out. Not relenting for a second, Vergil bowed out a few tricks before he could be bested, his doppelganger and his Sin Devil Trigger. Though we don't know exactly how he obtained it, it's safe to say that Vergil's Sin Devil Trigger came from Urizen eating the apple of the Qliphoth, and boy, does it show. In this form, Vergil is at his most powerful, capable of all he is in his base form and regular Devil Trigger, while amplifying his power all the more and giving him access to flight. Doppelganger creates an exact clone of Vergil in his SDT, and fights alongside the original, and while very power consuming, both can be employed at once. This allowed Vergil to combat Dante's own Sin Devil Trigger, which is what let him triumph over Urizen. Their fight, however, was cut short, as Nero merged his own Devil Trigger. He, after a bit of roughhousing, convinced Vergil and Dante to stop fighting and instead work together to destroy the Qliphoth. Although they were hesitant at first, the twins agreed upon realizing that Nero was more than enough to keep things safe in the human realm. A quick stop at the Qliphoth route, and that thing is cut, leaving not a trace left in both realms. However, Dante and Vergil knew they would have no choice but to stay in this world, that they wouldn't have it any other way. An outlet to keep fighting each other, not for blood, but for fun, for the thrill of the battle this time, is what they both needed. And so, the story of the Sons of Sparta comes to an end, and Vergil presumably lives on in the pits of hell with his brother. However, should any test the limits of this devil's power, they shall know the hell he brings to any that dare question his quest for power.
That day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different? Would I have your life and you mine? Let's settle this. Dante.
The world. Despite being finite, it is remarkable in its vastness. However, in the world of Yu Yu Hakusho, the human realm is not where the world ends. Instead, there exists both a spirit and demon world, where, well, spirits and demons reside. Demon world in particular, also called Makai, puts the human world to shame in terms of its vastness, almost literally being infinite. However, with the separation of these worlds, it only makes sense that there would be those that want to merge the worlds into one. Specifically, Spirit World tends to pick one individual with incredible spiritual energy from the human world to become the Spirit Detective, the one that protects the human world from demons. And, after striking a deal with the Grim Reaper Botan,
Yusuke Urameshi became the next in a long line of spirit detectives. This, however, is not his story. Instead, this is the story of one of the many demons he was tasked with taking down. This is the story of Hiei, the master of the evil eye. Hiei was originally born to an ice demon, and because he was an imiko, or a bastard child, he was sentenced to death by falling. However, Hiei actually survived his fall, and somehow remembered his mother's village despite being like a month old, and vowed vengeance on her. Although firstly, he was taken under by a group of bandits, and they taught Hiei how to use a sword. Despite being a literal child, Hiei's reputation quickly preceded him, as he seemed destined to slay any demon or human he came across. However, these bandits soon saw something around Hiei's neck, a necklace given to him by his mother that carried on it a valuable gemstone made of her tears. Hiei suddenly noticed their murderous intent and killed them all. Not to be outdone, after wandering Makai by his lonesome for some time, Hiei met the demon Shigure. This was for one specific reason: to implant the Jigan eye on him. The Jigan is a third eye that Hiei usually keeps under wraps. Literally. Concealed by a bandage, unless it's in use, the Jigan grants the user power unlike any they have ever had before, but at a cost. Hiei took a significant decrease in his demonic power, meaning he was now akin to one of the lower echelons of demon kind. Makai actually has its own ranking system of these kinds of things, and in this case, Hiei before getting the Jigan implanted on him was A class, but afterwards he was demoted to D class in strength. Hiei took this change in power in stride, as his reputation still preceded him in most areas of the demon world. This also led him to meet with Kurama, a powerful demon also depowered, but instead of it being because he implanted a magical artifact onto his person, it's because he became a little boy. Awesome. Together they ravaged the human world, easily picking it apart with their D-class strength. Eventually, they hatched a plan to gather 3 of the spirit world's finest artifacts. Unfortunately, the aforementioned world had a new protector in that Yusuke Urameshi kid. After defeating Hiei and Kurama's lackey, and befriending Kurama himself, it came time for Hiei to face Yusuke in a one-on-one fight. Kidnapping the boy's on-and-off-again girlfriend, the two fought in a warehouse, and using his quick wits, Yusuke managed to outdo the demon. However, he had one trick up his sleeve. One he never really uses again after this fight, the Jiganshi form. While in this form, Hiei's power rises incredibly, and a sickly green hue overtakes his normally pale skin, while eyes adorn his body all over. Even in this form, Yusuke managed to win against Hiei. This made the demon even angrier. However, he counted his losses and retreated, swearing revenge upon the spirit detective that beat him. That is, until both Hiei and Kurama were sentenced to probation by Spirit World, and they had to work alongside Yusuke and his other friend Kuwabara. This is the origin of Team Urameshi, 4 incredibly gifted fighters out to protect the human world from the land of demons. Hiei in particular was fond of swords from his infancy, and he never really grew out of that phase. He can slice and dice like nobody's business, and that on top of his ridiculous speed is nothing to be trifled with. Hiei is consistently shown to be the fastest member of Team Urameshi by a wide margin, having to keep pace with many dangerous foes and help the gang out of traps on more than one occasion. Said power serves him well when he fights an enemy of his own power, but upon fighting a foe stronger than him, well, he tends to struggle. This ties into Hiei's moral code. He will not go all out on an enemy he deems weaker than himself. And, he deems a lot of his enemies weaker than himself. Nearly all of them, in fact. This makes him shoot himself in the foot more often than not, despite his power being unprecedented. Fortunately, the mission he was sent on at first was a piece of cake for him. The demon he was tasked with eliminating barely got a word in before he sliced him into pieces. After they completed that task, Hiei wandered into the human world, but not to gain anything this time. Instead, it was to protect something. His long-lost sister, Yukina. See, Hiei is not an only child. In fact, he is a fraternal twin. After being cast out by his mother, Yukina grew up surrounded by the ice apparitions, unaware of the existence of an older brother. Hiei intended to keep it that way, as he actually was aware of the existence of his sister. This is because he actually revisited his village before implanting the Jigan Eye into his head, and swore to kill all that inhabited that domain. However, once he realized that his mother killed herself in grief over having cast out her child, and that Yukina roamed the demon world alone looking for a long-lost brother, he realized he had better shit to be doing than to kill mostly innocent ice ladies. Said important shit was mainly just looking after Yukina from a distance. This is actually the main reason he had the Jigan Eye implanted into his head, so that he may watch over her without risking her realizing who he is. Too bad she went and got herself kidnapped. Where were you on that one, Hiei? But it's fine, Yusuke and Kuwabara were there to fix shit up. Hiei did eventually show up to kill the person that kidnapped Yukina, but she convinced him otherwise. Perhaps she is the only thing that can quell his killer persona. That is, unless some sort of tournament was happening to start in Makai and Hiei needed to participate in it. Oh, but yeah, that's exactly what happened. The Dark Tournament, a corrupt tourney where demons fight each other in teams for the grand prize of a single wish for the winning team's leader, was just about underway. One of the guys who aided in Yukina's kidnapping, the younger Toguro brother, personally invited Yusuke and his crew by saying if they didn't join, they'd be throwing away their lives. So Hiei, along with Kurama, Yusuke, Kuwabara, and a mysterious fifth party member, who totally isn't just Yusuke's teacher in disguise, headed off to the tournament. Hiei stepped in at the first round to fight Zeru, a seemingly powerful fire demon. That is, until Hiei managed to reveal the ace up his sleeve for the first time. The Dragon of the Darkness Flame.
Dragon! The Darkness Flame!
Through channeling the depths of the demon world, Hiei's flames transcend to an impressive blackness that no demon can possibly stand up to. Even himself. Well, kind of. The Dragon of the Darkness Flame is certainly a powerful technique, and one that Hiei tends to use often, but it does have a drawback: control. Upon first releasing it, Hiei had absolutely no control over where the attack ended up, and only used his arm to channel the dragon. Going forward, he learned how to control the dragon more effectively, but because of his brash use of this technique, Team Urameshi was one member short for a long while, since Hiei was down an arm after releasing the dragon for the first time. As such, unlike his teammates who all fought around 8 people each and had a bit of a back and forth, he instead fought in 4 matches, all of which he won, including younger Toguro's own Bui, who despite putting up more than a challenge for the vertically challenged demon, was made quick work of when the dragon came into play. Yusuke ended up defeating Toguro in the tournament, and he used his wish on some old person to come back to life, which honestly seems like a waste. She's old. She's gonna die like any day now, Yusuke. You dumbass. Hiei, after the tournament, went away for a long while from the group, trying to tame the demon within while also, again, watching over Yukina, who kind of has a thing for Kuwabara, much to Hiei's chagrin. But then, there was another asshole named Sensui, who was trying to connect the demon and human worlds because of a tape he saw when he was the spirit detective. This tape is known throughout the spirit and demon world as Chapter Black, the recordings of all of humanity's wrongdoings. Every single one. Including versus debate. Although such a thing would surely interest Hiei, upon learning that he was not the strongest a demon could possibly be, right now he was an upper B class at raw strength, resumed his training and let Yusuke and his gang faff about while they handled most of the problems being caused by Sensui. Eventually, while watching the events unfold from a distance, Hiei managed to save Yusuke from a pawn of Sensui's named Sniper. He was a bit of a piss baby about it, but Hiei decided that he wanted Yusuke to square up, and so they both fought again. For the first time since he kidnapped that girl. Her name's Keiko. It's not really important, but I feel bad calling her girl constantly. They both fought pretty well, solely relying on their fists rather than their normal abilities. But in the end, it was clear that there would be no real victor in this fight. With that warning, Hiei sent Yusuke on his way to fight Sensui. And fight him, he did. That is until Sensui, who was an S class in strength by the way, completely and totally bodied Yusuke and killed him. Hiei, who had been watching on from the sidelines, for the first time in his life, acted on an emotional impulse, and despite knowing he was far weaker than the human, he started sending dragon after dragon Sensui's way. Kurama and Kuwabara followed suit, and tried their best to avenge their friend's death. That is, until said friend went Super Saiyan 3 because an ancient demon inside him was released and resurrected him from the dead. for the second time, and then he kicks Sensui's ass. Hiei and Kurama simply laughed after this, putting this whole thing behind them. Until, that is, Yusuke's new power was apparently an ancient demon king that ruled over a third of the demon world, and the entirety of Makai was waiting for him to reawaken so that they could settle a bit of a property dispute. Said dispute being, I want what you have, but 3 ways. Ryzen, the king that was revealed to be Yusuke's ancestor, had 2 compatriots that also ruled over a third of Makai. Yomi, who had a storied history with Kurama, and Mukuro, who took an immediate liking to Hiei. Hiei trained under her relentlessly, perfecting techniques he had improvised during the Dark Tournament. These techniques include the Sword of the Darkness Flame, in which he extends his broken sword with the dragon's essence to create a blade that can essentially cut through anything. Where have I heard that before? And the Fist of the Mortal Flame, which involves Hiei channeling the much weaker flames of the human realm to pummel into his opponent. He's not very fond of that last one, but training under Mukuro, Hiei began to really enjoy her company and personage, and got her to open up enough to reveal her backstory to him. Which, yikes. It's a lot. Like, content warning. Rape? I think she was raped a lot while she was a little girl. A very little girl that got raped. So, there's another tournament. This time it's to see who will become the rightful ruler of Makai. Because Yusuke is a dumbass, Hiei entered, and surprise surprise he ended up fighting Mukuro. In a fight he knew he would end up losing. He, for the first time, did not try to simply end his opponent as quickly as possible. Instead, his main goal was to make the girl confront her past and be able to grow as a person, as he was able to do after meeting the spirit detective. And, despite losing the fight, he succeeded. Mukuro was free of the shackles that bound her, and Hiei left the arena, content in his strength and his goals being accomplished. Afterwards, he set out to roam the demon world yet again, this time more contemplative than trigger-happy. However, if you ever question this demon's power, he will not hesitate to pull you into oblivion.
You should never have insulted the Jagan Eye. Because you see, in a way it has its own mind and loathes disrespect. Resisting it is not something I would do.
We open to a shot of a broken down temple, with Hiei meditating in the middle of it all. Suddenly, through the bandage on his forehead, his Jagan eye glows a brilliant red, as he senses an immensely powerful demon entering the area. As the Jagan senses this, Vergil arrives at the ruins through a portal made with the Yamato. Vergil begins to speak to Hiei, who's still facing away from the son of Sparta, eyes closed.
I sensed a powerful demon in this area. It's not often you'd find one lurking outside the demon realm, so I decided to look for myself.
Hiei begins getting up from his resting position, still facing away from Vergil.
I can sense immense power within you as well. You must be at least an S-class. It's a shame you came here to die.
Hiei then blinks away from where he was standing, eviscerating into a sphere of smoke before appearing before Vergil suddenly and swinging his sword at the half-demon's face. Vergil, using his immense reaction speed, takes the scabbard of the Yamato and blocks Hiei's attack with ease.
Huh. Scum. This shall be your grave.
Vergil then unsheathes Yamato and begins slicing at Hiei. A diagonal slash across his chest, a horizontal slash on his torso, and 1,000 rapid-fire swings end with a singular judgment cut, tattering Hiei's shirt into pieces. As this happens, he becomes acutely aware of the power he must unleash.
Don't insult me or the Jagan Eye.
As Vergil comes at Hiei once more, using the same attack he did before, each blow Vergil strikes at him is blocked, as slowly but surely Hiei's headband is burned into a cinder, as the power of the Jagan has finally been unleashed.
So that's the extent of his power. I'll end this quickly.
Vergil begins to ready an immense judgment cut end, but meanwhile...
Dragon of the Darkness Flame!
2 of their most powerful moves clash against each other, each perched on a rock cliff perfectly suited for this type of duel. As the attacks connect, Each slash of the Judgment Cut end strikes at the dragon, but the fire of the dragon still runs true. Eventually, both attacks run out of juice and essentially fizzle out, creating a purple aura that envelops the moon as the fight moves on.
Interesting. You may prove worthy yet.
Vergil then lunges forward at Hiei, Yamato extended forward at the demon's throat.
Show me your motivation, demon!
Hiei easily sways Yamato to the side. However, another Yamato appears and smacks him away, as Vergil has just summoned his doppelganger.
Two?
Hiei then readies a Dragon of the Darkness Flame and takes to sword combat, fighting off the two Vergils at once. Two sets of Yamatos caught at him, and although he struggles at first, through using his Jigan, he starts to block their attacks more efficiently. Evading the devil's power, Hiei lands a decisive blow, and as they are both stunned, mashes both of their faces together to recomplete Vergil. While Vergil is recovering, Hiei takes an opportunity to belittle his opponent.
You have a hefty bag of tricks, devil. I'll give you that. But my Jigan sees all, and knows all.
Hiei then begins to psychically lock Vergil in a hold. Vergil attempts to escape, but is having trouble. He does, however, notice that his right arm, the arm holding Yamato, is somewhat loose. He then begins to lunge at the son of Sparta.
Scatter to the wind!
Vergil smirks slightly before saying,
Troubled, wildered, and forlorn. Dark, benighted. Travel worn.
Vergil overpowers the psychic barrier on him with his right arm, and stabs the Yamato into himself, releasing V and his demons.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Well, let's take our time.
Suddenly, a swarm of energy blasts and attacks befall Hiei, who has no choice but to guard against the wreckage that is happening to him. Shadow slashes and claws at him relentlessly. Griffin shoots extremely devastating lightning, and Nightmare fires extremely large lasers, and cultivates it all with a slam down into the ground, knocking Hiei off of his feet. Suddenly, from where Hiei was slammed, a huge burst of demonic power is unleashed, as Hiei's true form is revealed. He is now the Giganshi, a form he never thought he'd have to resort to again. He turns to a sickly green, and eyes adorn his entire personage in a grotesque display. He is visibly displeased at having to resort to this form, and yet he laments.
I can tell, you know, that you aren't a full demon. That some sickly combination of human demon blood mingles in your veins. It's foolish, really, to think someone like that would be enough to challenge me. But you've surprised me, devil. However, I grow tired of these games. It's time to end this. Your end is at hand.
As V is recombined back into Vergil, he takes a second before standing upright at the demon's last remarks.
I thought the same thing, demon. Demonic scum usually pose no challenge to me. But this... it's unlike anything I've experienced before. You remind me of someone.
Hiei cocks his eyebrows in confusion.
Whoever could I remind you of, half-breed?
It doesn't matter. All it means is that you're just another stepping stone on my journey to absolute power.
Hiei, despite Vergil's threat, then begins to realize something himself.
Ah, yes. I too sense some of him in you, don't I? Your power may be admirable, devil, but you see, the Jigan has a mind of its own, and all it cares about right now is your death!
Vergil, sensing the sudden shift in Hiei's disposition, takes his own opportunity to power up before their final clash. Suddenly, in a flash of blue light, where the man once was, the demon takes root. Vergil is now in his Sin Devil Trigger bearing striking resemblance to a dragon, complete with wings. He then begins to face down Hiei and lunges straight at him with his newfound flight. Hiei does the same, instead catapulting himself off the pavement where he just was and some broken pillars to reach Vergil. Hiei, channeling the dragon still, pummels Vergil into the ruins below, creating yet another gigantic crater. Vergil, unfazed, gets right back up and, equipping Beowulf,
does the same to Hiei. However, he also uses his Mirage Blades to rain down swords on Hiei as he attempts to recover, and pins him down while flying at well over Mach speeds, while stabbing Hiei in the abdomen with the Yamato. However, Vergil did not account for Hiei doing the same to him. In his chest, Hiei's sword lay deep in his heart. Vergil steps back before taking Hiei's blade and forcibly cutting off the hilt and part of the base of the sword, leaving the rest of it in him.
You still have tricks, I see. But I believe your time has run out.
Using his right arm, suddenly 3 dragons emerge from where Hiei stood, a massive black wave of energy erupting at Vergil, who, using his newfound energy and mobility, quickly starts evading these dragons as they take flight. Moving around in zigzags and loop-de-loops, the dragons all follow Vergil with an unrelenting fervor. It takes nearly all of his might, but with a few well-placed judgment cuts, he managed to quell at least 2 of these dragons. The last one, however, fell right onto him and scathed him in the fires of hell itself. Noticeably scarred, even in this form, Vergil takes a minute before looking at Hiei, who is smirking beyond belief at his dragon's success. Vergil too smirks as he, even in this battle-damaged state, begins to ready his last attack against the demon.
Don't get so cocky! Witness true power!
As Vergil and Hiei begin to dash at each other one last time, Vergil uses his wings to speed at his opponent faster than Hiei can run, and with that speed manages to grab a hold of the arm Hiei uses to summon the Dragon of the Darkness Flame and tear it clean off. Demonic blood gushes from out of Hiei's side. Vergil readies Yamato to slice off Hiei's head, but backs off, contemplatively.
Your name?
Hiei, still writhing in pain, looks on, confused.
What kind of question is that? Just kill me.
Vergil looks over his shoulder at the demon.
Normally, I'd make quick work of demons like you, but you're different. I'd wish to fight you again, given the chance. So, your name?
Hiei takes a few seconds before responding.
Hiei. My name is Hiei of the Jigan.
Hiei, still clutching his arm trying to contain the bloodshed, looks forward at Vergil, who then begins opening a portal with the Yamato before saying,
Hiei, heal your wounds, get stronger. After that, we shall fight again. But never forget this devil's power.
As he says that, he steps through the portal, leaving Hiei alone. Hiei thinks of what to do, but all he can do is lay down and rest after their fight. He swears to himself to get stronger, so that he may one day kill this half-breed demon. Said demon is long gone, aimlessly wandering these ruins far away from Hiei once more. The son of Sparta continues his search for power, as the moon glows on a beautiful lavender over his quest. As Vergil begins to fly down on his opponent, Hiei readies an attack unseen by the son of Sparta. Vergil lunges down, but in a brilliant flash of pure blackness, the Yamato is knocked out of his hands, and he is impaled by something.
Sword of the Darkness Flame!
Suddenly, from one end of the broken sword earlier, the side it was impaled on, nothing happens. But on the other side, a massive eruption of demonic energy pierces through Vergil's body, leveling not even the entire area they were fighting, but the surrounding ruins as well. Vergil has no idea of this mass destruction. As he looks on it, he is face horrified of this demon's true power. Vergil is also knocked out of his Sin Devil Trigger due to this.
Your power, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. How are you so powerful?
Hiei smirks before retorting.
Because, half-breed, I am a full demon. You are a pale imitation, and imitation though you may be, you were worthy enough to withstand the full might of my Jigan. That is enough for me to spare you. So continue your search for power. You will need it when we meet again.
Hiei then powers down from his Jigachi form and begins calmly walking away, leaving Vergil to recover from both the dragon that landed on him and that final attack. Vergil, however, begins to speak up from his stupor before Hiei leaves completely.
Why won't you kill me.
Hiei looks over his shoulder before responding.
You and I, we are alike in many regards. I can sense that much. If our positions were switched, our fates different, you would have done the same for me. I simply did what you would have, demon.
Upon calling him a demon for the first time in their fight, Hiei fully walks away, leaving Vergil to lament his loss. However, as Hiei said, this only fueled his desire to get stronger, to obtain more power. As he does just that, Hiei waits in the demon realm for another worthy opponent, readying himself once again in a meditative state. However, should anyone insult his power or the Jigan once again, he will not hesitate to pull them into oblivion with no mercy. Okay, so let's just jump into it, I suppose. Now, the main thing I see that would be contentious for this fight is the fact that they do not kill each other. And sure, on the outset it may seem like that's the only way a fight between these two could end. However, I wanted to showcase how their characters have changed throughout their respective series, and that culminates in them both not wanting to kill each other, at least after they both survive each other's mightiest attack. And, hey, showcasing character development is not something you get to do often when you write versus battles, so I'm gonna take my chance to do this and run with it until I fucking die. Other than that, there's not much to say. Vergil didn't really have any counters towards Hiei's psychic abilities, but Hiei uses them so rarely that it doesn't really matter. Hiei using Giganchi and firing 3 dragons despite being from a non-canon film, I thought it would be interesting to juxtapose against Vergil's Sin Devil Trigger. The inclusion of V I see confusing some people, so I'll just explain it now. Vergil can resummon V whenever he wants to. He just needs to re-stab himself. If you're wondering why Urizen doesn't show up, well, it's a bit headcanon-y, but I like to believe that it's because Vergil has grown past his need for power, and is just vibing nowadays with his pro. Yeah, that's basically it. This video is needlessly long as it is, so why bother cluttering it with an overly detailed post-fight analysis? So, ask me how my day is going, and I'll see you guys next time for the season finale of Versus Universe, Season 1. Bye!
Tell me, for what purpose did you choose to slaughter all of my people? Depending on your answer, I'll send you to Joy Cup. I didn't see the future. You don't live to see tomorrow.
But you forgot one thing. I'm my father's son.
Are half the fun, and sometimes they're mind-bogglingly terrifying.
May your heart be your guide.
Apologies, then I shall do the same.
Everybody deals with grief differently, right? Some people fuck at funerals. I cut off heads.
I don't help people. I kill them. But soon they shall know this devil's power. A power greater than you ever imagined. The power of a son of Sparta.
I have the power to pull you into oblivion. I assume just my right arm will do.
このジョルノ・ジョバーナには夢がある。
It's showtime!
Catch in time.
The following is a non-verdict based research versus show. The stats of the individual characters are not taken into consideration when determining aspects of the fight. However, the characters themselves are going to be represented in their fullest capacity outside of stats. This is Versus Universe. The image of a criminal is typically a negative one, tarnished by those that commit heinous actions in a lawless sense. However, some use the tools of the outlaw to enact their own justice outside of their corrupt governments. The rebel, trying his best to take down the system that had wronged him in the first place, trying to fix what he and only a select few others see. That is a thief's requiem. Joker, leader of the Phantom Thieves of Heart from Persona, and Giorno Giovanna, member of Passione and stand user from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Let's begin! If you lived in Japan in 2016, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone more normal-looking than Ren Amamiya. Yes, that's the name I'm going with. You can leave your angry Akira comments now. I actually like Akira more as a name anyway, but like, accuracy. Anyway, though this teen appeared normal on the surface, inside himself he harbored a rebellion yet to be unleashed. That is, until he came home late one night from school and saw a defenseless woman getting attacked by a sloppy drunkard, and with nobody else around, he knew what he had to do. However, he had barely so much as put his hands upon the man when he started to shout words about how infamously powerful he was and that he'd sue the child. And, to his credit, he kept true to his word. Now on probation and expelled from his old high school, Ren had to move to Tokyo and live with the coffee-loving Sojiro Sakura all the while. Late one night, as Ren began to doze off in his attic abode, he started dreaming that he was in a jail cell, dressed as a prisoner, complete with a ball and chain. Here, he met the Velvet Room attendants Justine and Caroline, and their master, Igor. Ren was told he possessed the power of the wild card, and then was shot back awake. Now going to his first day of his new school, he found himself getting acquainted with that school's gym teacher, a man named Suguro Kamoshida. After their meeting, a boy with bleached hair, around Ren's age, started yelling about said gym teacher. These words were picked up by Ren's phone, and through an app he tried deleting numerous times at this point, the duo was sent into something known as a palace. In this place, they met a version of Kamoshida that seemed cartoonishly evil. Thrown into a jail cell, not unlike his dream, and with the delinquent about to be executed, only one option remained. Confronted once again by that question of rebellion, of whether or not that woman he saved that night was a mistake, a gust of resolve shot out of the boy. Then, out of nowhere, a mask appeared on his face. Ripping it off, his ordinary school outfit was replaced in a blue flame with a black overcoat. Behind him, something manifested. This was the birth of Joker, and his persona, Arsene. A persona is a manifestation of a persona user's inner thoughts made tangible, and as such reflects the user's innermost desires and wishes. While the way a persona can manifest differs from story to story, in Joker's case, the way he summons his persona is via his mask, which, I mean, kinda fitting, saying a persona literally means mask in Latin. With the persona, a persona user can do a great many things, but most notable is fucking magic? Arsene in particular grants Joker access to curse-related magic, which sounds cool until you realize it's basically just a darkness-esque attack. Looks cool though. Persona users also manifest a weapon to attack without their personas with, and Joker's was a butterfly knife. Wonder if there's any symbolism going on there. With these powers, he managed to defeat the shadows that the shadowy Kamoshida summoned, but his power was fluctuating. He couldn't hold on to this rebellious form for too long, so he and the blonde-haired boy, named Ryuji Sakamoto, decided the best thing to do was book it the hell out of there and attempt to get to their actual school. Along the way, however, they met a cat-like being that called itself Morgana. Morgana also had a persona, same as Joker, but he seemed far more adept at using it. Morgana explained to the duo what a persona is and guided them out of the palace, while also explaining what exactly that palace is. See, a palace is essentially a manifestation of an individual's distorted desires, and shapes to the individual's taste specifically, as well as a domain they view themselves as the owner of. Surprise, surprise, Ren and Ryuji got caught up in Kamoshida's palace by accident, and then promptly proceeded to escape back into reality. To explain that a little bit, palaces and the shadows that dwell inside them are all inside a place known as the Metaverse, and with the app on Ren's phone that would later be called the Metaverse Navigator, he and whoever he wants can go into the Metaverse and by extension, palaces, whenever they desire. But that's not all. By stealing a palace ruler's distorted desires, there is a chance of something happening to them. A change of heart. Essentially, a normally heartless and cruel person will become overwhelmed with grief and despair at their own actions, and will attempt to pay whatever price they deem necessary for their debauchery. Said debauchery varies from person to person, so not every single person has a palace. Only people that fully believe in their own distorted desires have palaces manifest, and even then they have to view themselves as a ruler. Because of that, the places they view themselves as rulers of also dictate the layout of their palaces, and in places where their reign is weak, it is safe to mope around. Otherwise, there will be a horde of shadows heading your way. Kamoshida was no different, and Ryuji specifically wanted to take him down due to Suguro cringe-ass Kamoshida purposely fucking him over in the past. So, they went back into Kamoshida's palace to get intel, and almost immediately after they got what they needed, they got pinned down by powerful shadows. Ryuji didn't want to take another L, so he got back up and summoned his own persona. But there's something else at play here. You see, since palace rulers are the shadow versions of the real people, there's a possibility that killing the shadow will kill the real person. And this made Ren and Ryuji hesitant, as well as Morgana, but like, fuck him. That is, until a student at their school attempted suicide because of Kamoshida's bullshit. It was then they decided it was worth the risk. They were going to change his heart. And along the way, came on to Kamaki, who was the best friend of the girl that attempted suicide, sending a calling card to make his real self notice the Phantom Thieves. Together, the four of them took down Kamoshida. And while they did spare him, they made him have a change of heart. This was the birth of a new set of vigilantes fighting for justice among the corrupt adults of Japanese society. This was the start of the Phantom Thieves. In spite of their success, the team wanted to do more. While searching for the next big target, i.e. Kamo Shithead 2.0, Morgana, who's a cat in real life by the way, told the team about a place called Mementos. Mementos is essentially the public unconsciousness palace, so everybody's shadow who isn't a palace ruler manifests there. In there, the Phantom Thieves can catch small time targets while waiting for larger ones to come by. And they did. Twice over, as a matter of fact. Both Ichiryu Saimadarame and Junya Kaneshiro had their hearts changed and desires stolen, and the Phantom Thieves gained new members in Yusuke Katagawa and Makoto Nijima, the latter being the sister to the prosecutor Sai Nijima, who was in charge of the investigation on the Phantom Thieves. Ain't that convenient? But part of their success lies with the Joker's ability. See, every other Phantom Thief can summon a persona, but that's just it. They can only summon just one. Mr. Wildcard here has the ability to summon up to 16 personas in one battle, all with wildly differing abilities. Part of this has to do with the Arcana. Joker's Arcana, the Fool, represents a blank slate destined for a great journey with friends to be made along the way, so it's only natural his mask would manifest in various differing ways. But some of these things are a bit ridiculous. Personas typically have one main elemental spell they can perform, such as a fire or electrical spell, but some of these specific abilities, and especially nullifications, can be a bit much. Like, oh, do you want a persona that will literally nullify any physical damage done to you? Bam. Shiki OG's your man. Not only that, but every persona also has varying nullifications like Shiki over here, basically making Ren immune to any type of damage you could think of, if you can switch them out in time. But the 16 carrying capacity doesn't do much to limit creativity, and on top of all this, he has a fucking gun. No, not really. It's not an actual pistol he's got. Instead, due to how the metaverse works, it's a toy pistol that shadows simply perceive as being real since it's so realistic looking. But it doesn't change the fact that he has a fucking gun in Japan. It is kind of amazing what Ren manages to get away with. That doesn't end up persona using though. Ren is a wild card through and through, and that means he can't go 2 steps without making friends with somebody. A washed-up politician? Sure. A weird drunk lady who really wants him to be her boyfriend? I mean, it'd be rude not to. A literal TV celebrity who, gives me kind of weird vibes. Yeah, sure, why not? It was around this time that Ren began receiving weird texts, not from the drunk lady, but from a hacker by the name of Alibaba. See, the Phantom Thieves had gained a bit of a following after their last 3 successful heists, and with the public nature of their calling cards, they managed to gain a bit of popularity. In particular, one of Ren's classmates, Yuki Mishima, operated a website known as the Fan Site and kept Joker up to date with potential Mementos targets. But all this is important because Alibaba actually hacked the Fan Site and issued a warning to the Phantom Thieves, or rather, they issued a target. Through encrypted text messages, the team learned the name of the target. One Futaba Sakura, but isn't that the last name of the person who's caretaking Joker? I mean, it's worth a shot to trespass into his house and see if he has a secret wife or daughter. And oh my god, I cannot believe that worked. So yeah, Futaba is a bit of a shut-in due to the fact that her mother passed away when she was young, and she was manipulated into thinking that it was her fault. Not by Sojiro, but by men in suits? It's never really explained specifically who. But this was enough for the Phantom Thieves to agree to change her heart, and this would be the first instance of a palace appearing not because of wicked desires. But Futaba realized she was being manipulated, and, like a true gamer, killed the cognitive version of her mother while awakening to her own persona. But it's important to know why her mother died in the first place. See, Wakabe Ishiki, who's Futaba's mom if you couldn't tell, was researching the subject of cognitive science with a P, and its effects on the world, until a man by the name of Masayoshi Shido, why does that sound familiar, came in, took her research, and had her silently executed. Remember what I said that there was a way to kill somebody via destroying their shadow? Well, Shido had somebody among his ranks who had access to the metaverse, just like the Phantom Thieves, and who wore a black mask. This man in the black mask, catchy name I know, went around giving anybody Shido deemed unnecessary a quote-unquote mental shutdown, which is just a medical term for when a person's shadow is killed and they, in turn, die in real life. So that happened to Futaba's mother and a whole host of other people. But the Phantom Thieves didn't ruminate on that for long. On the fan site, there was a poll for the next target the thieves should take on, and the unprecedented #1 pick was a guy by the name of Kunikazu Okumura, owner of Okumura Foods. And so, with the help of Okumura's own daughter, Haru, the thieves managed to steal his heart, just like their previous 4 targets. However, this was a ploy set up by Shido and his team, for as soon as they finished that palace, the man in the black mask was there to kill Okumura's shadow. And when Okumura held a press conference to announce his atonement, just like Madarame, something unexpected happened. His eyeballs rolled back into his head, and black blood crept out of his tear ducts, and he knelt over, dead. Naturally, this had a pretty lasting impact on Haru, but moreover had a negative impact on the team as a whole. See, Shido's team actually manipulated the polls on the fan site so that Okumura would be their next target, so the whole thing was set up from the get-go. With their popularity at an all-time low, the thieves were at a standstill, not knowing what to do or who to trust. Then, in the aftermath of their Okumura heist, during a school festival, that TV celebrity I mentioned earlier introduced himself to the team as Goro Akechi and announced he had access to the metaverse. Now dealing with blackmail since Akechi saw them flee from Okumura's palace in the real world, he had 2 requests: that the Phantom Thieves disband, but before they do, they needed to change the heart of one particular person, Sai Nijima. So like, kind of a 2 birds 1 stone scenario, the team set out to steal Sai's heart. I mean, Makoto was a little hesitant seeing as this is her sister, but she came around. And when the time came, the thieves all set out to take her heart. However, not everything went according to plan. Joker ended up getting captured by the cops, gross, and was sent into questioning. This was because Akechi was secretly the man in the black mask the whole time. Who would have thunk it, everyone? Everyone would have thunk it. But little did he know that the thieves were on his ass, and Joker getting captured was actually their plan from the start, so that they could beat him at his own game. But to do that, they needed a foolproof plan. So, they made one. That involves a drugged up Joker persuading Sai to the thieves' side. But, you know what? No. They didn't fucking make a foolproof plan. Here's everything wrong with the plan in Persona 5. How do they know which cell Joker would be going to? How do they know that Sai would be the one to question him? Scene does not contain a lap dance. How did they know the Joker would be conscious enough to sway Sai to their side? How did Akechi get out of the metaverse that the thieves put him in? He needed to get out. How did he get out? Is that what a way out is about?
This is how you
your justice ends.
But in spite of all of its numerous 5 faults, the plan did succeed, and the team was now ready to take on their primary target, the man that made life hell for the most of them, Masayoshi Shido. With their enemies thinking Joker was dead, because the plan was just that foolproof, they now had all the time in the world to change Shido's heart. Except they didn't, since elections were coming up in like 2 days, and Shido was running for Prime Minister. That's president for anyone who only speaks American. So they had to step up their game with the calling card this time, with the help of Futaba. Gross. The thieves managed to hack into Tokyo Square and announce their next target to Japan as a whole. But then came the issue of actually completing Shido's palace. To do so, they'd have to traverse through it very squeakily. Get it? 'Cause mouse. And despite it being the toughest challenge yet, the Phantom Thieves made it out on top. With Shido's shadow defeated and his treasure stolen, his heart was taken. But not everything was right. Despite this being their final target, the Phantom Thieves felt something was amok with the whole situation, it feeling more bittersweet than anything. This was because Mementos itself was harboring the treasure of the masses, and without stealing that treasure, the world would be forever overrun with terrible people. And the person instigating this? A false god going by the name of Yaldabaoth, who gave Renin, weirdly enough, Akechi their abilities. Oh yeah, Akechi kind of committed to die in Shido's palace. Whatever, it's not like he's important. Yaldabaoth disguised himself as the friendly Igor, and pretended to help Ren through his journey. But in secret, he was testing Ren to see if humanity was, like, worth it or not. He decided they weren't, because he's the bad guy. But Joker and this white-haired child lady said that humanity is pretty cool, actually. So, after scouring the depths of Mementos and nearly getting erased from existence when Mementos merged with the real world, since Mementos is linked to unconscious thought and Yaldabaoth has full control over it, and like he controls thoughts since they're in Mementos technically, so it's like they're getting erased from existence. I hope you're taking notes. So, after getting erased from existence, kind of, Joker found himself back in the Velvet Room with this child, who was the combined form of Justine and Caroline that Yaldabaoth had split into two, their true form being named Lavenza, and the real Igor, and after explaining something about Morgana being like a creation, or whatever, they got back out to the ruined Tokyo to face down Yaldabaoth, finally. While Shido had fucked up a lot of the party beforehand, Yaldabaoth was really Joker's true enemy. He was the one who called to him on that day Ren intervened in Shido's abuse, and he was the one that pulled him into this twisted game. So, it only makes sense as a trickster's finale for a false god to be punished. And punished he was. After beating him a fair amount, the thieves fell and wondered if it was even possible to beat him. Then, something happened. The people watching from below, some of which Ren befriended personally, began cheering on the Phantom Thieves. Their cheers turned into praise, and that in turn turned into power. Power that Joker grasped in his hands, as the will of the people made him realize something. He still had room to grow, even after helping all of his fellow thieves. So, he summoned Arsene for one last time, and grabbed the Persona's chains, yanking them downward. The shackles of the fool had finally been unleashed, and Joker's ultimate persona was revealed. This is Satanael. Personas are unique, not just for their magical capabilities, but for their ties to the self. See, if a person can harbor a massive growth within them, their persona too shall grow into something more powerful. Potentially, this can go on forever. But all the thieves had the potential of a second-tier persona, Joker included. So, Arsene, Joker's original persona born all that time ago in that cell in Kamoshida's palace, transcended into Satan himself. Well, actually, Satan is a separate persona, but you know what I mean. Joker raised his pistol one last time, and so did Satanael. Holy shit, that gun is fucking huge. Actually, Satanael himself is just fucking huge. I guess it's to combat Yaldabaoth's own huge design, but jeez. Really just goes to show how powerful Joker truly is. But, with a sinful shell shot in his head, the false god Yaldabaoth was no more. And along with him, the metaverse itself vanished, the thieves' powers going away as well. Goodbye, Magic Ghost superpowers. Hello, Christmas! Yeah, that entire thing I just said took place all in one night. And it just so happened to be Christmas. So the Phantom Thieves saved Christmas. Where's the thousands of op-eds about Persona 5 being a Christmas game, huh? Diehards had it too good for too long. And, after spending the night alone with a special someone, Ren met up with the Phantom Thieves the following day to celebrate their true success. Well, it would be the end of the Thieves' run. It certainly wouldn't be the last time they saw each other, their bonds going deeper than friendship. They were a true family at this point, and nothing could stand in their way, except for the fact that Ren's probation was coming to an end and he'd have to leave Tokyo in a few months. While bittersweet, they all sent Ren off personally after those months passed, driving him to his destination. And so, the Phantom Thieves of Heart went off quietly, while Ren embraced, once again, a new change in his life. Except the game made money, so they made another version that gets rid of that ending, so let's talk about it. So there's this counselor, and after Yaldabaoth was defeated, despite the metaverse appearing to be destroyed, it actually was put on life support by this dude. His name's Maruki. Maruki's whole deal is that he has a massive messiah complex, to the point where he has an ability to literally overwrite or actualize reality so that he can help others be free of pain. Getting rid of free will wasn't exactly something that the Thieves would stand for. That is, if they could wake up with the false reality Maruki had put the world in. But Joker was unique. He immediately sensed that everyone's desires were getting granted. And since some of those desires included the resurrection of the dead, it was hard to not point it out. And, Akechi is here too? Probably because Ren didn't like how things ended with them both in Shido's palace. But once Joker got all the thieves to realize their happiness was built on a false reality, another character was going through some shit, and Red had to talk her out of it. After she calmed down a little bit, Marco gave the thieves an ultimatum to either submit to his happy world or fight him in his palace. As if they were going to do anything other than murder this man, the thieves set to ravage the palace for the 8th, or 9th if you want to get really technical, and final time. It wasn't easy, but the addition of both Akechi and red-haired girl, I forgot the name of, definitely added to the team's firepower. Especially Akechi since, like Joker, he was an appointed wildcard. It was essentially the second knight in Yaldabaoth's grand game of chess. So, in a lot of ways, Joker and Akechi were destined to butt heads sooner or later, after crawling their way through the floating people and color switch puzzles. Kill me. It came time for their confrontation with Maruki. But Maruki had a secret. He was a persona user the whole time! This unique actualization of reality was the result of his persona that fully was born when Yaldabaoth merged Mementos and reality. The persona of Azathoth. And, in the hardest fight of their career, even harder than a literal deity, the Phantom Thieves of Heart had one more desire to steal. And although Maruki was no pushover, through clever scheming and planning, they reigned victorious in the end. The metaverse was fading away once again, but Maruki wasn't finished. He still wanted to prove himself, but in spite of the safety he could have been guaranteed, Joker went down for one final confrontation. Their powers faded, Ren and Maruki fists fought in the snow, struggling to even stand straight after their gauntlet of a previous battle. Maruki begged Ren to let him fall to his death, but in spite of all of his actions, Ren wouldn't let go. Deep down, he knew that despite the Doctor's plan to entrap everyone in a false reality, it came from a place of love and admiration for the human race. That dream for a utopian society, however, died with the metaverse, as Joker caught Maruki. They were saved from the falling rubble by Morgana turning into a helicopter. What? And the thieves went on in their lives. Makoto and Haru went to attending college. Futaba got out of her shell and went to high school. Ryuji and An moved away to different schools. And Joker and Morgana went back to his parents' residence. The Phantom Thieves of Heart officially disbanded, even if all of them wished their time together could last longer. And in some ways, that wish was granted. Of course, they would still be friends, but not forever. But that's the beauty of life. To know that you have affected someone enough to know that they'll think of you forever and be grateful forever for what you've done for them. And while he may be a sassy trickster, Ren is nothing if not full of heart. Not one person who he met didn't think of him after his departure, and not one person was worse off for knowing him. That's the nature of the wild card. He can see himself in anyone and everyone. He can change anyone and everyone. He can take your heart.
Checkmate.
Once upon a time, in Victorian England, there was a man named George Joestar. This man, his wife, and his newborn son were riding in a carriage one stormy night until it crashed and the wife tragically lost her life. Then, a nefarious thief named Dario Brando came upon the wreckage and started looting, but as George came to, he saw Dario and assumed the complete opposite. Instead, Dario was there to help him and his son survive. And, backed into a corner, that's exactly what he did. He lied about his intentions, and because of that, George now owed him a favor. Years later, Dario died, and the only one left of the Brando bloodline was his son, Dio Brando. Dio used his father's favor to become the adopted son of George Joestar and the adopted brother of Jonathan Joestar. Dio and Jonathan quickly formed a rivalry, the former antagonizing the latter on purpose by doing some really terrible things, namely killing his dog and beating him in boxing, but really, the dog murder is what tipped the scales. Once it was revealed Dio was poisoning George, as he had done with Dario before, by the way, Jonathan couldn't take it anymore. He tried to kill his brother, only for Dio to pull out a stone mask and transform into a vampire. It took a while, and Jonathan learning to harness the power of the sun in his hands, but he did manage to defeat this vampiric version of his older brother, until he and his newlywed wife's honeymoon ship was lampooned by Dio's severed vampire head, and people make fun of part 1 for being too grounded. Jonathan died as the ship sank into the water, but Dio took that opportunity for a new body and ran with it. So, with vampire DNA, he was around for a very long time, and that means Dio fucked for a very long time with Jonathan's body, which means any child of Dio's would be a Joestar by blood, and Dio fucks. Said fucking resulted in a plethora of children, but our focus is on one Haruno Giovanna, son to the Japanese woman Simona. He remained in Japan until the age of 4, when he moved to the country of Italy after his mother remarried to an Italian man. This man was not the kindest to Haruno, often beating him for seemingly normal things. This led Haruno to view himself as lesser than a normal person, as scum to be swept away. That is, until one day, when he was walking by his lonesome, he spotted a man in an alleyway, clearly running away from something, and Haruno saw a speck of himself in that man. After a little while, a group of men came to ask Haruno if he saw that man before. Instead of telling the truth, he opted to lie and protect the man he had never even met. The man returned from his hiding place and promised Haruno that he wouldn't regret that decision. After a few days, the boy noticed that his father had ceased his beatings, and that he was suddenly much more popular than he was before at school. This was because the man he saved happened to be a powerful mafioso. He decided to return the favor he owed Haruno, whether because of that being the only positive influence on his life up to that point, or him realizing it would be the only way forward. He did two things. He renamed himself Giorno Giovanna, and he proclaimed his dream. His new dream. His dream to weed out the corrupt underbelly of Italy by becoming a gangstar. So, the newly named Giorno set out to do just that. His hair transformed from a pure black to a luscious blonde, just like his father, and he started running a faux taxi service outside the Naples airport. There, he met Koichi Hirose, somebody else tied to the Joestar bloodline, and attempted to rob his luggage. Koichi attempted to get his stuff back, but Giorno had an ace up his sleeve, one that Koichi also had coincidentally. Giorno has the power of a stand. A stand is a manifestation of the user's soul, taking form however the user's innermost passions dictate. Most stands are humanoid in form, but it can differ between users. All stands also have unique abilities that no other stand can replicate, and Giorno's is no exception. His stand has the ability to manipulate life, in a sense. He can transform objects into animals or plants, and those items that get transformed have a unique property to them. Well, two, actually. The transform object will inflict any damage done to it on the person that attacked it in the exact same manner. And, if the transform object is part of a living thing, the object will try its hardest to get back to its original host. If that sounds weird, it's because it is. This is just one of many bizarre abilities in the JoJo universe, but even then there's a fair amount of leeway with just what Giorno can do with a specific ability. He actually managed to develop a healing technique, but it's not really healing. See, he's just replacing the wounded area on a body with a non-wounded one, so it's not like healing in the traditional sense. And unlike traditional healing, the process of Giorno's healing is pretty damn painful. This life-giving ability needed a name, and Giorno thought of one fit
for his resolve. Golden Wind. I mean, what shit, fuck. Gold Experience. Its name is Gold Experience. Why the fuck did I say Golden Wind? After inadvertently murdering a member of a gang with Gold Experience, Giorno quickly became hunted throughout the city of Naples. This led to him being chased into a subway, where he met one Bruno Bucciarati. Bruno attempted to fight him, and despite having his own very powerful stand, was no match for Giorno. In fact, another of Gold Experience's abilities was revealed in this fight, the power to enhance the perception of anything Gold Experience touches, so that they can experience any touching sensation tenfold, including pain. This combined with Gold Experience's massive speed means any and all stand rushes Giorno does have that little caveat to them. Isn't that horrifying? It wouldn't even be that bad if he also wasn't telling you how useless it was every time he threw a punch. Well, anyway, at the end of their scuffle, Giorno noticed something about Bruno. He looked disgusted at a man who had just been using drugs, and this told Giorno something, that he and Bucciarati shared the same goal. So, with a new friend in hand, Giorno took to joining Bruno's gang to take it down from the inside. But before they could do that, Giorno would need to pass a test, and he passed it, and he killed the guy who gave it to him. Cool. After officially joining the gang known as Passione, Giorno met his team. Mista, the number 4 hater, Obakio, known pisser, Narancia, heart of gold, dumb of ass, and Fugo, who is really smart. Needless to say, they weren't the brightest light in Passione, but they did have the most important mission of any team in the organization, to bring the boss's daughter to him. See, Passione's boss is a bit of a recluse, and doesn't like anything pertaining to his identity to be out in the world, including his own flesh and blood. So, Team Bucciarati were tasked with taking Trish Una, his daughter, back to him safely. Standing in their way was La Squadra, a group of highly efficient assassins hell-bent on destroying the boss. Team Bucciarati and La Squadra fought a bunch, but eventually there was only one member that remained, Risotto, their leader. In each of Team Bucciarati's fights with the Squadra, Giorno had the chance to show each member of the team something important, his resolve to see his dream become a reality. This was important because they were going to essentially do what La Squadra was doing right now, and they needed to know they could trust Giorno before actually going through with their rebellion. In spite of the supernatural stand beside him at all times, Giorno's real ability is the fact that he can inspire hope and change in others almost effortlessly, due to staying so true to his own beliefs and convictions. Abakio, Mista, Narancia, and Fugo all got to see Giorno's resolve in action at least once, and it awoke something in them, a desire to move forward. That and the fact that Giorno has a bit of a tendency to mutilate himself so that others will have a better chance of dealing with the enemy. He wouldn't be a JoJo without self-sacrificial tendencies now, would he? The gang met up outside a cathedral, and Bucciarati himself decided to escort Trish to her father. That is, until a blip in time caused the woman whose hand he was holding to be torn off of the rest of her body. As he reached the bottom of that elevator, the boss was there, stalking his prey like a predator in the night, and he utterly destroyed Bruno with his stance ability, leaving the man with a gaping hole in his chest, passing out from the wound. Trish herself was unscathed, but Bruno was the one that got really fucked up from this. Giorno came into the room as they had planned, but what he saw wasn't exactly what he was expecting. So, before Bruno's soul could leave his body, Gold Experience literally made it so that his soul was now inhabiting his decaying corpse. So yeah, Giorno just brought someone back from the dead, kinda. No big deal. No big deal. After their betrayal was made apparent to the boss, Team Bucciarati was all left with an individual choice: to continue with Bruno and Giorno on their crusade, or to stay behind in safety. Abakio, Mista, and Narancia agreed to continue with the two, alongside Trish, who they were ostensibly protecting, but one man stayed behind. Panagata Fugo realized the danger they'd all be in, and was too analytical in his approach to see that they all continued in spite of the odds. So, on that dock, only he was left behind. The others continued onwards, and with basically all of the squadron taken care of, you'd think they'd be okay for at least a little bit, but Passione's boss has an elite squadron of stand users called a Unita Special, I hope I said that right, capable of disposing nearly anyone close to him. They were more like bodyguards, whereas the squadron was more of an advanced team of assassins. Now completely at odds with what to do, with an advanced team of stand users on their trail, and their leader slowly but surely decaying every second, Team Bucciarati seemed to be at an impasse. That is, until they got a message to go to the Colosseum in Rome. There, they would find something that could take down the boss's insane power. So, in spite of all of this, the one last squadron member left alive, the leader, Risotto, used some information he got to track down the boss's whereabouts, only he didn't find a menacing figure with a powerful stand. Instead, he found a scared boy with a weird mental tick to pick up random objects and pretend they were phones. This boy was Vinegar Doppio, and in spite of him appearing innocent, Risotto went for the kill. Now, partially this was because Doppio was obviously a Passione member, and Risotto had resigned to kill any one of those who he found, lest they kill him first. But that's not the crazy part. See, Doppio actually is Passione's boss. Well, he was inhabiting the body of Passione's boss alongside the actual boss. Two souls inhabiting the same body, each coming out when they're needed the most. One more docile, one more hostile. Is this a fucking Xenoblade ref? So, Doppio and Risotto fought on that beach to a bit of a standstill, until Team Bucciarati saw Risotto and decided to take care of business. With the boss at large, and on the same island as Team Bucciarati, it would only be natural for one of their own to have a confrontation with him. Unfortunately, that one would be Abakio, whose stand had uncovered information on the boss using its rewinding ability. Left with a gaping hole in his chest, Leon Abakio was unfortunately no more. Despite being overcome with grief and despair, the rest of the gang treaded onwards, not letting Abakio's sacrifice mean nothing. So, they headed to the Colosseum finally, to talk to this mysterious man.
Said mysterious man waited for them patiently, and after giving a serial... what the fuck do you even call Chocolata? A very nasty beatdown that lasted at least 6 pages, maybe even 7. They met up and... oh my god! It's Polnareff! Polnareff from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3 Stardust Crusaders! He's here! And in a wheelchair. Anyway, he revealed that he and his friend, Jotaro Kujo, split up around the world to find stand arrows. Arrows that give you a stand. And while Jotaro looked in the east, Polnareff looked in the west, specifically Europe. Gross. It was during this time that he found 2 things. The boss of Passione, whose name was revealed to be Diavolo and was the cause of him going into a wheelchair, and something known as the Requiem Arrow. This is what would make Team Bucciarati able to take down Diavolo. If they let their stands get pierced with that arrow, their stand would evolve into something greater than before. A Requiem version. Unfortunately, Diavolo was here the whole time they were talking and overheard basically everything, and tried his damnedest to claim the Requiem arrow for himself. Seeing him coming, Polnareff stuck the arrow into his own stand, Silver Chariot, and everything went quiet for a second. Then, people started waking up, and everybody's body was switched. Giorno, in particular, switched with Narancia, and after they all got accustomed to it, Narancia started talking about how when this is all over, he's gonna go to school and become smart, and he's going to die, isn't he? Yep, he's dead. Very dead. At least Giorno is back in his old body now, and Bucciarati inhabited the body of Diavolo, so that's something.
It was a mad dash for the Requiem arrow, and to turn off Silver Chariot Requiem's ability, since Requiem stand uses are automatic and cannot be influenced by the user. This was difficult since Chariot Requiem was tasked with guarding the arrow with every fiber of its being. Eventually, Diavolo managed to get the arrowhead, but through a bit of quick teamwork, the passage of fate, and Bucciarati giving up his second chance at life, the arrow landed in Giorno's hands. As the dust cleared around him, Giorno impaled Gold Experience with the arrow, thinking about the friends that gave up their lives for him to be able to do this. Abakio, Narancia, and now Bucciarati. In their wake, their spirits looking down. A new stand was born. As the exoskeleton crackled open, eyes began to form, alongside a more light skin tone, and the arrow adorning its head like a crown. This was the birth of Gold Experience Requiem. Diavolo attempted to counterattack the evolved stand, but he only heard 6 words. You will never reach the truth. Passively, and without Giorno even knowing it, Requiem's ability activated. The ability to revert causality. Essentially, GER can make things revert to the way they once were, a perfect counter for Diavolo's King Crimson, whose terrifying ability was to erase time. Using this ability, he made it so that Diavolo was trapped in an infinite loop of death, with no escape. As repentance for the years and years of hiding his true identity and murdering anyone who did try and unmask him. Giorno, Mista, and Trich were the only surviving members of Team Bucciarati, and so, with the boss defeated, there was only one thing left to do. Giorno returned to Naples from Rome, and there he donned an entirely black outfit, a kiss to his hand, and now he was the true ruler of Passione, and put an end to the drug trading ways. And so, the story of Giorno Giovanna comes to an end. JoJo will live on in infamy, both as a mob boss and as son of Dio. But should you dare question his resolve, he will not hesitate to show you how deep it runs in his blood.
Oh, give me a break. If you really thought I was being serious, then you're the worthless fool. I don't spare pieces of shit!
What did you just call me?
We open to a scene of Giovanna, fresh off of a plane with a large briefcase in his hand, landing in Japan. He has numerous bodyguards and henchmen following him, but the main one following at his side is one Guido Mista, who strides up to his side before speaking up.
Hey boss, remind me again why we're in Japan. Not that I'm complaining, but it seems like we just land everywhere and anywhere nowadays. And this is the 4th place we've visited so far. You know you've doomed yourself, right?
Giorno continues striding alongside the airport without so much as glancing at Mista as he responds to him.
Mista, you need to learn when superstition goes too far. As for why we're here, well, I think this is the best chance I have at finding out how I gained my stand. Remember when we talked to the Speedwagon Foundation? They said that this marine biologist, Jotaro Kujo, could be the link to the answers I seek.
Mista nods as he, and everyone else, enters a flagrant limousine that departs from the airport. As he enters the car, he responds to Giorno's comment.
Ah, I see. How are we gonna meet him, though?
Giorno, not noticing the partition is partially down, begins to speak about how he plans to meet Jotaro.
Mista, we're Passione. We'll always find a way. And also, the Speedwagon Foundation gave us a meeting place and time, so we'll just wait at our headquarters until then.
Right. I still don't have a great feeling about this, boss.
We then cut to the attic of LeBlanc, where currently Morgana is fast asleep, as Ren Amamiya looks perplexingly at his phone, unable to sleep.
Nothing good so far.
It's then revealed that he is browsing the fan site, looking for future targets to scour in mementos. He then stumbles across a post from an anonymous limousine driver that states a certain Italian that he drove that day by the name of Giovanna.
Must be somebody visiting Japan, but why bring him up?
He then reads the post further, reading that this Giorno person was apparently a mob boss, leading an organization named Passione.
Well, let's see if it's a hit. Giovanna, Passione, mementos.
Joker's phone takes a second before responding to him.
Error. No shadow found.
Joker looks at his phone confused.
No shadow, so he's clean. Then why the error message? This can only mean one thing. I need to tell somebody about this.
Ren then opens up his chat messenger and tells his confidant, Ryuji Sakamoto, about the anomaly.
Hey, I tried putting somebody's name in the Metaverse Navigator. Some guy that got posted on the fan site.
At this hour? You sure you can handle them by yourself? I can help you bust some heads if you need me.
That's not the issue. I put his name in the Navigator, but then it told me, error, no shadow found.
Oh, crap! What are we gonna do about him then?
That's the problem. Remember what Morgana said, that Persona users can't have palaces.
Ryuji takes a minute before realizing the gravity of what Ren just said, and then responds,
Holy shit! What's our plan then?
Don't tell the others about this, but let's ask Mishima if he can find this guy's whereabouts.
Already on it!
If he tells us anything about this Giorno's location we can use, I imagine a mob boss has pretty tight security. So, you'll be the bait and separate him from his bodyguards, and I'll ambush him and take him into the metaverse.
Why do I always have to be the bait?
It's a role you fit excellently.
F you, man. Oh shit. Mishima just gave me some deets on this guy. Says he's staying in some sort of lush building on the outskirts of Tokyo. There's a ladybug on the door. Like a decorative one, not an actual ladybug.
You're the only person who would make that distinction.
Yeah, well, we got a location. What are we gonna do?
Tomorrow, right after school, we enact the plan and hope it doesn't go horribly wrong.
Oh man, I was hoping for some leeway this time. No rest for the Phantom Thieves, I guess.
See you then. Let's get some sleep before it gets too late.
Oh crap! You're right. See you tomorrow, dude.
The next day, Giorno and his crew begin flowing back into their headquarters after an outing in the city of Morio. On the table in Giorno's lodgings lies the single briefcase and nothing else.
Gee, boss. Can't believe that Giorno guy had to leave on some family emergency. At least he called us himself to give us the news.
He also mentioned that I was a child of someone named Dio. I wonder what kind of a man he was.
Well, from what Giorno told us, we should be able to find out more in Britain. You want to head there next?
Giorno begins walking towards the opening windows to the other side of the room, closing his eyes while smiling.
As if there was any other option. Let's get ourselves some tickets to Britain. I suppose we should be able to depart by tomorrow?
Mista sighs in response to that comment.
I doubt it'll be that easy, but we'll see what we can do.
Mista then exits the room to guard the door right outside of Giorno's residence. Outside, right underneath the window where Giorno is stoically standing, Joker is waiting his cue for Ryuji to confront Giorno. On the other side of the building, at the front door, Ryuji awaits an opening to enter the building.
Crap! If I get out of this, I swear to God, Ren, you owe me the next 50 ramen bowls I eat!
He then slides up against the wall, careful to not meet the gaze of any bodyguard surveying the area, until he finds the door being guarded by Mista.
Finally found the main one. Let's go, Joker!
Mista then, for a split second, takes his eyes away from the general area guarding Giorno's room.
Jeez, a flight to Britain from here in one day. Giorno, you're spelled rotten nowadays.
Ryuji takes this opportunity to knock on Giorno's door 3 times in a rhythmic fashion, clearly to tell the Joker.
Alright, all up to you now, dude. I gotta get out of here.
Mista then notices the loud knocking noise and the man that accompanied it.
What the hell? Who let this kid in? Whatever. Sex Pistols!
Crap!
We then cut to Giorno's room as he hears the commotion outside and the signature wail of Mista's stand. Begins his preparations to leave this building. Grabbing the briefcase on his desk, he begins to walk towards the door. But as he does that, Joker sneaks up behind him, and right as he grips the doorknob, Joker activates the Metaverse Navigator and he grabs Giorno by his other wrist.
It's showtime!
Large black and red swirls enter Giorno and Joker's vision, the former freaking out about his new development, but the latter reveling in his power finally coming to him, as his school uniform transforms into his Phantom Thief attire. Giorno takes a moment to contemplate where he is. A menagerie of black and red pools into what appears to be subway tracks, but no matter how far he looks, he can't see any trains here.
What are you? Where am I?
You're in Mementos. I thought you might know of this place, but then again it didn't exactly reveal itself to us on its own. As for who I am...
His mask begins to manifest as he finishes his thought.
I am the leader of the Phantom Thieves, and I'm here to take your heart.
Joker then begins to fistfight Giorno alone, and Giorno responds by dodging the Phantom Thieves' attacks and blocking them one by one. As the Sand User blocks his attacks, Joker stylishly flips up his knife before brandishing it in his hand and goes to swipe at Giorno.
Maybe this will make you reveal your secret.
As he says that, he swipes downward toward Giorno's hand, only to find that it's not in his hand that caught the blade. Instead, a yellow aura emanates as a human bug-looking golden hybrid adorned with ladybugs appears before Joker.
Gold experience!
Joker smirks as his theories about the mob boss turn out to be true. He continues his assault with the knife, but also begins speaking as he swings to and fro.
I knew it! You're a persona user, just like me. That's why you didn't have a shadow. Time to end your wicked ways the old-fashioned way, then.
As Joker takes out his toy pistol, Giorno takes a second to process what Joker had just said.
Persona user? Is that what they call stands in Japan? Why didn't Jotaro tell me?
But before he could finish that thought, Joker keeps on the offensive with an impressive array of flips and back tucks, weaving in and out of each other, while also firing a spray of bullets out of his pistol. Giorno manages to get distance away from Joker, and has gold experience catch every single bullet fired his way. When Joker runs out of ammo, Giorno takes the lapse in action to use his ability to turn the bullets in gold experience's hand into blue butterflies.
Butterflies? What kind kind of ability is this?
Giorno himself begins to smirk as he begins to get the upper hand.
You've seen it now. The extension of my soul. The power of gold experience.
Can't be too bad if all you can do is make things into bugs. As if they're gonna stop me.
Joker begins to swipe at a butterfly, and as it falls to the ground, so does Joker in the same way.
What?
Giorno begins to close in on Joker as he parts the butterflies away, turning some back into bullets while leaving others to fly away into the red and black void.
You know, I've always hated useless things. And that's what this whole situation is. Useless, useless, useless!
Each utterance of that word is amplified by a kick to Joker's back as he's down, stomach first, before he can attempt to get back up. Giorno continues his assault, but beneath the Phantom Thief's head, a blue fire quickly starts and goes out, causing Giorno to instinctively back away. As he does, Joker rises to his feet, accompanied by his main persona, Arsene.
Useless, huh? I'd have to agree. Ravage him! Persona!
Much obliged. Let your heart run wild.
As Joker jumps into the air, a black and red projectile, not aesthetically unlike the area they're fighting in, begins to fire down on Giorno. Before he gets all caught in the attack, he does take gold experience up to his body and guards himself from the Aha spell. Joker takes the opportunity to run away to about 10 feet away from Giorno and catches him off guard by taking his grappling hook and grabbing one of the many ladybug lapels on Giorno's jacket and swiping the mob boss with his knife once again. While successfully slicing him once with the blade, each subsequent swing gets blocked and Joker retreats with a backstand.
Getting nowhere with melee. I need a new approach. Time to show him the power of the wild card.
Joker retreats Arsene from the battlefield, then takes off his mask once again and takes out Jack Frost.
Hee-ho! Hee-ho!
As Jack Frost decrees his signature battle cry, the area around Giorno's feet begins to freeze up around him, eventually encasing his ankles and slowly working his way up to his waist.
That ability? You don't have the power of the arrow, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't the power of some arrow. This is the power of my will!
As he's being encased in ice, Giorno takes gold experience out and he starts attacking Jack Frost.
Hee-ho! Hee-oh, no.
Jack Frost then falls victim to the assault that was befalling him, and the mask that Joker was wearing remanifests on his head.
What have you done?
You're not done yet. Let's fix that.
As he says that, he slowly walks forward as menacing symbols appear around him. He strides in confidence toward the incapacitated Joker, still stunned from one of his many masks getting KO'd, before he realizes the danger he's in.
You lack in something, Phantom Thief. Something important. Resolve. Gold experience. Teach him what true resolve feels like!
Gold experience immediately lunges forward and begins his assault on Joker. Pummel after pummel befalls the Phantom Thief as it appears all of his senses are overcome with nothing but pain, and while everything is slowed to his perception, gold experience is still faster than what he perceives the world to be. This makes every punch and kick dealt to him feel so much more potent and painful, and the stand rush ends with Joker being sent into one of the many walls with mementos, creating a dent in the subway station.
Note to self. Don't get hit. God, I sound like Skull right now.
Do you see it now, Thief?
Joker then brings out another mask, this time being Angel, and she heals him from the stand barrage before Joker begins to speak up again.
All I see is another blight on society I need to correct. Don't underestimate the power of rebellion.
Joker then has Angel cast Polimpa on Giorno and revels in what makes the mob boss do.
What did you do? I'll get you for that!
Giorno then goes to attack what he presumes to be Joker. Only in actuality, he's attacking his own stand, basically doing nothing.
Quick, while he's confused. Siegfried!
Joker then takes off his mask, revealing the knightly persona in all his glory, and casts a devastatingly powerful physical spell on Giorno, dealing extreme damage to him. Giorno is bloody and beaten from this attack, as he's struggling to even move. However, he notices a small pebble of a rock beside his hand. He turns it into a bullet and commands it to invade Joker's outfit. It takes a little while, but eventually does its duty, and Joker notices.
What is that? Another bug? Really?
As Joker is occupied, Giorno begins to tend to his wounds from the devastating technical attack with Gold Experience's ability. As Joker finally finds the ant and gently tosses it away, he then begins to strike up a conversation with Giorno.
Why do you do this? Being a mafioso, it can't be for anybody other than yourself.
You're wrong, thief. I did this for the people of Venezia, and now I'm doing this for the people of the Earth.
That can't be true. The phantom thieves of heart only steal from the corrupt. So that's what you must be.
I remember it vividly. The moment I set out on this crusade, I wanted to become a gangstar. And I did. If that makes me corrupt, then so be it. I'd do anything to make this world a better place!
A sea of large tree branches encroach on Joker, as he momentarily has to decide what persona is best at handling this. He decides on taking out Shiki Oji, and nullifying all the damage being done from the trees.
You may be like me then. However, that doesn't mean the show isn't over. Lucifer!
Joker then switches out his mask one final time, and summons Lucifer to the area. Lucifer begins raining a gigantic laser beam, and it fires directly on Giorno. The Morning Star completely disintegrates the pavement beneath where Giorno was standing, but despite taking out Gold Experience to block the attack, he's still visibly damaged and extremely bloodied. So bloodied in fact that his right arm was completely burned from the attack. He then chops it off and grows a new one with the ladybug brooch Joker stuck his grappling hook to all this time ago, and transforms the cut off arm into a snake to bite at Joker. The snake then bites at Joker's ankle, and temporarily paralyzes him from the neck down. Giorno then calmly walks toward the briefcase after identifying where it went flying, and props it open. It emanates a brilliant white light as Joker looks on in awe, and out it comes, a singular arrowhead. Joker is noticeably confused at this.
An arrowhead, really? That's your grand plan. That's why you're here.
This arrowhead is not why I'm here. It follows me wherever I go, and helps me get rid of those useless annoyances that try to oppose me in my ambitions. However, you shall never reach the truth, not in this lifetime or the next. For you see, I, Giorno Giovanna, have a dream!
Giorno then impales the arrowhead into Gold Experience, and the now exoskeleton begins to peel as the stand's truest form is revealed. The secret of Giorno Giovanna, the thing that once defeated Diavolo, is finally unleashed. The might of Gold Experience Requiem has been unveiled.
Now, return from whence you came!
Gold Experience Requiem then floats to Joker's side and attempts to punch him in the face. But as the Sand's fist attempts to strike, it's stuck inches away from the Phantom Thief's face.
What's happening? Requiem!
A dream, huh?
Joker's mask begins to apparate one final time, the blue flames tickling Requiem's fist as a gargantuan persona manifests behind him.
That's nothing compared to the will of the people!
Giorno simply smirks at this, himself saying,
Useless, useless, useless.
As the gigantic persona behind Joker lines up a shot with the Phantom Thief, as both their guns take aim at the gangstar. Joker smirks back, and says to his persona,
Pillage him. Sentinel!
The simple shell is shot, and Giorno keeps his smirk on his face as the Requiem readies a counterattack. After this, only one shall stand. Despite the best efforts of Giorno and his Requiem stand, the sinful shell does in fact hit Giorno head-on. A massive explosion, not unlike the Morning Star, was activated on the Mafioso, and the entire area is encased in a gigantic white light, not at all harming Joker, but leaving Giorno scarred, but not dead. Clearly out of commission, however, Joker begins to walk up to Giorno and takes out his pistol. He stands before the gangstar, the wind from the sinful shell flowing his jacket backwards from his standing position.
Checkmate.
He then begins to fire the pistol one last time. However, he aims at the area right beside Giorno's head, intentionally missing him.
You spare me, thief. Has sense finally come to you?
In a way, I guess. I could tell you and I are alike in a lot of ways, Giorno Giovanna. You have a good heart.
Giorno begins to get up with Requiem beside him, to stand seemingly in agreement with the Phantom Thief.
I agree. We have all arrived at the truth. Well, if Requiem says it, it must be so. Let us call this a truce, Phantom Thief.
Hey, I'm fine with that. We only steal from the corrupt. And from the looks of it, you're not one of those kinds of people.
Working outside the law to aid the people. That's the mark of a phantom thief of heart, you know.
If that's an invitation, I'll have to decline. Passione is, has, and will be my main pursuit.
Well, worth a shot. You are insanely powerful. We could use an ally like you.
So are you, Phantom Thief. Do you have a name, or am I gonna have to keep calling you that?
Just call me Joker.
Joker. Seems a bit foolish. Can you get us out of here now?
Sure, hold on.
Joker then presses a button on his phone and returns to the world to where they just were, Giorno's room, the desk in the middle now displaying an open, empty briefcase.
Thank you.
As Giorno turns around, Joker is nowhere to be seen. Giorno looks out the window, finds no one there. Joker had already ran around the entrance and met back up with Ryuji and their agreed rendezvous point.
So, man, how'd it go?
Pretty good, I think. He wasn't corrupt, though. He did have a persona, but it was weird. It had this ability to turn anything it touched into animals and plants.
Well, nothing you couldn't handle, right?
You're right about that. I ended up beating him, but his persona spoke to him like it was sentient. And it agreed with me that we should stop the fighting and become allies.
For real, Ren. You really gotta stop befriending everyone you come across.
What can I say? It's the power of the fool.
As they bicker and walk away into the Tokyo sunset, we cut back to Giorno's room, now empty of the gangster and his compatriots. On the desk beside the open briefcase lies a single thing, a black and red calling card saying something.
Giorno Giovanna, we have taken your heart.
As the simple shell is fired on Giorno and Requiem, the stand goes forward and begins to rush at the bullet, chopping it in half and leaving the remains to explode to either side of them. The wind gusts from said explosions, propelling them into the air, and causing Giorno's jacket and hair to flow freely in the wind.
This is Requiem.
The red and black of mementos fades for Joker and Centennial as they are sent into a pink and blue dreamscape, multiple of themselves appearing beside them as they react to the duplicates, in general not really knowing what's happening to them.
You shall never reach the truth.
As the pink and blue dreamscape fades, Joker finds himself in a familiar holding facility. He then hears a voice he knows on the other side, a voice he thought he'd never hear again. The voice of Goro Akechi. Goro then begins to walk into the room and kills the guard next to Joker, before saying to him,
"Case closed. This is how your justice ends."
Joker then looks shocked as the all too familiar scenario plays before him as it did all that time ago, but this time, it seems like he might actually be in danger. Akechi begins to pull the trigger, and as his finger stretches back into the mechanism, the flare ignites and, suddenly, reality comes crashing back, and Joker is back in Mementos. Giorno, trying to figure out a way to leave this place, was looking around, but then when Joker came crashing back from Requiem's attack, he looked shocked.
Requiem? What happened? I thought he was finished. I can sense something in him. Something you both share. The will of rebellion. So, this one has been spared.
That's some ability. Reality unfolding on itself, huh? Not exactly unfamiliar to me, but that was different.
You must count yourself lucky, Phantom Thief. Not even I know the full extent of Requiem's powers.
He's autonomous?
To my chagrin, yes. That's why I don't normally have him. But you made me show my hand. Normally I'd have your head for that. But I must agree with Requiem. I sensed it throughout this whole ordeal. The shining resolve within both of us, lighting the path to guide others. And besides, you're clearly not a pushover. So, I propose a truce.
Giorno extends a hand to Joker.
Not like I have much of a choice, but I agree with you anyway. So, we have a deal.
Suddenly, a blue butterfly appears in the area, this one glowing in bright blue in every and all ways, to signify the birth of a new bond, the birth of the traitor persona. As the hearts and fates become intertwined, Giorno asks a question that he's been itching for an answer to.
So, how do we leave this place?
Oh, right, you wouldn't know, would you? Here, allow me.
Joker then takes out his phone, and he takes them both out of Mementos. When they are in the real world once again, Joker's outfit dissipates into that of his school outfit, and Giorno takes notice of this.
Your clothes, what happened?
Joker smirks as he exits the door to Giorno's room.
Whatever do you mean, Giovanna?
This is how I've always looked.
Joker then strides away from the Passione building, confident in his new ally and his ability to make friends with just about anyone. However, Giorno remains in his quarters, while Misa begins to check on him.
Oh, hey boss. We managed to get tickets, but we won't be departing for 2 days now. Sorry.
Mista, you worry too much. We'll be fine staying here a little while. Matter of fact, we should visit this country more often.
What happened with that guy that just walked out?
Giorno then walks toward the open windows yet again, admiring the sunset on the Tokyo skyline over the horizon of extravagant trees and gardens.
I found someone like me, Mista. One that shares my resolve. That alone is enough for me to consider staying here for a while.
Sure, yeah, but we are still going to be leaving in 2 days, right?
Questions need answers, Mista. Those come first. But after this is all said and done, I wouldn't mind coming back to this country every once in a while.
Well, I'll leave you to it. We're all gonna go out around midnight tonight, so see you then.
Of course. But for now I'm content to watch the sun set over the resolve we carry.
And Giorno does just that, content to watch the sun for hours if he could, but unfortunately he did have matters to attend to eventually. Giorno smirks as he leaves his room, thinking back on how Passione gained such a powerful ally. A gust flows in from the window, and as Giorno notices the coloring of the sunset outside and the wind from outside, he has but one thought he can't help but say out loud.
A golden wind. Fitting.
So that was cool. And long. So long. Anyway, let's talk about some stuff. So let's start with the biggie. Why does Giorno not have a shadow? Well, given how personas function, it didn't make much sense to give him one. Allow me to explain. A persona in every game is formed from a character's shadow, and only through accepting that the shadow is a part of them can a persona manifest in somebody. Therefore, anybody who has a persona does not have a shadow. And stands are really just personas with more wacky, less JRPG power sets. Both stands and personas are the user's truest selves manifested into a being that stands beside them at all times. So yeah, I'd say they're similar enough to where Giorno or any other stand user would not have a shadow. Call me crazy, insane, male, whatever. That's just my 2 cents on the whole thing. Next up, how on earth did Joker take Giorno into the metaverse? Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. He literally does the same thing, both on purpose and by accident, numerous times. I mean, to start, he ends up in the metaverse by accident, An gets sucked in there by accident, and in their whole plan revolving around Sai, it is integral that they can just drag her into the metaverse. So yeah, it's a thing that happens. Now for the biggest question ever. Possibly the worst question posed by humanity, debated for centuries in the hallowed halls of the Parthenon. Can Joker resist Gold Experience Requiem? I have no goddamn clue, and I really don't need to. For me, that's not why this matchup is interesting. I'm here to speculate and write how these characters and their abilities would interact, but I don't care for a second whether or not one can take out the other. That's not why I write these. And to analyze Gold Experience Requiem kinda goes against the story of Vento Arreo. He's the antithesis to an all-powerful evil stand user. He's the climax of the entire story. To take it out of context and analyze it feels disingenuous. Same goes for South and All for Joker, but it's a little soured by the game itself going on past its natural climax, at least in Royal. The point is, in terms of writing, they are the natural ending points for the story of the fight. To use them in any other capacity feels wrong. And that's an important distinction to make. I'm not a versus debater. I'm not here to collect information, categorize it, and present it to show who would win. That has never been the point of this show. This show is all about characters, and what it means to represent them in the best way possible. Whether or not I succeed is up to the viewer, but it is also what I put first and foremost. This does also apply to how characters fight, but not to the extent where I'm here to tell you how many killer shits a TNT Joker can survive. You can go to any other Versus series for that. That's never going to be my focus, and that's always been why there are two endings to every fight. In short, I'm not a versus debater. I'm a fanfic writer that gets voice actors, and I'm pretty okay with that. Anyway, that's my big spiel, but I also want to clarify that I don't really have an ill will towards versus debaters. I'm just not one of them, and don't want to be misconstrued as one. This whole series is a result of everything I love about versus being distilled into something I can call my own. And I hope I can get you to think about this kind of stuff the same way I do. So, sincerely, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again.
Had this birthmark since I was born. I looked it up in the dictionary. It's not in there. I never knew what the hell it meant. Till now. It's the name of our fucking band, dude. I have Asmark too.
No.